Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, the virtual conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator, and today we're bringing you version 8.0, State of the Artchain. We'll be bringing you all the latest news and updates about exciting use cases like NFTs, art, gaming, music on the blockchain, these new innovations that are bringing new users into the space and contributing to more adoption and hype around blockchain technology. And today I'm here with Jonathan Lapchick. He's the CEO of Suku. It's a platform that's linking open finance traceability and transparency. Jonathan, how are you doing today?
Hey, how are you? Hey, Ashley, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. So for anyone just tuning in, Jonathan has been on Reimagine 2020 before. Check out our YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, and see all of the great interviews we have with people working in the world of traceability, NFTs. Jonathan, tell us what's going on with Suku.
Yeah, it's a lot going on. The team is extremely busy building some cool stuff. We've been in this space for almost 4 years already, as with Suku. And then we had these two part of the business with like the first one that really addresses the need of transparency and traceability for assets. So you have like shoes, and then you want to tell the story of how the shoe is manufactured. And the second part of the business is that the authenticity part, like how do you prove that the shoe is not only sustainable or used good practices and how the shoe was manufactured, but also if it's authentic. So that's the first thing that users today wanna verify. And so we've been building that second part of the business for quite some time, and we're excited to bring really cool products to the market in the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely. So for anyone who didn't catch your first Reimagine interview, how did Suku get started? What was the original use case?
So we come from the Lloyd Blockchain Lab. We've been in New York building and educating clients into what was blockchain since 2014. And back then it was, hey, this is blockchain. This is what can do for your business. And okay, I like it. Let's explore these different use cases. And you build some prototypes and then some solutions. I've been on that role for 4 years as a product lead. And then at the end of 2017, I met my last client. I was leaving the firm, and we were helping them design this part of the business, which is the traceability part, the supply chain, how you connect physical assets with every single input on the chain. And 7 of us left the lab to join Suku. So we've been working on that physical to digital for a while to create the traceability and allow brands to become more transparent. And at some point, like we've been working with tags and with NFCs and RFIDs through our partner Avery Dennison. And so that's where we started discovering the potential around connecting physical items with what we call now the metaverse, right? That the entire world lives in one reality, and then there's another part of the world that it lives in another, and at some point they connect with each other. And that's what we create, the connection between those two worlds. And with COVID, I think COVID magnified that a lot. And we've seen that through fashion and different verticals that really needed that virtual presence and the connection with the physical to enable different capabilities and different functions that really create a lot of value for the ecosystem.
Yeah, as we increasingly find ourselves living in a digital world, there's going to be new ways to interact with the brands that we like, the objects that are in the physical world. Can we digitize them in some way? And for anyone who might be listening on the podcast, Jonathan brought a prop. What is your prop?
No, the prop is a shoe. So this is an Infinite shoe. So Infinite is the part of the business that we call it the authenticity part. We call it Infinite because it has a different branding and a different audience. And so the idea was, if you take a look at the sneakers market, if you think about authentication, you have these secondary marketplaces that really their value is on taking one sneaker that you want to sell and then looking at it and say, okay, this is authentic. I can now sell it to you. And you as a buyer will go to the platform because you trust them and you think, I mean, they're providing something that you don't have, which is an authenticity verification. What happens is that many of those buyers really don't use sneakers. So they're really just spending time on shipping, on fees for verification. And the only thing that they do is just they leave them on the closet, on then they resell it, or they brag about them on social media, right? And what we said is, okay, we are creating a different way for authentication. So we created these cool stickers, which are tags that we've been designing this for a while, for 11 months, that go into the sneakers, and you create this digital title for the shoe. So you can always know who's the owner, and then you can transfer ownerships. Like, why, if you can own a title for a car that's worth $20,000, why can't you do that for assets that might be worth the same? So we created this new concept of digital titles with a tag that it's tamper-proof. So if you remove it and you try to put it on another shoe, it's going to break the circuit. And then creating that title, and we released that last year through an app. And the app, when you see the closet of the items that you have in your real closet, those are represented as NFTs. And so that's where like clients and users started telling us, like, yeah, I want to have my physical shoes on my virtual closet as NFTs, but I also want to own purely digital sneakers, because if I'm not using the sneakers and I'm just reselling them, like you can just create a digital sneaker that is the same value, and I don't need to deal with authentication, with shipping, with fees whatsoever. And that's where we decided to expand the sneaker vertical in form of physical assets into purely digital ones. So now we are launching this cool marketplace that will sell digital sneakers, and also sneakers, physical sneakers that are sold as NFTs. So you can trade the NFTs and then redeem them for physical. And really that applies to different verticals: handbags, fine art, everything that really has a connection between the physical world that needs to be authenticated and something that needs liquidity from an NFT perspective. So really excited about that. There are a lot of different collaborations and different opportunities that are coming out of that product.
Absolutely. So you mentioned like having a title for a car. Before we dive into, the blockchain component and how you're issuing these NFTs, just want to give our viewers some more background into the market for authenticated luxury goods or specific brands. Or ask one question: what is the most expensive sneaker you've seen be sold?
I think there's the Michael Jordan, the MJ1, the first one. I think that I think it was the last one he used on his last game. I think it was like $600K. That's probably the most expensive one. But then we've seen like collaborations between Christian Dior and Nike. Those were, I think those were like $25,000. That probably they're now like 15. And yeah, there's a lot of luxury items that really need that authentication party, that middleman, to prove that something is authentic. And a lot of different brands capitalize on that need of trust. So you have the Real, a public company that really have been like managing these consignment processes where you will give them your luxury items and they will sell it for you, and really matches the need from the buyers, because they need a platform where they can actually buy authentic products. We've seen now eBay bringing different authentication teams. They started with sneakers, now they're doing it with handbags, they're doing it with watches. And you have the sneaker space, really exploded a couple of years ago with StockX, Stadium Goods, GOAT. It's amazing the secondary market that these guys were able to create. And we are a technology provider trying to enhance those authentication processes and creating this digital title for those brands.
Yeah, so obviously if you're going to be spending upwards of $25,000 on a pair of authentic shoes, you want to guarantee that they are authentic. And so am I correct in saying that eBay has marketplaces where you would send your goods to them, they authenticate them, and then users can buy it from that marketplace.
Exactly. The problem is that with eBay and other marketplaces, they will give you the sneaker with this ugly, rounded tag. And the first thing that, if you're buying $1,000 sneaker, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to break the tag, right? Unless you have an off-white, which is cool, keeping the tags on. But in the majority of the cases, and we got the number, only 3% of the sneakers heads will keep the tags on. And so what happens if you want to then resell it again? So you need to ship it again to eBay, then authenticate it again, or you want to sell it to someone else, like outside of another marketplace. So imagine you are looking for a shoe that I just bought from eBay, and then I sold it to someone, and eBay doesn't have any supply, right? So how do you reach out to the person that I sold it, right? And that's what we created, a way to always being able to reach out to whoever was authenticated, to whoever really owns it, because the tag that goes into the shoe will have that information, and every time that you transfer the ownership, you know who has it. And so we call it infinite because it creates an infinite marketplace where you can reach out to every single product that everyone owns. And at some point, you can actually access any product that you want if you provide the right price. So you might get a notification from someone that wants to buy your sneakers that have been in the closet for 2 years, and you didn't know those were not for sale. So it's like consignment on steroids, because everything that you buy are automatically for sale without you even knowing. And they just receive a notification saying, hey, there's someone that wants to buy your sneaker. Are you interested? So you create those dynamics just because you have this title of ownership that's immutable and that hopefully lives forever.
Yeah, and I think people are always thinking nowadays about how they can kind of passive income or increase their wealth or make their money work for them. So if you have a bunch of valuable sneakers sitting in your closet, what a value add is that to not have to think about selling it, but know that if there is a market for it, if someone does want that particular sneaker, they'll be able to reach out to you. So there's two different technologies we're talking about now here. The RFID kind of chip that's in the shoe. And this is something that us at the Mouse Belt team are always interested in talking about and thinking about. We had a startup in the past that did RFID tracking for sporting events. So time tracking for events, moved into the document tracking events. Everybody now kind of is more familiar because at festivals you get your wristband and you can scan in, and now they're starting to load credit cards onto them. So we've been really excited to see how is IoT, Internet of Things, RFID kind of going to be integrated with blockchain. So tell the viewers more about why you decided to go with RFID, how you developed these stickers, and the tamper-proof nature of them.
Yeah, so great question. I think when we started looking at the market, we've seen everything that we were connecting on the physical world needed to have a match on the digital side. And so if I want to sell you, let's say you want to sell Tom Brady's first helmet, like the first helmet that he used on a game, and you want to sell that as an NFT because our tags, our NFC tags really create that link between the physical item and the NFT side. And so how do you really point out and say, that's the item that I'm buying, right? Because someone will say, hey, eBay will come in and say, okay, that's the item that you're buying, perfect. Now, how we can keep track of that? If you're going to sell it, when I receive it, right? I bought it as an NFT and then I click on redeem it and I receive it. How do I verify that that's the helmet, right? And so if you are trying to bridge the gap between the digital world, whatever you do in the digital world to mimic the physical world, you needed an asset that it's immutable, that really creates that link. And the tags that we designed are impossible to clone, right? If you remove them, they're gonna break. And so that was the way that we found to actually create and say, yes, that's the asset that I bought I'm certain that that's the one that they sold me, and that's the one that links to the NFT that we have. Without this kind of device, it's impossible to bring, not impossible, it's very difficult to bring physical assets to sell them as NFTs into the virtual world, right?
Do you see this being a solution for a lot of other kinds of items?
Yeah.
We're doing this conference kind of around the NFT boom, calling it state of the art chain. I think a lot of news and hype has been driven around these digital art pieces that are selling for a ton of money. They have no link to the physical world. Do you see the future of NFTs being, some kind of RFID sticker on an actual like frame on a piece of art or things like that? What's your vision of
yeah, we're doing that
outside of sneakers, right?
Yeah, we're doing that with fine art. There was a case, I think there was a Warhol painting, no, a Warhol photo that was sold a couple weeks ago, and they were selling you this NFT of the photo. And then I don't think they were shipping the photo. But if they were shipping the photo at one point, how do you know that's the photo, right? Or how do you really create this link between the photo that the owner has and the NFT that you sold? And that's the explanation. I mean, the reason why we create it is that you can actually create that link. And now we're putting stickers into fine art, and then those are NFTs already. Those are embedded into the tag, into the metadata. They're signed, and so when you sell the NFT, you know you're buying the physical, and you know who's transferring the ownership of the physical. So there are a lot of cool plays there. Like you can sell the digital NFT only, and you have two owners, one for the physical painting, one for the digital painting. Or you can sell the NFT that represents the physical painting, right? So I sell it to you, Ashley. I have this $100 million Picasso, and I sell it to you. I have a sticker on it. And then I sell it to you, and you buy the NFT. But then you say, you know what? I don't want to redeem it. I don't want to have it at my place. So I want to sell it. And then you sell it to someone, and then someone to someone else. And at some point, say, hey, yeah, I want to have it in my room. And then they will redeem it. And they will always know that the NFT they have matches the tag that was on the physical painting when they check and when they go through the scanning with the app. So I think that's pretty cool, and that's how we are going through different galleries and companies that want to bring these assets into the NFT space.
And now that you're kind of dipping your toes into the fine art world, something that I've always kind of kept an eye on and been interested in is like multi-fractured ownership of like an entire collection or one piece of art. Or is there some way that I can prove ownership, or even timeshare, like a gallery could own, this collection for the 6 months that they're going to be showing them? Have you talked to many artists or gallerists or, art directors about what they think the future of NFTs, RFID, and blockchain is for fine art?
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting because they are now realizing that they have a play. They don't know which one is it yet. I think we came up with a good solution with which is this concept of additions. I don't know if you know, like if you have, I don't know, you had a Warhol, and then you want to sell this picture that's signed by Warhol. Like Warhol is still alive and he can sign the picture, right? So he's selling you this edition, and then it goes for 50K, whatever. Now we are creating that concept for physical art, for masters that obviously they're not alive, but the collectors or the owners of the painting can serve as the signature. So you have the physical painting, and you offer these digital NFTs that become the additions. And the owner of the $100 million Picasso can sign these NFTs and say, yes, this is a real Picasso, this is a real Picasso. And then every NFT will link to the physical one. And you can create cool stuff around that physical painting. You can have artists creating these derivatives and and creating these digital NFTs for the physical one. So there's a cool play there in the concept of additions that I think we found some product market fit there. On the ownership and how you actually can sell one piece into multiple pieces, we really didn't get into that yet. I think it's an interesting concept. We first wanted to address this need of actually owning something digital, and then looking at the different opportunities that you have to fractionalize it and provide access for a lot of people, right?
Yeah, I think that's so interesting when you talk about, as soon as you digitize an asset, there's a lot more you can do with it, right? You could, add extra stuff to this, even like a smart contract that is connected to this, if the piece is on the blockchain. For example, with digitized assets and game developers, a lot of the conversation around NFTs is how to kind of program these digital assets to follow certain rules every time it's sold. So artists can, continue to make percentages every time their piece is sold. Maybe they even want to donate to a charity every time you spend $10,000 on this contemporary artist's work. Every time it gets sold, a little bit goes back to the artist, a little bit goes to charity, things like that. So I think it's really exciting.
And also from the digital to the physical world, right? We are looking at, again, coming back to the fashion world, you have an opportunity to create digital NFTs. Like, let's say we're working with a couple of brands, and what we are proposing is, why don't you create these NFTs that represent designs for maybe dresses or different items, and then you issue those as NFTs. People will be able to buy this, and then at some point you'll get instant real-time data of if designs are something that people like, and then maybe that will give them access to actually buy the physical ones when they release them. So there's a lot of different dynamics that I think it's great when you try to combine this virtual to physical.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more aspect about all of this that I would like to touch on is, Suku is considering themselves the future of supply chains, right? And I think for a lot of people, they're becoming more used to this idea of traceability and tracking things. Again, for anyone just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021, our virtual blockchain conference series. And on our YouTube channel, go check it out, subscribe. We've interviewed people like AB InBev, the largest beverage distributor in the world, Budweiser, all the beers, soft drinks. And they have a seed to sip traceability program, and they're kind of investigating how to put that on the blockchain. Do consumers want to know this information? And you go to Starbucks and you see that this is supposedly fair trade. Maybe I can scan a QR code and find out where those beans came from. I think people are thinking more about being able to really track where their goods are coming from. I would just love to hear more about the consumer demand for that in the luxury goods space, what you're seeing, and how Suku is able to use that part of blockchain for the both, right? We're talking about authentication, but also like tracking and tracing.
Yeah. So those are, as you say, are well connected, and that's why we have these two parts of the business, which is like Omni is the traceability part, and Infinite is the authenticity part. At some point, those come together because brands want to be able to address both issues, like how do I prove that this is an authentic item, but also how do I prove that my item is sustainable, and how that's important for conscious customers. So really, it comes down to, sometimes we go with those solutions together. Sometimes it depends on which group you're talking to, but it's really the basis of everything. From a carbon footprint perspective, from proving claims, we proved that our technology helps brands better connect with this new group of conscious customers, And it's not just a beautiful story of transparency, it's a story of real numbers. Like we prove that by using our technology, they can actually increase their market and expand sales, because now they can talk to a new customers that they weren't able to talk to. And mainly these are consumers that really don't trust what the brands are saying. There's a huge lack of verification. So you will have a brand that will start with that and say, hey, I'm interested in the track and trace because I want to create this story for my products. And then when you go through the authenticity, it's also about a story. It's a story about the ownership history. Like through our technology, we were able to create the collectibles out of things that weren't collectibles. If you have a shoe, and this is something that we're doing, like if you have a shoe that was used by an NBA player on court, and then you can prove that they were the owners, you immediately create a collectible. What people are buying, it's not just the fact that now it becomes a collectible because he used it, they're buying the story, right? And the story is what connects you to the brand, connects you to the creator. And that's the same thing that digital artists are selling today. What captures the attention is being able to be part of that story. So it's whether it is from a sustainability standpoint, where you are helping someone in the supply chain, where you get to know them, where you're part of the community that's building that, or whether it is like being creative and trying to create a story on how they came up with the ideas and how they create communities around the product. So really both things are interconnected, and some brands are usually trying to address both, but sometimes really going step by step on what are the priorities, right?
Yeah, I think you're so right about, as we become increasingly living in this digital world, we have more ways to attach value to digital objects. This new class of consumers, that you have to do more than just like sell an item, right? You're selling a story, you want someone to feel a part of something, and they are looking for like an experience to kind of have this like experiential engagement with the brands or their purchase, and tie some emotion to that. Any good examples of a industry or object that has really done well trying to build that story around the traceability from, like from seed to sip for a beer company or something like that?
Yeah, there's a lot. We are doing. We have many clients that go from the food industry to fashion. We are tracking swim shorts in different locations. They start in Pakistan and they go to France. We have a lot of different opportunity. We're doing another opportunity with pajamas, and they have like multiple factories, and the idea is always to create a story from the artisan, and these artisans are in Congo, right? And the goal for us was to help them somehow. With every single time that they provide us data, we will give them an incentive, and really you create that sustainability story. We have a lot of those use cases, and we're proud of that because you can see the impact. That what motivates you is being able to, first of all, help the brand and the customer to sell more and to communicate that story to someone, but also being able to see the impact in the smallest in the chain. Those are the ones that receive the least value. We've seen it over and over with fast fashion and difficult situations with suppliers, and really it's all about upping their game, right? We are doing all this to, at some point, the brands will say, we need to up our game. It's like, we need to report all this. We need to be more sustainable. We need to be organic, but for the reason that at one point it's going to be on pilot mode, where you can actually you are doing this because you think it's the right thing. And yeah, there's a lot of cases in the market, but the ones that are most interesting is when you can actually see the end, we can see the first person that was able to do, because that's the one that you're impacting the most.
Absolutely. What would you consider the food item analogous to like sneakers? I think people are pretty familiar with sneakerheads and how expensive some of them can get and how collectible they are. is there a food item that people are that kind of passionate about authenticating and knowing they have the right thing and maybe even selling it?
That's a good question. From an authentication perspective, food item, I guess it's like the high value priced items like caviar and salmon and fish across the board.
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, yes, like there's a significant issue from an authentication perspective. But I think the component that those don't have usually is the reselling aspect. It's not like I'm gonna buy a salmon. I wanna check one time if the salmon is authentic or not, but I'm probably not gonna resell it to someone, and I'm not gonna keep it forever and then resell it over and over. So I think the reselling component is key, because you are doing authentication every single time. With the food products, you just do it once. So the problem, I think it's easier to resolve in some instances. So I think that iteration is what makes it difficult. But yeah, I would say fish.
I thought caviar might be one of those,
caviar,
there's all sorts of imitations and
we didn't do that one. That's an interesting one.
NFTs for food. Thanks for that answer. So then I think the last kind of part to talk about, which make it a little technical. So I think a lot of people are tuning in who don't know anything about blockchain, have heard about this crazy NFT thing. I've been in the blockchain space for almost 4 years now, and now I'm seeing like musicians that I've known for a decade who I never thought I would be able to talk about blockchain or crypto with, saying they're going to release their albums as NFTs. So how is Suku interacting with the blockchain? What protocol are you building on? And in layman's terms, can you kind of explain what's going on there and why you're using blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the transparency solution, you need to put all those pieces together, like all these participants adding data. So something in the middle that really links them all made sense. Something that nobody has control made sense, and we thought blockchain at that point did make sense to serve as a ledger that can govern all these parties and connect them all. From an authenticity perspective, also because you're creating these digital titles, and authenticity is everything. And so if you can actually check, let's say, this is an example that I always give. Let's say Warhol is still alive and Warhol doesn't have any canvas, and so he invites you and say, hey, Ashley, I'm gonna paint this for you, but I only have like PowerPoint and Paint and Photoshop. And then he paints these Campbell soups pieces, and then he gives you one of those to you. And so you are excited, like, again, there's no canvas, there's nothing, there's just a computer, and Warhol is the first time that he's creating something. And then you go to a dinner with friends, and then you have the Warhol painting in your phone, right? And then you have 4 other friends, and I say, hey, you know what? I have a Warhol painting with me. I say, well, which one? A Campbell soup, right? And then they all show their phones together. So you know the other 4 are not real. You were just with Warhol at his home, and he sent the painting as a gift to you. He transferred the ownership to you, and immediately in 1 second you can verify which one is fake or not. And I think that's the beauty of NFTs. That's the beauty of authentication, instant authentication, that can be proven and cannot be corrupted. And I think the ownership aspect of that is what's enabling all these different dynamics within the market. I think that's possible because of blockchain, because you can actually create an immutable record of ownership that you can track over and over, and you can verify if something is true without the need of trusting anyone. We've been using Ethereum since 2017. At that moment, like, there was pretty much nothing online that really worked in production. At one point last year, it was unusual for us. Like, we need to spend a lot in fees. It wasn't scalable, and yeah, we all love Ethereum. I mean, Ethereum is a big part of why we're here. But at some point we needed to work. Like, we needed these brands to work, and and we prioritize the short-term aspect of that problem that we face with a long-term solution. We decided to migrate many of our platforms to Hedera Hashgraph. That gave us lower fees, scalability, and a good governance model with enterprises. So as we were connecting and we're selling to enterprises, it was important for us that the network was governed by enterprises such as Google, IBM, and other big companies. So yeah, we migrated a lot of different platforms to Hedera now. NFTs are on Hedera as well. For someone, and I think that was part of the question that you asked, for someone that's starting today, my first recommendation would be, do not try to disrupt anything. Like, there's no disruption. Like that's just a dream that new entrepreneurs, I think, in my vision, have. I think the whole idea is to fix one problem, and a very small one, and try to iterate on that. And if you're getting into the space, there are a lot of cool stuff to go in. It's overwhelming, the type of opportunities and the FOMO you will get by not doing one or the other. But I think it's important to start very, very small, solving one piece, and then iterating on that. So the disruption will come at some point. But that will be
everyone wants to be the next Uber. I'm gonna disrupt supply chain. It's like there's so many people working on that problem. Like, you need to get really specific. All these entrepreneurs who accidentally invent the post office or public transit because they're trying to solve something that's not actually a problem, or in a way that doesn't actually make sense for consumers. I think we see that sometimes in blockchain. People are just so excited about their technology, just want to throw blockchain at everything because it's so interesting and new, without really thinking about what's the value add to an actual customer, and does it need to have blockchain? And if it does the customer, how much does the customer actually need to even see that part of it? I think the most important thing is that they see that they're having a problem solved, or getting some sort of value from whatever technology you're using. So for traceability, authentication, blockchain is kind of an obvious value add when you talk about being decentralized. So, for example, eBay, if they have this authentication store, you're sending your stuff to them, they have some database, that database can be hacked. eBay could decide one day, we're going to sell a few fake ones, to make some money. And that's, kind of this blockchain revolution is not having everything centralized where there's a single point of failure, right? You have all of these different computers verifying these transactions and reaching a consensus to prove that this item was actually sold to this person. And then with the immutability of the record, you can see every step along the way, who's owned what. And so that kind of brings me back to this marketplace that you're building, where because all of the transactions are on the blockchain, they're associated with the person who owns the sneaker, for example, and anybody can maybe ping that person. Perhaps maybe they opt in to be contacted, but I'd like to hear how it currently works and how you envision it working. That because there's this immutable, transparent record, everything's basically kind of for sale, and you can get contacted if the price is right, or if you opt in. How is that working now, and how do you see it working in the future?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's you could be as anonymous as you want to be. You can just have your wallet ID, and then people might reach out to you. You can turn off notifications, or you can be up for receiving whatever offer that you want. I think the problem that we see with different marketplaces around the NFT space is that it's difficult to navigate them, and it's difficult to get stuff that you like. And so we're trying to elevate that experience with products that we think people want, that are more exclusive or limited, that you don't need to navigate all this. So it's pretty easy to become a seller or to become a buyer, and finding things that you want to buy, and finding buyers that want to buy the things that you have. And so it has different flavors, but really they can reach out to you either through your app, or through the site as an email. So it has different variations on how that can happen.
Oh, great. Yeah, I definitely felt overwhelmed, kind of trying to peruse some of these different, especially if it's just purely digital art and it's just so much easier to create and duplicate and distribute digital art, kind of trying to navigate these sites and think like, do I want to buy something just to have? It's kind of fun. I minted an NFT the other day on the Tezos blockchain, just kind of trying to experiment. But I think for people just getting into this might feel overwhelmed. What do you think the future of like digital art looks like? Is there do you think that there's platforms that will kind of rise above and end up being like curators? I think personally, like I would be more likely to buy an NFT if it was associated with a brand that I already had some sort of relationship with, or maybe even a celebrity or a artist or musician or writer that I'm already kind of following. What do you see? What's your vision for the future of NFTs?
Yeah, I think there are two different weird, challenging experience that you face today on those marketplaces that we're trying to address. One is as an artist, you say, hey, I have this idea and I want to do this, but I don't know where to start, right? I don't know how these graphic solutions work, or I don't know how to go from what I painted on that wall to what I want to do in the digital world. And so they get lost, and then they launch NFTs and those don't get sold, but basically they didn't receive any help. And the other aspect is finding a way on really creating the stories, right? For you to curate the assets. I think marketplace could be doing a better job in communicating the story of these people and these artists. Like, it's not like you're just buying what you're seeing, right? I think what you're buying, again, I think is a story. So if you had a different way to first curate those, to find some cool things instead of like just people going on themselves and trying to see if something is authentic or not. So that's another thing that you will encounter in different marketplaces. You don't know if you're buying something from the original creator or not. But really is creating that story and being able to communicate that story, because you're buying that as well. And so I think those are things that small changes that marketplaces can apply. Will be applying those in order to create those stories that we think are so important into NFTs. And really we are addressing the collectibles space. This is just the surface. And some people might say that this is a huge bubble from a collectible standpoint. And it might be accurate in many different cases, but what's not a bubble is what NFTs are going to create from a utility perspective, right? Either from a gaming perspective or from creating value to the physical world. There are a lot of different instances where NFTs are the solution, and not just a collectible standpoint where, those might go down in value as the demand dries up. But really, I think they are here to stay, and the winners are going to be the ones that really find those utilities in different use cases and verticals.
Yeah, and who are good at telling the stories and creating experiences for people. Well, just to wrap up for anyone tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021, our virtual blockchain conference series. We are talking about the state of the Artchain, all of the fun, the crazy use cases for blockchain that you may have heard celebrities talk about recently, or your favorite rapper, music, gaming, art. So just a fun question for Jonathan. This is Jonathan Lapchik from Suku. They are a marketplace they're connecting the digital world to the physical world, RFID tags, being able to track and trace your authentic luxury goods. Jonathan, who is one of your favorite artists, living or dead? Graphic artist, painter, sculptor, anything.
Biggest artist. I like Basquiat a lot. I really like Basquiat. Besides the paintings I was able to learn from a friend, I love the story about it. Like, I love learning about, like, every painting has a different context in his life, and you can see the connection between what he was facing at the time with how he communicated that on a painting. And that's all. Like that's really what you're buying. Like you're buying the art, but you're buying the artist and that connection that you have with him through what he was feeling at times. Yeah, I really like Basquiat.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing with us. And thank you for joining us for Reimagine 2021 State of the Artchain.
Thank you so much for having me. Cheers.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends, in a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication, in a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Bonjour, mes amis. I am Jean-Paul Pierre, and I have another crypto vocabulary lesson for you, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. NFT. In simple terms, a non-fungible token, aka NFT, is an exclusive digital asset. Accordingly, no non-fungible token is the same. Non-fungible tokens contain identifying information recorded in their smart contracts. It's this information that makes each NFT different, and as such, they cannot be directly replaced by another token. They cannot be swapped for like, as no two are alike. An NFT is like the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci, It is unique, and that is what makes it valuable. There is no other painting like that in the entire world. Well, similarly, each NFT stores some form of metadata that makes it a unique entry on the blockchain. That said, even the NFTs on similar blockchains are not interchangeable. They're one of a kind, A masterpiece.
everyone, and welcome back to another edition of our Reimagine 2021 virtual conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you version 8.0 State of the Artchain, bringing you all the updates, news, gossip around this big NFT boom, how blockchain is being used to work with the art industry, music industry, gaming industry, and all of the new people who are coming to the space because of these exciting developments. Welcome, and we're going to guide you through it. So today I'm here with Masha Vazemskaya. She's the head of PR and communications at Rarible. And Rarible is a marketplace where anyone can create and sell digital collectibles secured on the blockchain. Welcome, Masha. How are you doing today?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, it's been pretty busy couple of months for Rarible. Well, a year, I would say. So just powering through it.
Well, yes, thank you so much for being here. So for anyone who's just tuning in, head on over to our YouTube channel, Reimagine 2020, smash that subscribe button. We have other interviews with people on the Rarible team. The co-founder, Alex Salinkov, has come on before. So definitely go check that out after this interview. But for anyone who hasn't seen those interviews, Masha, can you give us an introduction to what Rarible is and what you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do so. So Rarible is an NFT marketplace, and it's an open and a decentralized marketplace. So it is closer to a social network experience opposed to like some other marketplaces that have taken more the alley of being like curated art galleries. So we're a social experience in several contexts. So first of all, we have a lot of social features like followings and likes and personalized activity feeds and personalized email notifications, which is like basically the tools that we provide to create communities within Rarible. Then we are also a community-owned and governed marketplace. We're moving towards being a full DAO, a full decentralized autonomous organization. So this is also like a big, social community experiment for us. Essentially, one of the first, actually the first company building a DAO for non-tech audience. And we are also moving beyond marketplace as it is right now, getting ready to launch our NFT protocol, open source infrastructure for community to build on top of. But I'm happy to maybe to dive a bit deeper into that. Further.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for this event, a lot of people are jumping into the blockchain space for the first time because they've seen that there might be some value in being able to, tokenize physical assets, create digital art, track its ownership. And so we're seeing, celebrities and then their fans coming into the space. So for anyone kind of new to blockchain, who I think a lot of our viewers will be, who are tuning into especially this NFT themed event, what does it mean to have a more social platform? What does it mean to have a DAO or decentralized autonomous organization where the community kind of owns and makes decisions for the platform? What value is that going to bring to customers?
Mm-hmm. Well, starting from the social component. So on Rarible, I think the majority of news and the majority of hype with NFTs has been around art, around digital art. But in fact, there are a lot of applications for NFTs that are underexplored yet. And on Rarible, we have a lot of different types of assets, such as music, NFTs, video NFTs, some in-game assets, photography. So for instance, a couple of weeks ago, a previously unpublished photo of Andy Warhol was auctioned off for $100,000, which was a very interesting case and very exciting to witness the bidding around that. So all these different types of assets, different types of content, and at Rarible, we understand that we are open in a sense that we don't want to concentrate only on digital art because there are so many applications for NFTs, and NFTs themselves, our team thinks about it as generally what it represents. It's digital ownership in the next generation of internet. So it's something that you can own in a digital form, any type of asset. And we really want to see communities being created around different types of creators. So we want to see, dedicated communities around photography as, an additional channel for distribution of this type of content, and for music, and for videos, and well, for digital art as well. So being social for us means that essentially you can create your own profile, and you can build your own following base and community, and think of different ways how to monetize your own content, different creative applications around that. So this is probably like the social component that I mentioned. And in terms of the community governance, so Rarible builds this like innovative structure, incentivizing people to take part in the decisions, like what features to prioritize on the platform. Maybe also allocating budgets to support community initiatives, which is also something that Rarible is doing. And just rewarding people who are contributing to building this ecosystem. And to this regard, Rarible also has a token, it's called Rari, which is a governance token. So a tool that people can use to vote on some of the like platform updates or some decisions, budget allocations, but it is also distributed as a reward to creators and collectors every week. So if you make a sale or purchase on the platform, every week you receive Rari as, well, some people have referred to it as a cashback, which is certainly not the most accurate way to describe it, but it probably conveys the idea. So this is like one ecosystem united, where different creators of different industries, different approaches kind of come together to shape this ecosystem that empowers the creators and gives new ways to monetize content.
Yeah, that's so great. Like, I think it's a concept that especially people new to the blockchain space might have a little trouble understanding, but once you kind of explain, maybe by analogy, and you as a communications person, I'm very interested to hear like how Rarible is thinking about communicating these kinds of ideas to people. But once you kind of explain to them that, don't you think that you deserve, in virtue of being the reason why this platform is what it is, right? If no one was selling their art on there, no one would go there. It wouldn't exist. So for if you knew that, like, for every sale you made in some marketplace, you were getting the opportunity to actually decide how that marketplace should be built, vote for some of the changes that you'd like to see to make it an even better platform for you to sell your art on. I think it's something that can get people really excited once they sit down and think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's really a learning curve. So as I mentioned, Rarible is the first project building this type of an organization, this DAO for a non-tech audience. So it's also a learning curve for us. How to create this, in a very engaging way, in a simple way that people can understand, that is compelling to artists to take part in. But I think that so far we have been pretty efficient in communicating that, and I think Rarible is in a pretty unique space in terms of the growth that we've been getting. It was the majority of traffic and traction has been organic. So I feel like Rarible in communicating, building the communications around the platform being creator centric, and creative tools, creative technology tools that platform provides. Rarible is also one of the easiest platforms to use in terms of the user experience, in terms of connecting a wallet, setting up the account, creating an NFC. So it requires no coding skills, no technical knowledge. And I think probably like the major roadblock still for people to enter the space really relates to setting up a wallet and buying Ethereum, which is also something that we're taking steps to improve. So today, on the day of the recording, we have just added the first option for credit card payments. So now you can buy Ethereum on the platform directly from Rarible using your credit card, which is also one of the like one of the first steps, but also a big step to minimizing this entry barrier And also when people get this opportunity to just, buy this art, buy some digital collectibles type of content that really speaks to them, and being able to do that without, any like dive into blockchain as a technology, that certainly appeals to users and opens up the doors for further exploring that. Actually, when you buy an NFT on a decentralized marketplace, then you get this NFT in your wallet that you can further take to any other marketplace, or maybe if it's an in-game asset, you can take it into a game that maybe your character will wear, or maybe that's some just a music piece that you can also experience further on different platforms. And this is all the infrastructure, this ecosystem that is just being built. But I think once people start to tap into that and realize what the potential around that is, we see more and more artists and creators from non-tech space, just from traditional industries, getting really engaged.
Yeah, I think about the music thing, I never want to buy music on Apple Play because maybe I want to listen on my other laptop or in the car or on a different platform. Like, what if you could prove ownership of a song and play it on any platform, right? And that's kind of the vision of NFTs and blockchain and all of this decentralized technology. So you can now buy and sell and buy crypto on Rarible with a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. We're super excited about that. And this is only one of the first solutions that we'll be implementing. And a bit further on, you will also be able to buy an actual NFT directly with a credit card. So the team at Rarible is really working hard to minimize those barriers to entry. And I feel like now we're certainly navigating the hype cycle, but I think the industry is moving closer to becoming very easy to use. And I believe in a couple of years from now, this infrastructure will really become one of the ways to distribute content, and a lot of barriers, some other barriers such as gas prices, will also be minimized. And yeah, that will open up a lot of use cases, like I say, for music, for instance. And for music, except for being an alternative channel of distribution, peer-to-peer, from a creator to a fan, which is fantastic and huge for actually probably all the musicians that we've been talking to, but also some additional applications like using some NFTs as kind of a social token, so an identity that's being granted to maybe people who attend some concerts, or some fans that give them additional perks and additional benefits. Or maybe you can have further on, you will have NFTs that will grant musicians with maybe some potentially revenue streams. It's not something that is fully figured out in terms of the legal framework, but these are all of the things that are possible due to the nature of blockchain, due to the nature of smart contracts, and everything that you can just code into this NFT.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned before that part of this governance model and the Rari token allows people to vote for community initiatives. So I was just wondering, what kind of community initiatives are you supporting?
So right now we're in pretty early stages with the DAO development, and we will shortly be introducing staking for voting power, which will also change the way that is done now. But for the current initiatives, I welcome everybody to check out gov.rarible.com, where you can see all the current ongoing proposals that are being voted on. So essentially, there are some hirings made by the DAO. So DAO actually hiring people itself, and fantastic specialists to lead the governance, to advise on the projects. There are some projects, some teams who are building on top of the protocol. So some development efforts that community thinks that are going to enhance the infrastructure, the adoption, some marketing efforts, some education efforts. So community members are just coming up with proposals, and some are requesting funding, and some just requesting some support. Like otherwise. So these are all the types of proposals that are being run on the platform, and we're just witnessing this very engaged community being formed around it.
Yeah, well, it's great to hear that, you're trying to fund different initiatives to make the platform better and educational stuff. It's been really encouraging over the last few years of running our university program to see a lot of the protocols in the space offering grant programs, wanting to fund people creating educational content, not just developing, but also creating videos and blogs, and just really getting everyone involved in building this technology, especially students, and putting some funding behind it. So as some of our viewers may know, Mousebelt University is a university program supporting students from 100 universities in over 24 countries. And as the head of education, I talk to students all day, and I always like to ask my interviewers, what was your background? Like, how did you get into cryptocurrency or the crypto space, blockchain space? And do you have any advice for students who are thinking of making the same career decisions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do so. So my career path was, well, now that I think about it, it was logical, but pretty unexpected for me at the moment, because I'm not a technical person at all. And I have a background in journalism, education, journalism, and media management. And I worked for entertainment companies and entertainment, like for Gibson, for instance, for a big guitar brand, and entertainment relations and PR department. And I worked with some music labels, working with artists, mostly with music artists, actually. And like further moved on to help some of the technical startups. And one of those technical startups back in 2017 was a blockchain startup, in this like a craze that was going on around at that point. So, and I also asked myself, what is blockchain? And it took me some time to figure out, but I think once I really started to approach it, not from the standpoint of it's, being something like scary, geeky technology, but like actually some real life applications and what that can mean, for the financial industry and for media industry, then I got just super engaged, and worked with several startups, and also co-founded my own PR studio that works with DeFi and some of the NFT projects, that is currently run by my twin sister. And I started working with Rarible in May last year, which I think at that point, the total lifetime volume on the marketplace was about $12,000, which is now over 100 million. So that was quite a ride for the entire team. But yeah, I really always approach it from more the communication standpoint and how I can help talented tech teams to communicate what they're building, how to better communicate the value proposition. And I feel like this has become like my role and the value that I bring into to the project and to Rarible, being a part of the core team pretty early on.
Yeah, that's so great. This is what I tell students all the time. You don't have to be technical to work in the tech industry. I am a philosophy master's and taught philosophy courses at university. So I'm about as far in the humanities as you can get. But it's so important in the blockchain space to have people who can communicate, right? And I tell people all the time, we need marketing people, we need communications, we need psychologists even, to really build this tech and communicate the value propositions to the customers. We're not going to have mass adoption without it. So I think it makes a lot of sense that you came from, media, journalism, music, and are now working on communicating the value of NFTs to the average user, but also potential partners at Rarible, right? So I think it would be awesome to hear what are some of the exciting partnerships that you've gotten to work on? What are musicians and artists and maybe even clearing houses, right? Auctions, traditional art world. What are they thinking about NFTs? What are they looking for? And do you have any, exciting things coming down the pipeline?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah, probably first, like to address, your point on like that's really important to have people outside of the blockchain space, because it's pretty difficult for developers to communicate what they're building, and I think that was like why this like NFT space like boomed so much, exactly because NFTs finally like gave this application for people outside of blockchain space that people understand, applications for digital art, something visual, something kind of palpable. And this really brought the entire industry forward. So I certainly, recommend everybody to not be discouraged by, the first kind of vision of blockchain being something hard, because probably like in several years from now, is some would love to say that nobody would even know that it's on blockchain. So it will just be the technological stack for that. And in terms of partnerships, we have seen a lot of fantastic creators and brands coming to Wearable. For instance, like from musicians like Tyga, like Lindsay Lohan, brands like Taco Bell. Now we have next week a fantastic campaign being launched by Dole brand, who partnered up with
like the fruit company.
Yes, so they partnered up with David DeTuna, who's also known as a hungry artist, because he the famous banana on the Miami Art Basel.
Yes.
So, and there you approach it from a standpoint of doing NFTs made by the artist, and with proceeds going to charity to fight hunger. So this for me is like a fantastic example of how NFTs can be leveraged by a brand in a meaningful way. Also, understanding like what are people looking for, what users and the NFT collectors are looking for. So yeah, this has been great. And also, well, I mentioned the Andy Warhol photography, for instance, which was also great because it is a photographer who doesn't have any active presence in social media, and who has done this photo way back like 30 or 40 years ago, but still was also able to convey and to communicate this this artwork, this masterpiece to the outside world, and being really well met by the crypto community. So this was very interesting to witness. And I think Wearable right now has about like 2-3 months pipeline of brands that will be launching brands and fantastic creators. And right now we're seeing more and more thoughtful approach to the space. Like, for instance, one of my favorite examples from the past week, past couple of weeks, is a Lithuanian street artist who launched on Wearable, and his name is Kiwi, and he draws like very like nice looking monsters, and like he made 3D versions of these monsters as NFTs, and each NFT has a geolocation. And it's also a programmable art. So once the original street art is being erased, from a wall, or the building gets destroyed or something like that, it triggers the contract. And the NFT itself, the monster, turns into a ghost. So
yeah.
This is a very fun example of bridging physical and digital art, for instance.
It's so funny that you bring that up. Are you based in Lithuania or?
No, it was just like one of the cases that we highlighted from our side, like spotted and highlighted, because it was a very fun and fantastic use case.
Yeah, I just did an interview with Chris v8.0. He's from Bordeaux Gaming and worked on that release. So for anyone just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2020. Head over to our YouTube channel, subscribe, check out that interview as well. And he was able to talk about working on that and all of the potentials that you have with something like that to actually own street art or get revenue from street art, and potentially having this geolocation where then you have augmented reality and you could see what the art should have looked like, because that's kind of a big problem with street art, is that it's often either defaced or completely removed, especially if it's illegal or something. So that was a really awesome use case. And he did say, yeah, that one of the biggest art collectors, private art collectors in Lithuania, purchased them on Rarible. And it was his first NFTs. I think he bought 2. And so now you have this like traditional art collector who is adding NFTs to their collection. And it's just also exciting and fun to see these kind of worlds combine of this traditional art world and even street art, right? Which is probably one of the oldest forms of art in the world. We've been writing on walls since humans have ever existed. And then having so much of this new exciting technology added onto it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy that you also talked to him, because I'm pretty sure that he gave a much deeper outlook on that. But that certainly was one of the highlights for the past couple of weeks from our side. And we're also seeing like Mark Cuban, for instance, as one of the like prominent figures that who minted NFTs on Rarible, and he also really loved the way that he approached it. Like just releasing one card, I think in 5 copies for as low as I think about $30, that got sold out instantly, and so we received a lot of interest on the secondary market. And then like he also did some collabs with existing NFT artists, and did like sold an NFT with unlockable content of, I think it was either a personalized video message or a call. So also, toying around with different applications for the unlockable content, which was one of the features on Rarible, and unlockable content that people can use for, maybe attaching some physical goods, like shipping, the actual physical artwork or something else, or maybe using it as an instrument for meet and greet for the existing like fan communities, so targeting more like fan bases of artists, or maybe something else, maybe links to some AR applications. So like it's really, Rarible is pretty agnostic in terms of the technology tools that we provide, in terms of different types of fixed sales, or like open auction or timed auction, and doing single edition, multiple editions, and then this unlockable content. So it's just like a canvas and this like infinitely creative space that I think like people are just experimenting with, and like slowly starting to realize where the potential lies.
Yeah, especially as our lives become more digital, and we're able to kind of create these layers of experiences on top of even physical goods. We had another interview with an NFT company, linking luxury goods and authenticating them and having an NFT that's associated with it. And because of the transparent, immutable, distributed technology, can have like a history of who had owned it before or where it came from, unlockable content, and really building stories around the art or the media that we consume or the things that we buy. And I think that's something that consumers are looking for. They don't want to just own something. They want to have a story or an experience around it. And it's cool to see how people are experimenting with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I really personally, approach like NFT and, working in a like basically like a tech company, an NFT marketplace, but it's also a media company. And I believe that, in the coming months and years, this will more and more become just like really like a new media industry, which is like we're really like at exciting times, because we're just like witnessing the very, very early stages of it being born. And talking about experimenting as well, Rarible, for instance, has its own building, its own gallery in Decentraland, which is a metaverse.
Oh,
So
yeah.
very cool BRK English inspired building shaped as R letter. And we did a couple of exhibitions there, for instance. So you can, go with your avatar, walk around the building, see the art and buy the art directly, which is also like probably, our Alex, I'm not sure if like if you said that on the interview, but like he likes to say that like the goal of the industry is to basically make the internet one giant metaverse, which will be interconnected, that you can freely move around your items, things you own digitally across different platforms, different experiences. And that's probably where we're headed.
Absolutely. So in terms of the current NFT boom, like, why do you think that it has been, is it just the price of Bitcoin? People are paying attention to cryptocurrencies more. We started back in like 2017 or earlier with CryptoKitties, and it didn't really seem to take off. Like NFTs have been around for a while. What do you think is driving this current hype, and what do you think the future holds, maybe the next year?
Yeah, I think like when it comes to the hype, I think like generally the situation in the world has certainly contributed to the interest. As you know, a lot of artists and musicians, like creators across different industries have, faced like the lack of, some physical presence, some like typical opportunities to monetize their works, and really exploring what can be done like in a digital form. And certainly NFTs has provided this type of content. Then I believe like the technology around NFTs has certainly matured since its birth, since the inception. And I think like, yeah, in this time of, everything moving to a digital world, for a creator, like typically for, digital artists, the opportunity to actually monetize creations are typically to either work by like on a commission basis. So to create something, requested by a brand or, by someone, or to sell some, maybe physical versions or prints or something, or like licensed, photos. And now like being able to sell the artwork and be like directly to a consumer who wants to collect it, who wants to own it because he likes it, or because like he or she believes that it's going to appreciate and value as a collectible element. This is like groundbreaking. This is huge for creators, and I feel like a lot of interest has been going around, like independent creators who really want independence in what they're doing. So I believe this to a large extent, and I feel like the first time that we really saw a boom in the NFT market was last July when Rarible launched Rari token. So essentially this like incentivization mechanism, what is called liquidity mining in DeFi. So like using the platform, using the protocol and being rewarded to do that. That's where we really saw a spike in interest. And, some of the first, bigger artists, like, Pac and Osinachi, or one of the like most well-known NFT creators right now, also like just discovered the platform and started to experiment with that. So I think it really was like this step-by-step adoption, and then the world just started to realize that, okay, that might be the next big media thing, the next big thing in the internet and Web 3.0.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You'd probably say like the pandemic, right? Causing a lot of artists to lose their traditional revenue streams, people going more and more digital, even us, right? Because of the pandemic, we started throwing this virtual conference. So people's lives have moved a lot more online, and NFTs are a way that you can still monetize in the digital world. And there's a lot of exciting developments, and congratulations for everything Rarible has been doing. It's so exciting. To just round out our conversation, we are talking about bridging this gap between the art world and blockchain, NFTs, blockchain and gaming. So I have to ask you, who is your favorite artist? Is there an NFT creator that you have been following that you think everyone should check out?
Yeah, I would say like probably Osinachi is one of my personal favorite NFT artists. Yeah, and I really like what Pac is doing. So probably these two. But yeah, I feel like there I'm discovering new talent. I'm discovering new artists and new musicians for myself every day. Yeah, so probably like being really overwhelmed with new content and new artists that I see every day, but it's also like a huge inspiration for me personally. Um, yeah, and yeah, I really hope to see like more artists discovering this and discovering like new creative technology applications for themselves.
Yeah, well, what a fun job that it's basically, your job to just be surrounded by art and music and artists and musicians and try to, bring them into this NFT space. So I hope that any students tuning in, kind of feel inspired that if they come from an arts or a communications background, that there's this new technology and that they should pursue a career in blockchain. Yeah, so for anyone just tuning in, you're watching Reimagine 2021 version 8.0 state of the Artchain, and we've been talking with Masha from Rarible. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I'm happy to share what we're working on at Rarible and the outlook on the space. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Moo! Hey there! Moo Race the Cow here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Fungibility. Oh wait, that's not right. That's like mushrooms. Oh, okay. Fungibility. In economics, fungibility is the property of a good or commodity whose individual units are essentially interchangeable, and each of its parts is indistinguishable from another part. If an item is fungible, it means that it can be substituted or exchanged for a similar item. For example, one Bitcoin can be exchanged for another with the exact same value and features. The only thing that is changed is a new record on the blockchain registering the transaction. The sample applies with currencies and precious metals. Even if you crumple up a $1 note, it is still worth $1. And if you fold it just right, you can make a mushroom out of George Washington's head. See, I knew it was fungibility.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy, And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are at the conference. We're broaching on mid-year 2021, and this space continues to excite, continues to build, continues to grow. There doesn't seem to be a stopper on the development of this wider crypto ecosystem and blockchain ecosystem that's being developed right here. As in keeping with the themes of so many of our guests that we've spoken to this conference, I'm now joined by a man who I think really stands, at the pinnacle of some of that latest avant-garde cutting edge tech that's really taking the ecosystem to the next level and trying to make it accessible in a different way to a lot of the other, sort of crypto projects we're talking to that are simply about, a speculative asset or a particular token asset. This is taking that to the next level and going beyond. So without further ado, I want to welcome Robbie Ferguson, co-founder and president of Immutable. Robbie, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks, Asher. Good to be here.
All right, so kicking things off, Robbie, for those uninitiated in the world of Immutable and what you guys do, give us your basic rundown, give us your elevator pitch to understand a little bit about what you guys are up to.
Yeah, so our mission statement is to make digital worlds real, but what we're really up to is we're making the first layer 2 scaling solution for NFTs on Ethereum. So we want to make it so that anyone who wants to use NFT technology can do so in a completely gas-free way, while having 100% the security of the leading public blockchain, Ethereum, and providing liquidity at every single layer in that stack. So that's what we've built with Immutable X. We actually launched that 3 weeks ago, and we've already seen more NFT trades occur in that layer 2 just for our limited, very alpha subset of God's Unchained cards than for any kind of layer 1 NFT trades in that time. So we've been very excited about that. And this year is all going to be about scaling that technology and enabling as many businesses as possible to use that in scaling their NFTs.
And a very powerful cause and a very powerful case. And I want to delve deep into that sort of, the gas world, the scaling solutions, and moving beyond the sort of high fees, low transaction speeds element. But before we do, I want to touch first on God's Unchained, as as a project, as an idea, as something that I think spearheaded much of what later became a wider NFT space. Saw that explosion in sort of mid to late 2020 and into 2021, where we've got these incredible valuations and hype and things that are growing. But Gods Unchained was there back in 2019. It may not seem that long ago, but in the NFT space,
2018 even, actually.
2018 even. Sorry, my apologies there.
That's
I was coming along seeing it in 2019. But so tell us a little bit about the sort of the genesis of Gods Unchained and how that sort of broached the NFT space and developed in there.
Yeah, so the plan from day one was always to build a scaling solution for NFTs. But we knew very early on that there was no exciting content for NFTs. There were, a couple of experiences, and we wanted to show the world what the power of this was. And we thought there were no more perfect fit than a video game for a few reasons. One, because $100 billion in-game items are bought every single year. I'm not talking about spent on box sets copies. I'm talking about spent on literally like the currencies inside these games. So gamers are already spending a tremendous amount of money, and they're getting precisely zero value for it. They're not getting anything they can resell. They're not getting any meaningful economic value. They have no guarantees over the future scarcity of these assets or governance of how that economy is run. And that's really important. I mean, it's so important that games like EVE Online have delegations of their top users every single year flying out to the company's headquarters, obviously not this year, and making sure that the changes that they're making to their economy are compliant with their idea of how it should be run. Like that's how serious this stuff is. So there definitely is a very strong existing demand analog in the real world. And so we saw, well, why don't we build the first use case that really shows the power of this? And I can't think of a better example than taking, say, the convenience of a digital massive game like Hearthstone and mixing it with the ability to trade your physical cards in something like Magic the Gathering. That's something what an NFT does. It allows you to, have the fundamental value proposition of ownership that crypto provides, but expanded to all unique digital assets, not just fungible assets. And so that's how I built Gods Unchained. And really the idea there was owning your trading cards is awesome. But also we can build a really, really compelling trading card game with back then what was the startup budget. Now, obviously it's, been one of Ethereum's most profitable games. I think we have more NFTs via Gods Unchained than the rest of Ethereum games put together. And that experience with scaling very early on around making literally 13 million NFTs helped us make the optimizations and choices that have led to Immutable X today. Now, of course, it's led by Chris Glay, who brought Magic the Gathering Arena to 200 million recurring revenue during his time there.
And it seems, I mean, obviously everything can be easily said in hindsight, but it seems almost obvious that that's the great testing ground for NFTs. There's the famous story, venture capitalist Tim Draper likes to say that he realized that there was going to be value in digital assets when his son came to him one day and said, I want to buy a sword online. And he says, what do you mean? You want to actually buy a sword to come online? He's like, no, a digital sword for some game his son was playing. And he went, the light bulb clicked and he went, hold on a second, this is big. And obviously you guys took that idea and you really took it to that next level. But you hinted at it a little bit, but could you maybe perhaps break down a little further for the audience why it is so critical and what a blockchain can really do to help provide that sort of internal economy in a game and provide that sort of idea in a space that many would see as, still, it's a little strange, the idea of actually owning a digital item.
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing is what makes an economy real? And I think the main thing is you need inputs and outputs that you can trust. And quite frankly, I think you need hard cap supply. So I think that, as the US dollar moved away from the gold standard, we saw it enter an era in which the types of changes they were making to the economy were ultimately unsustainable. And unfortunately, the game theory came such that they were basically, selling off debt to future generations, printing money. And right now we're facing a crisis where literally every foreign debtor of who's holding US dollars right now is having those US dollars devalued as the government prints out more money. And so I think the interesting thing there is that without a hard reserve currency or hard cap supply, it's very, very difficult to make good long-term decisions about how value is distributed in the economy. And I think the same thing happens to video games. Without scarce NFTs or some kind of, hard capped underlying blockchain fungible currency running the economy, it's actually pretty much impossible to make a successful long-term economy. And we've seen this time and time again, whether it's the fact that you can't even buy a RuneScape party hat with all of the like memory space available to store gold. Like I think it costs more than 2.147 billion gold, which is like the 2 to the 32 max integer of gold available in the game, or whatever that number is. And the fact is, without having a strong cryptographic base of hard cap supply to run supply and essentially generation of assets in these games, you can't have a true economy. So that's actually like kind of number one. And does that answer the full question, or Asha?
I mean, if you have more, you can keep going. But yeah, I mean, I've got other questions if you want to take it a different way.
What was the original goal? It was understanding how NFTs changed the game.
Yeah, well, why NFT is so critical in a sort of game space, in that idea of, truly owning something, which, seems digital, but how can we sort of turn that into a near physical ownership?
Yeah, right. So I think I went down the path of like how economies are fundamentally run according to underlying fungible currencies run by blockchain, which is very interesting too. But ultimately, that all an NFT is doing is saying, well, how much would you spend on a house if you could never resell that house? Probably not that much. Because it would just be this rented asset with utility value only, rather than having the option to sell it later. So becoming an asset class. And so that's what we're doing. We're turning this $100 billion rental market into an asset market. And I expect that when you turn something from a rental market into an asset market, it will at least 10x. And then typically on those assets, you have financial services and leverage, which will do another 10x. So we're looking at taking the market of, economic valuable available to gaming and digital assets into, at least $1 trillion over the next decade with NFTs. But also the nice thing is it's actually better for gamers and the game developers themselves. And that's because for the first time ever, you can have an aligned incentive. Right now, when Hearthstone tells you cards in a game, they're not doing you the justice of an aligned incentive sale. Like that's just essentially trying to milk with customer acquisition costs the nth degree of sense from every customer. If they know that they have to give the customer a ton of value, and like every card in the game, in order to milk 10 cents of marginal value, they will, because that has zero cost of goods sold for them. If they can milk $100,000 out of a whale, they absolutely will too. And there are gaming businesses which build their models based on that. But the problem is that value is, they're giving one form of value to this player, one form of value to this player. At the end of the day, they actually don't care what the future secondary value of those items is, what the equity of those digital assets is, which is the whole point of building a gaming economy. And not every game will run on this, but the ones who are trying to build economy have to have aligned incentives with the participants in the network. Because with NFTs, like every single person who owns a Gods Unchained card is an owner of Gods Unchained. If Gods Unchained goes well and grows, their assets become more rare, more valuable. And that's powerful because it means that our incentive is precisely aligned with their incentives, which is increasing the long-term like market capitalization and equity of those items. So that's what I think is really exciting, is the shift in incentive model. And it doesn't mean game developers can't make money. It's just a new way of making money that is more aligned with customers' needs and wants, because suddenly you have this new value chain of secondary market trades. You have this new value chain of provenance on assets where valuable people can accrue value to an item based on how it was used. If a particular card was used in the tournament to win the tournament, then the streamer who used it can get that marginal value, and that's distribution for the game. So I think that there's all these sorts of interesting things, fundamentally similar to the real world, when you play anything with physical asset ownership in the real world.
So then, and I know you're chomping at the bit to get to it, and as am I, but so let's now turn to this, idea and problem that you guys are trying to solve with Immutable X. And I want to talk about that through the lens, perhaps, of the problem itself, which is at the end of the day, as great as it is to have this aligned incentives and this, equitable ownership and an established functional economy, if you're unable to function within that economy without prohibitively high fees, without incredibly slow turnover, and the all-important scaling issues that we see in so much of the blockchain and crypto space, it's not going to work. So how have you guys attempted to solve this?
Yeah, spot on. So, and part of the reason that Gods Unchained trading has been hamstrung over the past couple of years is Gods Unchained items aren't $10,000 art pieces. They're supposed to be utility items where you're trading them around and they're useful in different decks, and you'd want to be able to buy the deck your opponent used immediately after they beat you. Like that's the kind of use cases that we see really generating high volume and high utility for players, rather than just being these speculative assets. And the problem is, to trade one of these items right now on Ethereum costs you $50, but you want to use Ethereum because That's the highest level of possible security. It's where everyone trades, and it's where all the successful projects are. Like, not using Ethereum is quite frankly very silly. Every single competitor who's tried to compete with Ethereum has failed for one reason or another. One of the main ones is it's hard to build a soul. And the main reason developers use Ethereum is because it has the soul of an open source ecosystem, which is fundamentally committed to decentralization at every layer of the stack. You know, that was kind of what was in its culture from its inception, rather than being, you know, buckets of VC cash and trying to buy people onto their chain. So that was kind of the first thing. But then the second thing is you're totally right with gas fees. And the way we decided to solve that was building on Ethereum rather than competing with it. And the only way you can actually use Ethereum's level security is via a layer 2 solution. And you know, things like sidechains, although they may say they're a layer 2 solution, are not a layer 2 solution because they're just a blockchain with a bridge to Ethereum. They have their own consensus mechanism. You're relying on them for their security. If someone goes to their headquarters with a wrench, like, your assets could be stolen. If the company shuts down, your assets could be stolen or compromised. Like, no one's putting a $69 million Beeple on a sidechain right now. And that's really important because the scaling protocol we're building has to be able to support Blizzard wanting to use Ethereum, or Epic Games wanting to use Ethereum, or Ubisoft wanting to use Ethereum, or Goldman Sachs wanting to use Ethereum for the trading desk for unique financial assets. And they're not going to go with the solution that has even the slightest 0.5% chance risk across a lifetime of either being dead in a decade or having the assets compromised. So that's why we decided to go with zero knowledge proofs via Starkware. And really, up until 18 months ago, that wasn't even, people thought it was like a crazy science experiment. But you know, we've launched 3 weeks ago with the first ever like layer 2 trading of NFT on Ethereum. So we're very, very excited about the traction so far, and it's essentially ready for the mainstream.
It appears ready for the mainstream, and already, you know, just looking over some of the headlines that have come out over the last few weeks, you know, you guys, there are already claims of, you know, millions of dollars being saved in gas fees, you know, the sort of, you know, transmissibility, you know, what is it you guys are claiming, like 9,000 transactions per second? I mean, those are some pretty staggering statistics.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, my favorite thing is that these trade values are $20. Those trades would never occur on Ethereum otherwise. We are unlocking an entire market of activity that is currently locked off by prohibitive gas fees. And the future of Ethereum is both high value, sexy art assets and stuff. And that's why we built it on a ZK rollup, because no one's going to use an insecure solution. So if we want those assets to scale, and they should be able to, they have to be able to use something which lives and breathes Ethereum security at its core. But also, we've got to make it so a game developer can mint 10 million NFTs in a day and, like, you know, pump out rewards their entire ecosystem. That's the future we're building toward. And if Ethereum's going to win, that's the level of scale that it needs.
So then, you know, bringing this back down to brass tacks, to the user experience, you know, to that user that's, you know, not necessarily interested in the plumbing that's going on behind the scenes, but the day-to-day lived experience. How far are we away from, you know, the child, you know, swapping his Pokemon cards on the playground or whatever it is that kids are trading these days in the physical form? How far are we from that in the digital and NFT space?
I think it's coming a lot faster than possible. And to their credit, people like NBA Top Shots have move forward the industry with good user experiences, despite the difficulties in withdrawals. Ultimately, our strategy is, we're the scaling solution. We allow you to use Ethereum safely. You can come to us with any commercial or user experience you like. Like, we'll provide a great default, which offers you be it on rails, be it off ramps. But ultimately, if someone says, hey, we want to do everything ourselves, like, that's not up to us to decide. And I think that's really important, is recognizing that the future of NFT trading is going to be custom to the businesses that want to use it. And we just have to provide the easiest, fastest solution for them to use the leading public blockchain, Ethereum, as their default network for trading and storing value.
So would you see yourselves as, I guess, more arbiters of a ultimately decentralized network that you're helping to provide access to, or do you see Immutable still playing that sort of pivotal, you know, key role in actively making things happen? Obviously, you know, the centralization decentralization debate, so pivotal. Whenever an organization, you know, makes a new technology, are they then trying to claim ownership of it or help put it out into a wider ecosystem?
The network effects of Ethereum are very strong, but there are many threats coming out of the woodworks from things like Binance Smart Chain and other centralized alternatives. And ultimately, with the level of decentralization theater that's going wrong, where people are saying solutions are layer twos or solutions are, accretive to Ethereum, when they're actually just completely a competitor, in my opinion. Anything that is not directly using Ethereum for its security, consuming Ethereum for its proofs, or adding on financial leverage that has to be secured by Ethereum, or economic bandwidth, that they call it, is fundamentally an Ethereum competitor. What we view ourselves as is we want to be the person making mass market availability to use NFTs and Ethereum in order to make sure that they are the winner. And look, that's not selfless. It's not as if we're like these magic open sourced fairies. We want to make sure the leading public blockchain is decentralized. What matters to me is that in the future, the choice that wins here, the network which builds network effects the fastest, is going to be the default set of digital physics that governs how secure users' digital assets are in the future. And this choice is going to stick around for many, many decades. And I want to make sure that that choice is not something that can be controlled by venture capitalists. It's not something that can be controlled by a single company. Like, this has got to be something which works for everyone. Otherwise, there's literally no point. Like, let's just go use another database.
It's interesting. I mean, the strength of your views towards Ethereum as the be-all and ultimate solution for this sort of space. I mean, projecting ahead, looking at the crypto space. Obviously, you're not going to know how network effects truly play out. There's so many variables involved. But I mean, do you ultimately see this as a funneling effect towards Ethereum as the one ultimate solution for the smart contract, NFT, and all those solutions? All right, leaving Bitcoin out of the equation, but all the solutions that so many other chains are attempting to solve.
It's not that I think Ethereum is even the best technology right now. It probably is. It's that the network of developers and the commitment to decentralization as the philosophy with which Ethereum is governed is unparalleled and is very, very difficult to beat. But in order for it to retain that power, in order for it to make sure that the future is, a truly decentralized one, because maybe, EOS does win and then they become fully decentralized and they have the same commitment to decentralization that all the ETH core devs do, and they have the same governance policies. I don't think so, but it's certainly possible. But I don't want to take a bet. I want to make sure that the leading solution wins. And that leading solution needs, a powerful business offering a frictionless use case for major businesses who want to come on board that. And that's immutable.
It's a compelling narrative, the way you talk about projecting this out into the longer term, and you mentioned before your Goldman Sachs, your JP Morgans, your whomever who's going to come on board and want a problem, to buy something or, utilize NFTs in a space that has not even that 0.005%, whatever percent chance of failure or breakdown, that's had that sort of fidelity proven over time, that's had that network effect proven over time, and that growth of network. How close do you think we are to that tipping point? With NFTs exploding as they are at the moment, many are calling this a hype cycle that's going to see a natural retraction. But how do you feel about that as someone so entangled within that space?
Two things. One, even though there was a massive bull run in the very start of 2018 and the end of 2017, which crashed, we still saw ETH devs in particular increase year on year throughout the bear market, which is important because it's a testament to the fact that over allocation of capital is actually an indication of the strength of the nascent technology. And so I think that's a good thing. But B, this isn't just some, big bubble in fungible tokens. This is a real adoption of use case. People are using NFTs. Major gaming companies are looking at their NFT entry plays. Major financial institutions are looking at, well, how do we make sure that we aren't screwed when the new digital revolution of how value is transferred, stored, and customers incentivized comes around? And we've seen entirely new innovations in business model tactics over the last year that have never before been possible. We saw SushiSwap take on overnight Uniswap with a forked version of their code via an incentive attack, an incentive coordinated vampire attack with tokens. And of course, Uniswap has successfully fended that off, though now SushiSwap is a credible competitor. So these sorts of things are tactics that companies can't be missing out on in terms of token incentivization. But more importantly, every single large company in the world right now is forming their strategy on how they enter into the NFT space much, much faster and much more credibly than they were planning 6 months ago.
Do you think that these particularly, and I'm talking legacy finance and the sort of legacy companies that might be looking to get into this space, these big business incentives, do you think they're really savvy enough, or they're going to get savvy enough quickly enough to truly understand the technological differences and the nuances. And maybe this is a case for Ethereum anyway, just because they have the largest network. But still, do you think that distinction and that subtlety is going to make its way across, or it's just a case of fidelity proven over time, network size, when it comes to who's going to come out the successes in, you know, sort of current crypto wars? I don't know if that's too strong a word, but, you know, that are being fought over what's credible and what's not.
Network effects matter. I won't lie to you. That's why we're fighting as hard as we are for Ethereum. But ultimately, these companies are conducting thorough RFPs. They are interrogating at the end of the day, what is the cost to attack the security of the assets on which I'm positioning my business? And if that cost is the cost to attack a sidechain, or if that cost is a new blockchain, or if that cost is the existential risk of, you know, a blockchain being taken over by a government, which, you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum have been classified as not being a security by the SEC. That's massive to have that kind of advantage for those chains versus other chains. These are risks that a large company will absolutely take into account. They're going to do a massive due diligence process. And quite frankly, this is the solution that a lot of those due diligence processes lead to. But if we don't get this right, and if the network effects aren't built soon, absolutely, like you can't overcome where are you going to trade NFTs for the best possible price. And so it's really important that, you know, we make these strides this year.
You mentioned earlier, you know, Binance Chain as a potential competitor, and one you sort of said as a centralized market masquerading as decentralized. You know, it's now their coin BNB, now the #3 coin in the world. You know, staggering growth it's seen over the last few months necessarily. I mean, is there any concerns there for you that could cause a problem in the industry, that represents a problem or a lack of awareness? Thoughts?
It's not a problem. Competition's good. Like the Binance team is really efficient and effective, and I'm glad that they're doing what they're doing. However, I'm here to bring transparency to the trade-offs that consumers get when they make different choices. And obviously, we need businesses which are as commercially savvy, as good as generating content and products and product market fit as what Binance has done for their chain on something that's truly decentralized. I mean, to make users aware of those trade-offs, like that's brand, that's competition, baby. Like let's go to market and let's do this.
Yeah, fair enough. Awareness is always a winner. But, you know, as we know, when it comes to business, and particularly when it comes to the crypto space, businesses are not operating in a vacuum. Businesses, as much as it may be decentralized, as much as it may cross borders, at the end of the day, if you particularly want legacy, you know, organizations involved, as the market gets larger and harder to ignore, regulators are coming in. You mentioned the SEC there earlier, but, you know, regulation in the NFT space. Start with broad strokes. Do you feel it's keeping up? Do you think it's fair? Do you think it's quashing innovation? Do you have any concerns?
I think regulators are well behind the NFT space. I don't even think they've barely started looking at it. So it's entirely up in the air. I will say that I think it's fundamentally quite different to fungible tokens, because what we're describing is a much safer regulatory space, which is you're encapsulating like a utility item. It's not a financial asset. You're literally representing ownership of something. So I think that I would have a much safer expectation of how this space will be regulated than potentially like the ICO period.
Okay, so you don't see this as a sort of recreation of that hype and boom, because at the end of the day, you think that
it all depends on how the NFTs are used. Like, you know, at the end of the day, it's just a token standard. I can issue an ERC20 for anything I like. Some of those things will be classified as the securities. Some of those things will be classified as not. Some of those will, you know, never even register as a blip on the SEC's roadmap. So I think it all depends on how are these token standards used. But in general, broadly, I think it goes towards use cases that are going to be, you know, viewed as much more compliant by regulatory bodies.
And projecting forward, you know, it's one of my favorite games to play, and I know it's speculative, but, you know, looking ahead at the NFT space and, you know, the work you guys are attempting to do in the wider space, you know, give it a time frame. I'm not going to set for you, because, you know, some industries it's easy to look, you know, 1 year ahead, some it's easy to look 5. But, you know, what do you see as an idealized space? How do you see this market coming to sort of full maturity in the next whatever period you determine?
I see it as people using NFTs without knowing the particular, you know, they don't have to use MetaMask in an account or all of that jazz, and it just being the way that assets are used and traded in the vast majority of like backends. So similar to, you know, how a lot of DeFi is actually powering fintechs nowadays, and like these massive fintechs are taking big bets on Bitcoin and their balance sheets. I see it as gaming studios, financial studios, art marketplaces starting to build NFTs into how you own and trade assets on the internet. And eventually, I'd like to see people owning assets as the default expectation, not as this crazy new futuristic value proposition. If you bought an item in a game in 30 years' time, I would want a kid to be like, well, that's strange, when I tell them the story of how that used to just be a line in a database that you couldn't own. Like, it should feel as natively ownable to people of the future as physical objects are to us, guaranteed by the laws of physics, which we're born into.
Do you see the potential going beyond, the potentially gaming, maybe even, sort of art space? What are the sort of other industries that you think NFTs stand to disrupt, and maybe ones that perhaps you guys are even looking at?
Yeah, I mean, any single unique asset in the world should be eaten by NFTs and will be eaten by NFTs. We're going to start with digital native spaces, and that's because you don't have to provide custodial relationships to assets in the real world. So it's much, much easier to encapsulate that value. Those are things like art, right? So the thing I love about art NFTs is that the value proposition is not reliant on anything other than the existence of that NFT. It's not saying this art won't be replicated or stored or copied. In fact, the replication of these images is probably going to accrue more value to the original. Instead, it is this brand new conceptualization of value, which is just like the original Mona Lisa. Even if you could create a perfect carbon copy replica, will be worth $1 billion, and this one's worth 30 grand, 50 grand, because you can prove this one is original and provenance. We can now have it in the digital world. So, I think it's amazing that people can issue a one-of-one digital image. Like, that is what ownership means in the future. But that's just one slim value hypothesis on how NFT is going to be used and traded valuably. There's also going to be utility NFTs in gaming. There's also going to be NFTs which encapsulate relationships to real financial value, and those relationships to the real world have to be maintained. Whatever the weakest link in that chain of custody is going to be the quality of ownership and financial value to that asset. By that, I mean, if you get an NFT of a house or of a physical art like a watch or a bottle of wine, what matters is, at the end of the day, if you trade that NFT, can you always recover the physical custody of the asset at the end of the day? Or can you always guarantee it? And this is the problem we've dealt with centuries, right? Like, if I could somehow buy the rights to gold in the ground, protect it, there'd be no need for me to mine it. Like, mining gold is just complete destruction of value, apart from the fact that it allows us to efficiently provide secure custody and allocate that value and like measure that value. But like, that gold is there in the ground and no one's using it. Like, it's just, we're just pulling it out of the ground and then putting it in boxes and then selling it to people. Why not sell it in the ground? And these are the kinds of questions that are going to have to be solved as we move to a fairly non-custodial future. Like, even StockX is a brilliant example of this, where a lot of these sneakers being traded are never taken into custody. Like, that is a perfect example for NFTs.
Do you see this sort of the awareness of this economic change and that sort of like understanding digital activity? I mean, you spoke about a child in 30 years finding it strange. Fine, that child, maybe, the digital native. But do you think everyone's going to require that sort of generational change? Are older generations, our parents' generations, grandparents, whatever they might be, are they going to understand this, or do we need to shift this to focusing on younger generations?
Yeah, in the same way that our parents don't have to understand this natively culturally, they just have to know that they're now getting 8% in a secure manner from this DeFi contract that they're yield farming on. Like, that percent yield is what they need to know. So at the end of the day, you've got to provide real financial value to people. You've got to have product market fit. That product market fit is going to be different for different people. What I'm saying is I want the expectation to be of digital ownership for NFTs.
Powerful expectation, and one will have to see as that market matures. But Robbie, I think it's an amazing vision what you guys are doing. Obviously, you're right at the start of this. I was looking through some of your literature. The steps you have this all laid out for as you get to a wider market and a wider market fit. It's super powerful. Interesting to see how this vision does play out. Any last words you have on either on Immutable X itself, on the industry, philosophy writ large?
No last words. No last words.
No last words. All right.
I'll stop there.
All right, fair enough. A man who knows when he said his piece and leave it sitting, and I respect that. So, you know, Robbie Ferguson, I want to thank you so much. Fascinating to see what Immutable's up to, what God's Unchained achieves, and so much beyond, as we highlighted here. So thanks again for coming on and speaking with us. For those watching, make sure you stay with us at Reimagine. So much more to come.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Hey, who's that? Mo Crypto. Yo, Mo Crypto, what up?
What's up, man?
What's up? Kryptonite, Jess, have you guys seen CoinMarketCap today? CoinMarketCap, all in the red, double digits.
What? That's bad, right? That means we're losing money.
No, it's good, man. That means everybody's losing money. You gotta buy that dip.
Everyone knows you buy the dip, 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 dip.
Legend gang, gang, gang. Come on, bro. We gon' buy that dip. Dipping. I buy the coin on that low. Ain't worried about no FOMO. CoinMarketCap out to crash on my lap when the bitch bounce back like a pogo. No fiat dough, I got Divi coin, I got Bitcoin, I got Ether. What y'all know about a pump and dump? John McAfee all on my tweeter. In the office with a 2-liter. By ATH, that must be a joke. Wife keep asking if we are broke. She don't know, I got a master no. Even my son told me buy the dip, ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. Even my son told me buy the dip, ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip.
Legend gang, buy the dips, get the gains. Y'all complain, but you dumb motherfuckers should do the same. Crypto, stacking up, private keys, I back them up. MacBook, fast as fuck, lock the door, the girl's acting up. I buy the dip when I'm sleeping, I buy the dip when I'm jogging, I buy the dip when I'm buying dip, I buy the dip in my coffin. That's Coin Bros on YouTube, buy the rumors, sell the news. For this crypto, I'm selling shoes on Craigslist, I got shit to move.
I buy the dip, dipping, I buy the dip, dipping, I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. Buy the dip, dipping. 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 BTFD, you gon' buy the dip. 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 What?
Cool. Hi, I'm Barney Mannerings. I'm founder of Vega Protocol and happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you all for joining and tuning into the Reimagine 2021 conference. We're excited. We have a super cool interview today. Without further ado, I'll go ahead and introduce him. So Barney Mannerings, founder of Vega. How you doing today? Welcome aboard.
Hi, Adam. How are you doing? Great to be here.
Awesome. So I know it's kind of quite early in your neck of the woods. We're on opposite ends here on time zones. So we'll try to keep this short and sweet and engaging. So first and foremost, this is your first time at Reimagine. So would like to kind of just get your background on what you were doing previously to blockchain, and then what landed you in blockchain.
Yeah, so I was a computer scientist at university and ended up working in traditional finance, building trading systems and risk systems, working with banks, exchanges, etc. I kind of noticed some of the unfairness and some of the stuff going on in the way that system was built, and was always interested in the tech stuff. So when Bitcoin came along, I got a little bit involved there, got a little bit involved in the Ethereum pre-sale, and ended up kind of falling down the rabbit hole when I met my co-founder Ramsey, and we started talking about trading and derivatives again, and thinking about how to create a proper decentralized exchange for derivatives.
So did Bitcoin make sense to you? And when did you first come across, I guess, Bitcoin?
came across it in about 2010, and yeah, I mean, it made a lot of sense. It was super cool. As soon as I came across the white paper, I sort of went back and kind of looked at back on the history of some of the other attempts to make sort of electronic money, and it made sense to me that people would want to do this, and it kind of seemed very cool that someone might have succeeded, and it wasn't clear they definitely would succeed at that point, but certainly made sense.
And coming from kind of traditional background, like when Bitcoin came about, was it like revolutionary for you? Like, this is going to be the future, and like, did you? And so how I see this is kind of understanding your background, right? Getting into crypto, and then we'll touch on kind of like the landscape of derivatives, and let's touch on Vega. So, like the tech, like, could you separate the two? Was Bitcoin kind of its own application, killer app? And then the technology kind of came around in terms of like, I can leverage this thing and this is the future?
Yeah, like it totally wasn't clear that decentralized applications and sort of blockchains for general purpose was going to be a thing. Like, Bitcoin was clearly becoming a thing, and you could understand this kind of decentralized money. But there are a lot of people saying that no other chains would ever happen, and very, very maximalist approach. But also, the tech, the Bitcoin chain doesn't really support much else, and certainly it wasn't possible to imagine the world that we have now on Ethereum and Polkadot and all the others. So
no, that kind of spun up kind of later, and obviously post Ethereum and all that. And so what's your thoughts, talking about like decentralization, and what's your thoughts there in with decentralization versus centralization in terms of like, we have these maximalists that, everything needs to be decentralized, and then, right now we're too centralized. Like, where's your spectrum?
It's a really good question. Like, I think you've got to understand why you're decentralizing something, and it is a good idea, I think, to decentralize sort of infrastructure people need to live, because it's a bit like communication. Like, it's really great that we have Signal, because we can now talk to each other even if our government become oppressive and decide they don't want us to, and that's very good. And I think it's probably the same to have the ability to transact and trade, to do that even if your government prints so much money that you get hyperinflation or whatever else. So, or they want to stop you from being able to do that to sort of oppress you. So I think there are kind of fundamental infrastructures that's good to decentralize, but then when you're building kind of businesses and applications, not everything necessarily needs to be decentralized on top of that layer. And it really probably depends on what you're doing and the use cases and whether decentralization solves a problem. And actually, looking at finance, it solves a problem because of the complexity of the regulations and because of the size of the institutions and the fact that they control so much of finance. There's decentralization also gives you this property that you actually have a chance of competing with really innovative new technology that you just couldn't have done. You can't build DeFi, and even though all the DeFi products could be built on centralized servers, but you can't do that in the centralized financial system. And so it enables innovation in this case. It's not really about censorship resistance. It's kind of a secondary property almost for a lot of what's going on in DeFi right now. It's actually an enabler for innovation. And so it really just comes down to what are you getting something for your decentralization? Because if you're not, it's expensive and it's difficult.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's a fine line. I think on the public side of kind of crypto blockchain, the innovation is kind of, that's what provides the innovation, right? There was this discussion last couple of years of private versus public, and it's kind of depending on where you lie, who you work for, what you're doing. Private, DLT, like technologies work, but the innovation aspect kind of lies on the public side of kind of that boom. Would you agree there?
Yeah, that's for sure. Like the private side there, it's quite often there isn't a use case. Actually, you're sometimes better off with a database. Sometimes it works on the private side if you're trying to coordinate, say supply chains across companies that don't mutually trust each other. There are some interesting use cases and maybe even in finance for private chains. But you're right, like they're not really innovative use case. They're kind of problem solvers for some of that stuff. And the innovation in tech that's coming around, similar to kind of what happened with the internet and information, is kind of like the second wave of the internet, is the sort of the internet of value, and that innovation is all coming on the public chains.
Yeah, no, and I think blockchain's a buzzword, and we're going on over 300 interviews, and we've chatted with different teams, projects, technologies, use cases, and cryptography, distributed systems, right? The internet protocols back in the day, like it's all kind of coming to fruition, and it makes sense that it's going to take a little bit of time to, I think mentally we're all like very futuristic, progressive, and kind of see it. Technology wise, we're trying to figure it out. So what do you still see are some of the challenges or barriers with like blockchain or crypto?
I think kind of integrating it into real world use cases. It's kind of sort of getting things in, getting money in and out of bank accounts and things like that is still not great with it. Just making it as easy to use as downloading an app on your phone and working with Stripe for payments or whatever. Like we're still not there in terms of that UX, and that means a lot of the use cases are still quite niche, and the sort of real world adoption is still only just sort of beginning to appear.
Yeah. And so, I've been talking to teams building that infrastructure, kind of like that one click, right? What we're used to, right? One login, not worrying about our seed phrases and private keys, which I had a great discussion earlier with like Vault12 and kind of how they manage this process for, to kind of get to the next 1 billion. So I kind of want to transition from this to what aspects of blockchain make sense for derivatives. That's such a complex, way of doing business in the financial world and the instrument. What made you look at blockchain and saying, you know what, this makes sense for derivatives? And why does it need to be decentralized?
Yeah, and there's probably kind of three things. The first simple one is kind of cost, and that's sort of related to the fact that the smaller players in the market, whether they're sort of consumers and retail trying to access derivatives products like spread betting or whatever, or whether it's small businesses trying to hedge risk, which is a major user of derivatives of small businesses, but they kind of access through these layers of banking and they kind of pay a huge amount of fees. So the first one is just simply cutting out some of that cost and going directly to the market and what can happen there. The next one is the innovation point, which is just the ability to spin up products and markets to fill a need without needing to go and convince the trading desk at Goldman Sachs or wherever that that's a good idea. And that, that will be a huge boost to innovation compared to what we're used to, and things will be able to move much faster. And then the third one is actually kind of risk. So, one of the things about derivatives is that they're margin traded instruments, and effectively that means that you have to put up money and hold risk. And, you either have to have a custodian or you have to trust people with contracts, and you have to go after them in the courts if that doesn't work. And so, if you're a not very trustworthy entity, then you might have quite difficulty trading those products and setting up accounts. You can, and indeed we do at Vega, you can kind of calculate that risk and make allowances for it on the blockchain, and it can be very, very transparent what the system sees that risk to be and how it's being accounted for, and it's extremely clear to everyone what's going on. And that allows people to trade who otherwise wouldn't trust each other to trade, and it allows them to do it directly and peer-to-peer and to cut those costs. So the ability to kind of manage the risk in that way is a big advantage.
And we kind of just touched on like consumers, smaller players. Is this technology, and we'll talk about Vega a little bit more, but we can maybe highlight it here. Like, is this technology ready for institutions as well, like big players?
Yeah, and I think these things the institutions will come when they think they can make money. And there's a good sort of related anecdote, I don't know if you're aware of sort of peer-to-peer lending, where there's these sort of platforms where theoretically you're lending to your friends.
Yeah.
But that's how it started out. Everyone's kind of lending to people like them based on their Facebook network and whatever else. But the big investment banks, the Morgan Stanley's, Goldman Sachs of the world, started to see these things and started to see the interest rates that people were paying. And we're like, hey, these people are paying a lot of interest. So we'd like to get in on this. So now something like 80% of all the loans on those peer-to-peer lending platforms are actually made by banks, because banks are good at pricing risk. So in fact, what happened is you created this platform that was open to everyone, but the best people to provide the liquidity were institutions. And that's going to be probably the first way that the non-crypto institutions get into this stuff, which is that they'll start seeing, and they already are in some cases, the crypto institutions, individuals and everyone getting in and doing stuff. And they'll start to look at the pricing of it and make their models and run their analysis, and they'll realize that they could make money doing this because they actually have all the expertise and all the maths and all the quants to do that. And so they'll come in to make money. And then they'll realize they're making money, and before you know it, chunks of the financial system start moving because it's more efficient. So it is sort of happening for institutions, and it is ready to an extent. But on the other hand, when you look at institutions like the London Stock Exchange or wherever and look at what's happening, our market's just going to move wholesale onto this like tomorrow? No, like the institutions will come in and see what's already happening. They'll start making money there, and then maybe things will move.
I kind of forgot about the peer-to-peer lending, traditionally like Lending Tree or some of these other ones. I used to work for the bank back in the day, and I kind of forgot about that. And then, that was basically peer-to-peer as well. You provide, liquidity or provide, capital, and then, I guess you borrow it on the other side, and you pick your rate, your risk tolerance. And I kind of forgot about that. That's interesting. And I think the underlying factor here is kind of just democratizing accessibility, right? Liquidity, capital. We should be able to operate amongst this peer-to-peer kind of, methodology that we're not used to, and we give up all of our info. We pay all of these fees, and whether, we think whatever, it's arbitrary, whatever the number is a good rate. I guess the spread really is for, the few big players, your Venmos and your limited opportunity to kind of like expand out of that. So do you think blockchain, in terms of like these financial, these financial instruments would have like not prevented, but maybe assisted in identifying some of the crashes in the past, like the 2008, or the complexities of transparency, providing transparency and all this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it probably wouldn't have stopped there being crashes. I mean, if you look at the price of any major cryptos, you're not going to look at that and argue there wouldn't be crashes. I mean, it certainly isn't going to do that. But what it does do is where the risk is. Like everyone can see how much buying is happening, how much selling, how much money is held for risk. Everyone can look at every single DeFi protocol. They can look at every transaction going out. You have people like Gauntlet putting reports and detailed quantitative reports on the risks in those things, and more of that will happen. So what it does is it lets everyone quantify the risk. And particularly like for example, the financial crisis in 2007 and 2008, where there was a huge amount of crashing. And one of the big problems there was that all the banks had lots of deals with all the other banks, and most of those deals weren't collateralized. They didn't actually hold any capital for these derivatives. So they were all just trusting each other to pay. When it became apparent that no one actually knew if anyone else could pay, they all just got incredibly scared that no one could afford to pay each other back, and that everyone was bankrupt. And one of the things that would happen if all those things were on blockchains is someone could run a script or an analysis tool. Someone could continuously be calculating how many of those agreements exist between everyone and how exposed everyone was. So whether it's a regulator or a bank, they would have had a much better idea of the position because the information is there. So I think, if it were all on systems like that, it would have helped because you wouldn't have had so much uncertainty.
And I guess it also benefits the government regulators, to identify these holes or these risks in the market. So the technology can also benefit them. I think a lot of people think about blockchain and they put it together with Bitcoin, which makes sense. But the underlying technology obviously expands into different verticals, industries. So I know Vega, like I heard you once say, like, I think at the time, Vega wasn't really, making money or profitable. And you guys had like other aspirations and motivations. Like, what's the motivation behind Vega?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we're sort of motivated to create this system and see it work and see it do things. And, obviously, having enough money to work on it is important for sure. But I think, getting it to a point where it's live and people are using it is far more rewarding than getting a paycheck or, getting another $100,000 of investment or whatever it is. And so, I think the motivation is to see this technology. I mean, if you remember sort of when the internet arrived and how much innovation, how much excitement there was around building things on the internet and the possibilities, I think those possibilities are super exciting and motivating. And whether it's building things ourselves with these tools we built or watching other people do it, I think, putting those things out there and doing it and building this open source software in the community is very, very rewarding in itself. And I think part of that is making it a sustainable economic system. And obviously the the advantage of crypto over general open source is you build an economic system as well as a technical system. And so, making that a sustainable economic system that can pay for itself to be maintained and built, and that rewards the people in the community who are providing value, whether that's liquidity or anything else, like that is an important part, but it's kind of the part of the motivation is also wrapped together in building this system that's kind of sustainable and will work for the long term.
And what is Vega? Like, what are you guys doing? Obviously during this discussion, for all the viewers tuning in, like, I kind of went down this path on purpose to kind of set the foundation on what Vega is doing, what you guys are building, the solutions you're providing, kind of the impact, you're making. Let's talk about Vega at its core. What's kind of the thesis? What's kind of the vision? And you've touched on it a little bit, but I'll condense it down into like, let's talk about, Vega protocol and what you guys are accomplishing over there.
Yeah. So, I'll sort of compare Vega to a couple of things and to try and sort of explain what it is. And, obviously we talked about Bitcoin a minute ago. Bitcoin is kind of like the first money that's decentralized. And then Ethereum, if I could sum Ethereum up in one word, I would say tokens, effectively. Like, it has other use cases, but in reality, what Ethereum has become known for and become the place for is the issuance of whether it's NFTs or whether it's ERC20s. But if you want to issue a token, Ethereum is probably the best place to do it. So Ethereum is the token layer for the decentralized web. And then you have things like Filecoin and IPFS, which is like the storage layer for the decentralized web. And Vega is the derivatives layer. Uniswap's the trading layer for swapping coins. Vega's the derivatives layer. It's the layer that lets you have these kind of margin products and these more complex financial products that have a lifetime. So instead of swapping a coin, you're entering into a trade, and now you've got a position and you're holding that position for an amount of time, and it has a lifetime and it gets valued, it gets margin, maybe it's leverage. Like, all of those things, they all require different problems to be solved and different maths and different technology, and trying to shove them into Ethereum doesn't work very well, which is why derivatives on Ethereum are not really all that good. And so people tend to use centralized exchanges. So the best thing to do is to just go and build a layer of technology which knows how to manage and trade derivatives. And that's effectively what we've done. So Vega's kind of the derivatives layer for Web3. Starts with things like futures, so the simplest leverage derivatives, the kind of thing you trade on BitMEX. And in future, it's kind of a very flexible layer for building any type of derivatives product, and in fact, any type of trading. But it starts with futures.
And are you guys built on your own chain? Are you built on Ethereum? What's kind of the tech stack you guys do?
Yeah. So we have our own chain, and it's built with Tendermint, the same the sort of consensus layer that's that's used for Cosmos. But we also, like I said, I believe that Ethereum is the place where tokens are issued right now. So the way Vega works is actually kind of, Ethereum and others, I think Terra and Polkadot and some of the others are also doing good stuff where they're going to have assets that are valuable too. But what Vega does is it bridges to those chains. So you don't have to issue tokens on Vega in order to trade on Vega. What you do is you acquire tokens on Ethereum, ERC20s, and then you use the bridge that's built into Vega to effectively deposit those tokens on Vega, very similar to like depositing tokens on something like Uniswap actually, or into a centralized exchange. You deposit them, and then you can go and use them for trading on Vega. So Vega is very much part of that ecosystem and relies on things like Ethereum for the assets that are being issued, because we think it's better to kind of play nice like that rather than try and build a separate thing. But Vega is its own chain for the derivatives, because the things I mentioned, in order to do it properly, you actually have to kind of build quite specific technology.
And what does that look like from a consensus layer? Or obviously dealing with derivatives, there's a lot of moving parts there, but we talk about like scalability, like throughput, like customer, what kind of features maybe at its core distinguish itself from what was available. And then did you build this like from scratch? Were you on something else and you had no options, so now you had to build your own?
Yeah, so we started building it from scratch, or on top of Tendermint. So we didn't build the consensus layer ourselves. We took Tendermint proven code. We're actually making some modifications. So we have a protocol called Wendy, which is a fairness protocol, and that prevents front running and minor extractable values. So that's one thing we had to build ourselves, because we're kind of like, actually, it's unacceptable in trading to have MEV, and it's unacceptable to have front running as a built-in feature of your system. And you can't aim for serious trading to happen on a decentralized chain if it's going to have built-in front running. So it was kind of just one example of a thing we had to build. And the other things are things like on-chain order books, liquidity protocols, settlement layers, and just building those things to be fast and efficient and work well. And a good example, again, liquidation. On Ethereum-based dexes, you have like liquidation auctions, which means that after someone's position should be liquidated, often some people have to come in from outside and cause the liquidation to happen in a liquidation auction. And that's a point of risk for the network, and it's a point of inefficiency. So in Vega, those liquidations are completely atomic. As soon as the event occurs that means the liquidation should happen, the network calculates that that's the case, and it executes the liquidation. There's no need for an auction. So, just little things like that we built up. We built this chain from scratch on top of Tendermint. We're sort of at a few thousand transactions a second right now. 10K is probably in the current sort of tech, 10K is probably going to be the limit per sort of network or shard. But the nice property, again, with Ethereum and sharding, you have this huge problem that every contract might want to talk to every other contract. So sharding is complicated and slow. With Vega, again, two markets don't need to talk to each other, right? Because you're trading some synthetic gold price, you're trading the Bitcoin price. Those markets are unrelated; they don't talk to each other. The Vega network needs to know how much of an asset you've got, which can happen in a sort of central shard, but the market shards that do the trading can actually be totally separate. So Vega is designed to be very parallelizable, so you can get sort of up to probably 10K transactions a second, but also as the network needs to run tens and hundreds and thousands of markets, validators can spin up more shards quite easily that just run more markets. So you have a huge amount of scalability very easily because of that property here. So there are a huge number of advantages. Like, on the one hand, you're super constrained. This chain only does one thing. It only does trading. But on the other hand, because it's super constrained like that, you have a huge number of shortcuts and advantages that make it faster and more efficient.
And you brought it up a little bit, and you kind of just touched on it now, like interoperability, right? And bridges. Like, how important is that for your protocol, for the future layers, the layers beneath, and kind of how do you envision the future? Like you said, there's X amount of chains right now. You guys have built your own thing because that was important. Do you see kind of these main chains and then these niche chains, and what does that look like? And I'm assuming it's obviously critical for continued innovation, and then also just the flow of tech, in and out of these things.
Yeah, I think chains and bridges are important, and having bridges is going to be more and more important, I think, because I can't imagine a world where everything is sort of all in one place. And I look at every other technology, and it just doesn't ever work like that. There are many different types of database and many types of web server, and many types of even cloud providers. So it just seems very unlikely to me that everything would sort of coalesce around one or two in the end. I think there'll be a multitude, but I also think just like the underlying internet technologies, they'll start to blend into the woodwork. Like whether it's the IBC protocol or something like that. Eventually, what will happen is the chains will talk to the other chains, and it won't be something you're too worried about. It'll just be a kind of a known thing, and the main thing you'll be thinking about when you build an application is how secure is the chain. Is it a financial application with funds that need to be secured, or is it a decentralized application which is just storing like some amount of state data? What chain does it use? But I think bridges will eventually end up just being part of the scenery that just to make it all work.
And what kind of assets are actually like available, I guess, on Vega, or what are they deriving from?
Yeah, so obviously the assets you can trade with will be any ERC20. So like you could trade with DAI, or you could trade with Ether as well, and any of the other coins on the Ethereum network, pretty much. In terms of the markets that you can trade with that, obviously Vega's in a testnet at the moment, and so there are a whole bunch of different markets getting created all the time. The way it works is that effectively you need an oracle to settle. So like, if you say that there's a Bitcoin US dollar market that matures on the 30th of September, then you need something that's going to provide a price to Bitcoin in US dollars on the 30th of September. As long as you've got that, then you're good to go. And so, that can be anything from a weather derivatives market, so a market related to the average temperature in a certain place or the amount of rainfall. That could be the price of gold. That could be the Bitcoin hash rate. So it really can be kind of anything that you can measure and get the oracle for. And as I mentioned, this is kind of like futures markets initially. So they kind of settle once at the end of their maturity. So whether that's like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, obviously you can trade in and out before then. The next kind of markets will be things like perpetuals or perps. So, the kind of things that you see, BitMEX, I think, pioneered, and, that's where they kind of settle multiple times a day and kind of true up, and they don't expire. So you get this kind of perpetual, so synthetic type of asset. Then there'll be options and other things in the future as well. So, really anything that you can get an oracle for, you can build a market on.
And so, talk about oracles. Are you partnered with any oracles, or how do you guys get your data feeds from traditional? Are you like into the chain links and tellers of the world and bands, or?
Yeah, so I guess sort of going back to the point I made earlier about being this kind of derivatives layer, in the same way Ethereum is a layer, and what we didn't want to do is kind of be exclusive to some projects. We didn't want to kind of go, you have to use Chainlink or something. So Vega has a framework for oracles, and it's got a sort of MVP version at the moment, which allows certain types of oracle. In future, will actually even allow oracles on the bridges. So if there's an oracle that has an event on Ethereum, you'll be able to just have the Ethereum contract ID and directly use that in Vega. So really, we're building this framework to allow many different types of oracles to be used and specified, so that people can build their own, people can use other solutions that already exist out there. What we are doing is talking to a number of the kind of the usual names. Haven't got anything to share right now, but in terms of the oracle space, we're talking to a lot of those guys, thinking about doing things together in the community with them, thinking about creating markets with them, and demonstrating how their oracles can be used on Vega so people can see. But the general goal is to have this sort of wide framework and accept many different oracles.
And I meant to ask you earlier, like DEXs, decentralization and like centralized exchanges. Where do you see that future? And we might have touched on it at the beginning, where it's going to be a hybrid. And I think crypto blockchain is just going to provide an option, but I don't think it's going to, winner takes all. Are you kind of in that same boat?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's true is within a market segment, and that can be jurisdiction, like geography, that can include like say in the US, and it can be like institutional trading, and it can be like a certain type of product. Within a segment, you do find liquidity tends to go to sort of one place. So there will usually be one or two winners for any given segment, but there are thousands of segments, so that's not really a big problem. I do think you're right. Like, I think it will not all go to decentralized, and the reason is like making a centralized exchange is extremely cheap technically, and the institutions that can do it already exist. So it's very unlikely that banks and other institutions will just stop running centralized exchanges, given that they're quite cheap to run. They might be forced to innovate or to reduce prices or something, but very unlikely that they'll just stop doing that. And I think it'll still end up being a solution in many areas. But for the areas where it's not a viable solution, or where it's currently too expensive or not available, or where new markets pop up and actually the innovation happens first on the ground rather than in the institutions, those things will start popping up in the decentralized space. And once they're there and established and very liquid in the decentralized space, it's also still quite hard to see outside of kind of niche applications from maybe very large institutions or something, or where the regulatory requirements force it to happen. It's also quite hard to see why, once the liquidity is there and then the systems are there in the decentralized space, why the things would move back into centralized. So I think you'll end up with a hybrid world for sure.
And you touched on 10,000 transactions. Is that what you're talking about? Like TPX? Is that
10,000 transactions a second is roughly the kind of the limit of the current version of the Tendermint consensus layer.
And to put it in perspective, like, how close are we to this centralized world and kind of, what we've been used to in these legacy systems, and maybe at a high level, on the crypto scene, how close are we, or how far are we?
This is a really interesting question. And for many markets, it's kind of very academic, because many markets are not all that liquid, and they only have a handful of trades effectively. But the most liquid markets, and the sort of 4 or 5 most liquid markets on the London Stock Exchange, I think do like something like 70 or 80% or more of all the trading volume. And those markets, you're talking at microseconds latency, orders, tens of thousands of orders going in and streaming in. But one of the really interesting things about that is, if you think about the different use cases of trading, you've kind of got people who need to access liquidity. Like, maybe you're a fund and you have a view on it and you're trying to make money. Maybe you're hedging, you need to access liquidity. Then you have people who are supplying liquidity. You understand how to price the risk, you price the orders, and you make money being a market maker. Then what you have are people who are exploiting the microstructure of the market, and the flash boys basically, and all of that. The people who basically trade in and out, they're not actually really supplying liquidity. They're not actually doing anything of social or financial utility, but they're exploiting the structure of the market to make money. So when you look at this, you're kind of like, well, we are far away. Because of decentralized system, it takes 300 milliseconds for a message to go from London to Australia. So you won't get to a microsecond in a decentralized system. But on the other hand, when you actually try and look at, in Chicago, Booth University did a great paper on frequent batch auctions, kind of demonstrating some of the ways you could actually increase the latency of centralized systems and make them kind of better. because the low latency doesn't give any social value and allows people to exploit others. So when you actually look at it, yeah, we're not going to get to a microsecond. We can get better than we are. We can actually sort of cheat the 300 milliseconds by sort of having each block produced by a cluster of the nodes, which are all closer together geographically, and kind of randomly selecting different clusters. So you can probably get to like tens of milliseconds maybe, but you're not going to get to microseconds. So yeah, we're going to be far away from that, but it's probably not a problem.
Yeah. No, interesting. I haven't had anybody kind of shed light on that. And so thank you for talking about that, especially with your background, kind of understanding like the nuances of these trading, platforms and mechanisms. And to kind of conclude here, we got a few more minutes, great discussion. This is an NFT themed event. So we just went kind of through DeFi, the DeFi boom last summer. Things are still picking up, right? Decentralization and kind of dApps, and it's been going great. Now we're kind of in this NFT boom. What are your thoughts there? I mean, there's kind of, I'll let you kind of, share your thoughts, but ultimately there's different verticals, different NFTs, different reasons. I was talking about NFTs and DeFi colliding, right? In terms of like being able to collateralize that and borrow against it, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, well, what's your thoughts on NFTs?
Yeah, I mean, the technology for a start is very, very interesting and useful. The simple and obvious way you can prove that is you look at things like the sort of unstoppable domain names, where actually your domain name is an NFT and you no longer need a centralized institution to issue it and censor it. So, there's an obvious use case for them. There are lots of other use cases, whether it's representing ownership, whether it's holding property in virtualized sort of metaverse games, whether it's any of those different things. But on the other side, there's kind of a crazy boom in the price of things. And one of the things I always kind of think is like, digital content that's completely free to copy is not worth very much. Like it's often easy to create, it's completely free to copy. But one of the things I sort of also think about is like, I buy a lot of t-shirts from bands, and they're basically the cheap t-shirts that cost like $5, but they cost $35. And why am I paying $35 for that t-shirt? Well, I need clothes, but I could buy the cheap ones, but it tells people that I supported that band. Yeah. So, I think a lot of what happens in NFTs is actually a bit like that. You look at the Snowden thing, the person buying that probably doesn't really think that piece of art is worth that. What they do think is they want everyone in the world to know they donated $5 million to privacy charity. So, it's kind of like buying the band t-shirt, but to the extremes. And so I can sort of see where that's going, but equally, people get very excited about these things and people follow in because they think they're going to make money. And so, you kind of get the speculative bubble come along with the realization of a new use case and come along with people not quite sure which things are going to work and which aren't. So they get over exuberant. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but I think in general, the tech is extremely sound, but maybe not all of the use cases and all of the valuations that people are sort of pushing out there right now are gonna last.
Yeah, you bring up some interesting points though, that to the analogy of the band shirts, because I was like that too. I bought the Rolling Stones shirt like there. I wanted to, that I'm gonna remember that has sentiment, has value to me. And I think in the NFT world, I don't understand a lot of it, but I could see those individuals that can afford it, they value it. And it's not always I want to buy the Mona Lisa, right? And for whatever reason, like I think some people want to engage with, going back to the peer-to-peer thing, like the engagement, supporting an artist, a musician, whatever the case, an athlete, whatever the case, even your local band, I guess with an NFTs, like they're going to be cranking them out. And I guess, that's for more of like, I'm supporting them as opposed to speculative reasons, right? Like hoping this thing turns into $1 million. I think you'll be let down if you go into NFTs thinking like, this is one of a kind, because you also don't own the copyright on certain things, which is interesting too, or the physical copy, or like, you own like this digital first receipt of whatever the case is.
I mean, in some cases they will end up, you will end up with contracts attached to these things where you do own the revenue or whatever, it'll be like a revenue share, like, hey, you fund us building this album, you get a share of the profits, whatever. Like, sure, that will happen. But I think, in general, a lot of it is just this kind of the signaling and supporting. Like, I don't know if you use Bandcamp, but I buy albums from my favorite bands on Bandcamp. And when I do that, you can kind of name your own price and there's a minimum. And I often put more than the minimum. And it's because that this band doesn't make that much money from Spotify, right? They want you want to give them some money because you like them making music. So you give what you can. So I think, that side of it feels the most reasonable to me, because you don't have to worry about evaluation and supporting it when you literally earn nothing.
Yeah, and NFTs do bring that residual, revenue stream in perpetuity, possibly, and also a lot of these musicians are making money not on their music, and so that's kind of critical in terms of what this technology can bring to them, so they can earn on, get the respect and earn on what they worked hard for. So it's kind of interesting, and I think the NFT landscape, I think it's going to play out, because you can own real estate, and school books is another kind of like application of like selling school books or whatever for the publisher. Maybe that drives down costs too, I'm not sure, but I think what kind of music you like?
I like quite a lot of different types of music: electronic music, post-rock, probably the two genres I listen to most.
Yeah, nice. I know, a lot of these artists and DJs, I hope it's not like an ICO thing, right? Like a vehicle to kind of raise money. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Hopefully it's not as bad. I think on the ICO front, that was kind of more of a gambling, like super risky move to just invest potentially in a white paper and a potential product, as opposed to I'm supporting my local musician, artist, or whoever. So hopefully it doesn't end badly, and it rebounds pretty quick. But I do hope that it does drive value for these various industries, that it's all major players that are extracting a lot of the value there.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think we're up on time here, Barney. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Where can people learn more about Vega?
Yeah, so vega.xyz is our website. Links on there to Discord, where we hang out and talk about technical stuff, Telegram for some of the other side of things as well. Those are probably the two places if you want to ask questions or get involved in the community. Otherwise, website at vega.xyz. Awesome.
Well, we hope to have you back, at least somebody from the team again, to kind of catch up with you guys in the upcoming months. Everybody that's watching Reimagine 2021, we appreciate you tuning in here. This is Barney Mannerings, founder of Vega. Again, thank you for taking the time to chat with us. We hope to have you back, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Adam. Great chatting, and I'll be back for sure.
We have some breaking news. This just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Hello! Edward the Vampire here. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson. Emphasis on the crypt. Brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Okay, so altcoin. If you keep hearing about altcoin but can't find a trading price, that's because it doesn't exist. Altcoin is simply a blend word derived from alternative and coin, and refers to any digital currency that isn't Bitcoin. Just like altcoin, I don't exist. Or do I? Oh, yeah, I do.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, head of education over at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. And today we're bringing you version 8.0, the state of the Artchain, bringing you all the latest news and updates and opinions about these exciting use cases like NFTs for gaming, art, that are bringing so many new people into the space and really contributing to mass adoption. And today I'm really excited to be here with James Anderson. He's the CEO of Rio DeFi. And on their website, it says that they are doing blockchain infrastructure reimagined. So really happy to have you here on our Reimagine conference series.
Well, thank you so much, Ashley, for having me and for hosting this conference. It's a really great event and I'm excited to be a part of it. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. So tell us right away, what is Rio DeFi?
Sure, thank you. Rio DeFi is a blockchain technology company whose mission is to accelerate the mass adoption of digital assets by bridging traditional and decentralized finance. And we do that by connecting blockchain systems with financial institutions and with other blockchains as well. So we're built on Parity's substrate framework for the Polkadot network. So we think that through that, blockchains will be able to achieve true interoperability.
Excellent to hear. Polkadot is definitely someone that we really admire. We have the Mousebelt University program. So any students who are tuning in, if you are looking for resources, meetups with workshops, we do workshops with companies like Polkadot, head over to mousebelt.university. And so when I interview people, I always like to ask them to kind of speak directly to students. We have over 100 universities in 24 countries that have engaged with our platform. And I always like to ask entrepreneurs such as yourself, first of all, what's your background? How did you get into blockchain? And do you have any advice for students who are thinking of making the same leap that maybe you did?
Sure, absolutely. I got into blockchain actually back in 2013. I started exploring Bitcoin. I went to a conference called PorcFest in New Hampshire, and it was sort of a freedom festival. And I met there actually Vitalik Buterin. He was there talking about smart contracts before Ethereum was sort of a named thing. He was working for Bitcoin Magazine at the time. Also got to meet Eric Voorhees, founder of Shapeshift, and a number of other companies. And so I got to use Bitcoin very practically back then to buy things like just a breakfast burrito at the event. And so it was like a really hands-on experience. So I bought my first Bitcoin using cash, and there was a sort of nonprofit there, Bitcoin Not Bombs. And so it was like, an anti-war thing. And so it was really cool to see sort of that idea-driven nature of Bitcoin, and it really intrigued me. And I ended up investing into Ethereum in 2014 during their initial crowd sale. And then from there, I sort of watched it evolve over the years. In 2017, I got involved full-time in blockchain, also with an educational business. So it's near and dear to my heart as well. It was blockchain investors, so teaching people how they can purchase cryptocurrencies for the first time, how to store them securely, hardware wallets versus software wallets, which exchanges to trade on, these kinds of things, analyzing different crypto projects. And then from there, unfortunately at the time, it was when Google shut down all crypto advertising, MailChimp shut down crypto newsletters, Facebook shut down crypto advertising. So it kind of killed the business toward the end of like 2017, beginning of 2018. So I ended up switching into a business that was called Social Evolution, which I co-founded to help propagate, amongst other things, like DAO technologies. So we were doing a lot of research around decentralized autonomous organizations and how we can help other communities, even in not in the blockchain space, to adopt this technology to better connect with their communities so that they can leverage the strength of the crowd, right? Because oftentimes someone who donates to a nonprofit, right, they feel a little disconnected sometimes. They feel like they're just a donor. So if you can actually bring them in as a stakeholder and incentivize them from the growth of the platform and from what the work that's being done, we thought this would be a better way to sort of involve all the parties, including those that the gifts are going to, or that the education is going to, et cetera. So worked on that for a couple of years, and then jumped into Rio DeFi, and that was in 2019. So really, it's been a long journey in the blockchain space, but the reason we started Rio DeFi was to basically solve a lot of the problems that we saw in cryptocurrencies, which was a lack of scalability, very slow transactions in many cases. The Ethereum network was getting clogged and having these issues. I'm obviously a big believer in Ethereum and still use a lot of Ethereum dApps, of course, but I think the blockchain space needs to expand to become multi-chain, and I mean obviously it has, but we want to be a part of that next leg of evolution. So
absolutely. Well, I think sounds like a journey that I've heard from students all the time. Went to a few conferences, met some of these people, got really enchanted by this industry that has so many like ideals behind them. Really awesome that you met Eric Voorhees way back then. Just to plug the Reimagine YouTube channel for anybody just tuning in. This is Reimagine 2021 version 8 state of the Artchain, but go check out our YouTube channel, hit subscribe. You can find interviews there with Eric Voorhees, for example, who I think is just really has a philosophy, right, of how they want to engage with customers, and just really admire that. And I think it's also so great that you kind of started by teaching, right? Like that's the best way to learn. And I always encourage students to, you know, start a blockchain club on their campus, host meetups, try to create, you know, info packets for people or explainer videos. And it's just been awesome to watch those students, you know, get that experience educating others and then go on to start their own startups like yourself. So obviously, maybe for people tuning into this event, because there's all this NFT hype and a lot of artists are getting in, people I never would have imagined talking to me about crypto, like my, you know, musician friends from years ago. I never thought I would be able to talk to them about work, and are now asking me questions. Can you explain a little bit about some of the reasons why you started Rio DeFi? Like, what's so important about interoperability? How were blockchains working before? What is this whole DeFi movement about?
Sure. Yeah, I think the main thing with interoperability for me is that there's not going to be one blockchain to rule them all, sort of thing. So I guess I'm very different from a Bitcoin maximalist in that way. Like, I think Bitcoin, for, you know, as a digital gold, I think it's one of the ultimate stores of wealth and value. But I think, you know, to do many of the things that you would want to do in the blockchain space, such as, you know, the smart contracts that can help to automate finance, the ability to use blockchains for art, you know, with the NFT movement, and for gaming, and for these kind of things, I think each one might require a tailored, you know, specific blockchain for that purpose. And, you know, obviously Ethereum can do many, many things. So it, you know, it's fantastic in that way. It can even have, you know, a wrapped version of Bitcoin on it. And then, but as the world grows, you know, and as ETH faces scalability issues, there's a need for other blockchains, and there's a need for them to talk to each other, because really, you know, the network effect is, you know, a concept many people have been introduced to through blockchains. As the network value grows, often the value of the cryptocurrency underlying it also grows, because it's sort of a, you know, Metcalfe's law. So that as the size of the network grows, right, then the value can grow exponentially. And so I think this also applies when you have a multi-chain system where blockchains are talking to each other, because you can really leverage the value of each chain in a much greater way, because they now connect to other systems. And so as blockchains connect to each other, as they connect to the legacy financial system, you know, there will be a new, you know, a next wave, I think, of innovation and growth, because you'll have a lot more people interacting with blockchains completely seamlessly and in a way that they're not aware of even. And so we started Rio DeFi in order to help accelerate this movement, accelerate this mass adoption of digital assets by helping to connect blockchains to traditional banking, traditional finance, as well as to connect them to each other, because we were seeing a lot of issues around scalability, around speed, and also around the ability to get into cryptocurrencies for the first time using fiat currencies. You know, it can oftentimes be difficult. And so we, especially in Asia, you know, there's a lot of emerging markets, and for many people, it can be quite difficult to get their hands on some cryptocurrency. So we saw a gap in the marketplace and wanted to help address that.
So what kind of fiat on-ramps do you have then? Like, how are you helping customers obtain crypto in the first place?
Sure. So for now, we have a partnership with MoonPay that allows people to purchase cryptocurrencies using a debit card. And in Europe, they can use bank transfers to get cryptocurrency through our plugin, which on our website, you can buy crypto. That's one of the options. And then it goes through MoonPay. But we're also working on our Rio exchange, which we actually have a license for crypto to fiat currency exchange through in the country of Estonia. And we've gotten an exemption under the Payment Services Act license that Singapore came out with to operate a cryptocurrency exchange as well. So we think that cryptocurrencies will continue to become more regulated as the years go on, because this is the way for more institutions and corporations to get involved with cryptocurrency, because they know that there's actually clear legislation around how do you hold it, how do you own it, do you need to pay taxes, what are those taxes, these kinds of questions, give a lot more confidence in cryptocurrency, especially for more traditional institutions. And we think this trend will continue. So you'll have sort of the pure DeFi route, which we're also going down with being built on Substrate for the Polkadot ecosystem, for blockchains to talk to each other. There's a lot to be happening there, but then also for the average person just to be able to legally purchase and hold and store their cryptocurrency in a secure manner. We thought it would be also good to have a licensed cryptocurrency exchange that can allow people from many different countries with hundreds of over 100 different fiat currencies to get into cryptocurrency for the first time. So that's also a path we're going down, because we think the way to bridge the two worlds is to have this like sort of very centralized and legal path that can take you into the fully decentralized world where the laws are sort of governed by DAOs, and you have various crypto organizations, right, with sort of a really quickly evolving rules. And so I think having these two worlds interact is really how you can increase mass adoption. And so that's why we started Rio DeFi.
Yeah, that's amazing nowadays that you can just have like a plugin on your website that with MoonPay, I've seen it on a couple websites, you can just buy crypto right there and use it pretty immediately. It's come a long way. So what are some of the things that your platform or DeFi platforms in general allow people to do that they can't, or is difficult, or is not as providing as much value in traditional finance?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we're working on and should be released soon is the ability to earn not just crypto yields, but stable coins are crypto, but also stablecoin yields, and to be able to do so very simply, without having to go to Uniswap themselves or to go to platforms like Curve Finance. There are a lot of DEXs that people can use to provide liquidity on, which they can then get a portion of the transaction fees, which essentially earns them an annual interest yield or APY, based in these cryptocurrencies. So we're doing yield farming as a service that we can pass those rewards along to users, which is very valuable when you look at especially the gas fees. So for many people, if you were to try to do these liquidity provision, use these protocols, you would actually lose money, because if you're staking small amounts, let's say you can make a 20% annual yield, that sounds amazing, right? But you might spend $30 in gas just to kick off that annual yield. So if you're staking small amounts or you just want to try it out, it actually doesn't make sense to do. But it does, so there are economies of scale in this yield farming, because the gas fees, as well as there's certain ways to boost the yields that require large amounts of money to be staked to get those boosted yields. And so this is something that the average person, especially in Southeast Asia, doesn't have access to or wouldn't have the knowledge to do. So we want to make that super easy for people to get involved with and earn interest or earn staking rewards, I should say, utilizing these protocols on the back end. So we, through our platform, are enabling this. And I think another big thing is that many people find it a little overwhelming to have, just their mnemonic phrase be their, only thing that they can use to access their wallet. If they don't have a hardware wallet device, let's say if they're using, software wallet, especially desktop web versions and things like this. So we are also incorporating OAuth login system, so people can use their Gmail or their Facebook account, Reddit account, other social media like Twitch, to actually create a wallet and use that. It has a login system, so they can actually just tie their social media account to Act and hold. It creates the private key through this system, so they can actually have better like backup options and not have to hold so much, response. I mean, they still are the owner of their private key through the OAuth system, but it helps take some of the burden off of users of like dealing with a complex login system, right? So we think these kinds of tools, just making it much simpler to get into cryptocurrency for the first time, making it simpler to manage a wallet, making it simpler to do things like yield farming, are huge opportunities, because right now the banking system has either 0% interest or even negative interest rates in many countries. So, the entire nature of the world right now was built on this concept. Well, I mean, there's many reasons it was built, but the concept of savings, right? Being able to store your, the wealth that you've earned and use it for a productive purpose later on, whether it be to buy a home or to, go on a vacation or whatever you want to do, really. But invest into capital intensive businesses, these kinds of things, it requires savings, which is the storage of productive capacity, and the banks and the financial system can no longer support savings. And so we think that's a very global problem and something that crypto is addressing. And it's not just us, we're leveraging the DeFi components built by giants. So we're very excited to be a part of that.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Who you're based in Hong Kong. What other companies in the space do you kind of see as maybe not competition, or that you maybe aspire to be? Who are your customers, and like, what are you trying to do differently than anybody else?
Sure. So our customers right now are definitely targeting more of the crypto users. However, we definitely would like to, as our technology fully comes to fruition, target everyday people like my parents. Actually, they've invested in crypto already, so maybe they're not the best example. But people who, from older generations, or people just learning about cryptocurrency for the first time, who find the existing tech to be quite overwhelming. Crypto needs to be as easy to use as email. You just click a button. Okay, I'm sending a message. I'm sending it to this person, and I type a few things, and boom, it's done. I click a button. Right now, cryptocurrency is kind of built by geeks for geeks in some aspect. I mean, it can be quite technically complicated for many of these things, and so we want to simplify each of those points, because we think the blockchain should kind of happen in the background and not be something you have to be. So, I mean, I obviously have a lot of passion for blockchains, but I think the way to really take it to the next level is to reach people that don't care at all about blockchain. They just want to do something, right? They have a specific thing that they want to do. They want to earn a savings rate. They want to buy some art that they can store on their computer or on their mobile phone, and they want to get in, get out, get something done. And so I think targeting this kind of audience is really important, because right now I think cryptocurrencies have probably touched maybe 2% of the entire world's population in terms of those that have actually invested in it. Maybe it's up higher now, maybe to 3 or 4% potentially, but I think most of the world's people, they've obviously in the developed countries, they've probably heard about Bitcoin, but that's maybe the end of it. They've heard about NFTs now, actually. I've really been excited that NFTs have actually put cryptocurrencies and blockchain into sort of mainstream consciousness in a really big way. So we want to help accelerate that movement, and the businesses we really admire are those who, like Polkadot, for example, have really made interoperability the key focus for them, as well as scalability, because they felt that there were a lot of issues with other blockchain systems that don't have on-chain governance, so that they can, because sometimes there were contentious hard forks that can create splits between communities and things like this. So Polkadot allows for forkless upgrades, and they have this focus on a world where like 1,000 blockchains or 10,000 blockchains and millions of blockchains can bloom. And we really find that to be quite inspiring, because as I said previously, I think it's like there are blockchains tailored for specific uses, and they can make tremendous value just doing one thing, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of newcomers to the space and people who see some sort of value in a blockchain solution, but don't necessarily need to know or care to know all of the technical details. We've seen so many people come in to the space over the last few months with this NFT boom. Do you mind telling the viewers, anyone just tuning in, welcome to Reimagine 2020. We are talking about the state of the Artchain. So all of these exciting use cases for blockchain that have to do with art, music, NFTs, gaming. Do you mind telling the viewers kind of the history of NFTs? Like, this isn't, they weren't just invented. Maybe why they weren't as popular before and what you think is driving this interest in it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I might not be the ultimate authority for, well, I'm definitely not the ultimate authority on the history of NFTs, but I did buy some NFTs back in 2017 during the last cryptocurrency bull market, when CryptoKitties really became super popular. And I think this was the project that put NFTs on the map for the cryptocurrency space, but also it got a lot of mainstream media attention at that time. I actually spent probably, I think, $1,000 or something on these CryptoKitties. I thought it was really interesting to try to breed them and create new rare kitties and be able to sell those. And so there was like a kind of a collectible card game element to it. I was a big Pokemon fan back in the day of the Pokemon card game. So this idea that you could have this collectible card game, you could earn money on it, seemed really exciting. And I remember it did drive the Ethereum gas fees up significantly at the time. So it went up to like $8 or $10, which at that time was quite high just to do like the breeding of a cat, right? So you might breed a cat and you get, oh, I got this $1 cat, but I've spent $10 to create it or something like that. So there's kind of like a gaming element, a gambling element and all this. But so this really put non-fungible tokens onto the map and showing some of the first ways that they could be utilized. And a lot of similar companies came around after 2017, working on these various collectible card games, how you can use NFTs in blockchain-based games that are more, of a different type of game. And then I think certainly in 2020, NFTs kind of started coming back into the limelight. I think because it was after the DeFi sort of summer boom that happened. There was, sort of this yield farming craze, and people really got back into the space in a big way. The bull market, after the previous Bitcoin halving had started at that point, was really ramping up. And so I think there's something that tends to happen, not just in cryptocurrency, but in the world in general, is that art actually leads the innovation curve. So art is often one of the first things to go through a new sort of renaissance and evolution, and through the Renaissance itself, it actually led to human consciousness changing in a lot of ways. It sort of brought Western civilization, in any case, like out of the dark ages and into this new way of being, where art was taking prominence, and you had culture and society and people talking in cafes and these kinds of things, sharing of ideas. And I think what this next NFT boom has done is really, brought a new financial technology, that's cryptocurrencies and blockchains, into the mainstream consciousness through, just all the attention that the various crypto artists, such as Beeple Crap, actually. So he obviously had his, big mural, which was, it was so impressive because it was, I think, over 14 years of daily digital art that was all collected in a single piece. And then that piece sold on Christie's for $69 million. And it was by an art collector in India, actually, who invests into many NFT art pieces. And he's got a crypto investment fund. And I think he even tokenizes and fractionalizes the NFTs as well. So there's, as the next bull market comes in, just as in 2017, there was a bull market at that time. And I think, as people earn a lot of money in other parts of the cryptocurrency space, there's an incentive to kind of reinvest that in some of the most cutting edge innovative things, which I think NFTs are, because it's not just art. They can actually go much beyond that. They can get into digital rights, copyrights and things of this nature. They haven't really gotten into that so much yet, but I think it's coming. And I think also there are a lot of things you can do with NFTs, just with decentralized protocols that will be coming soon.
Yeah, definitely want to hear your thoughts on what you think the future of NFTs are. What kind of are the applications that people might not be thinking about because they're just hearing this hype about so-and-so artist or musician is releasing a single as an NFT, or what was the most surprising so far that you've heard of a celebrity or artist talking about NFTs?
I thought it was pretty cool that Snoop Dogg is getting involved in that NFTs. Definitely been a fan of some of his music over the years, and I think he's just a really likable guy, and so for him to be talking about NFTs and kind of riffing on them is just fun, and it, I think one of the greatest things about working in the blockchain industry is that it's kind of a lot of fun. There's a lot of sort of jokes, memes. When you have, Dogecoin is a meme coin, right? And it's billions of dollars of value. So I think it's quite a fun place to work in this space. And I think the future of NFTs is one, that goes beyond just art or music. You can actually gamify finance and make your financial applications a lot more fun as well, especially, with the up and coming, we have millennials now in sort of the predominant, one of the predominant generations in the workforce, earning a lot of the capital. You have, the up and coming like Gen Z and I forget what they're even calling the newest generation now, but you have a lot of people who grew up with things like video games that are now making a lot of money. And I think NFTs can kind of combine those two things. You can gamify finance, you can gamify all sorts of things through these virtual, artistic representations. So you can take something like a bond or, this kind of thing and make it a lot more interesting and a lot more visually understandable, because a lot of the key points of it you could put into an artistic representation, but that also carries the legal contract and the rights and everything else. So there's, I think in the future, there'll be things like security NFTs that actually generate a yield and pay out dividends. Now, oftentimes, like right now, that's not really happening so much because there's a lot of regulatory and legal issues. It would be difficult to trade those in a legal manner in many cases. So people are avoiding it, but I think that's going to change later this year with the advent of more digital securities exchanges and things like this. I think more people will become aware of these kinds of uses for NFTs. I think also you can have, even without the securitized aspect, you can have NFTs that generate a yield. So I've seen a number of projects in the cryptocurrency space, particularly within the Polkadot ecosystem. Bondly is a company that has really led the way with NFTs. They work with Logan Paul, I think, on a few projects as well, one of these big YouTube influencers. And so they've released this ecosystem called Polka Pets. So Polka Pets are these, sort of based on Pokemon, obviously, but they're these digital collectible cards that represent especially projects within the Polkadot ecosystem. So Rio has its own Polka Pet. Rio DeFi has one called Rio, and it's a psychic whale. So it's kind of fun. But basically, they allow you to airdrop, well, not just them, but many like NFTs have this ability because they exist in a wallet, because they have a smart contract address. There's an ability to actually airdrop tokens onto the same wallet that holds the NFT. So this can allow you to give ongoing rewards, APY tied to an NFT. You can even airdrop other NFTs onto the NFT, the wallet holder who holds that one. So you can actually use NFTs almost as like a membership card or like a loyalty card or a membership badge, that you can really use to show your involvement with a community or milestones that you've achieved. Now, I guess since NFTs are tradable, you might, if you have a milestone achievement and then you trade it, well, that doesn't mean much, right? But you can see the origin of that NFT as well. I mean, you can see when it moved wallets, so you can see who got it originally, like what was the genesis of the NFT, et cetera. And so I think these kind of uses for NFTs to go beyond just the artistic elements or the musical elements, but actually to have the ability to receive airdrops or other NFTs as rewards is going to continue to increase in the months and years to come, as people use these as a kind of a signifier of certain community involvement or certain things. Like you could have an NFT tied to just any community or platform, and then use that as not just a collectible but to earn ongoing rewards.
Yeah, that's very cool. I'm just thinking like digitizing everything, right? Identification and my Safeway grocery store card, right? Like or I have a Costco membership. Like couldn't I just own like a Costco membership on a blockchain? That's awesome. So any plans for Rio DeFi to get more involved in the NFT space? What is on the horizon there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually recently announced an incubation hub because we believe that in order to make any blockchain valuable, you need usable decentralized applications on top of it. And so our approach has actually been to identify teams, entrepreneurs, and ideas that we think are highly scalable and can really showcase the Artchain technology and really work closely with those teams to help them succeed and to help them integrate and build on Artchain so that we can have a large ecosystem of dApps that have massive value. And so with that, we actually are in the midst of incubating 3 NFT projects on Artchain. So one of them is actually a Japanese themed NFT marketplace, and they've started their private sale, and so they've kind of gotten out there a little bit, but we'll definitely be going out in a big way within the coming weeks. There's another project that's actually doing luxury goods NFTs. So they'll be tying things like Rolexes and Chanel bags and other things like this. They'll be creating them as NFTs and actually have a way to create a decentralized, almost like a decentralized pawn shop, but a way to leverage those items to actually take out loans against them in a secure manner. So they're working with local companies to take custody of the item. Then they would create the NFT based on that. They would first, of course, make sure it's real. So they've actually been working for over 2 years on a technology that ensures the authenticity of these items, creates a digital fingerprint of that. That's through their own layer 2 chain that they built. And then they can take that, turn that item into an NFT then that's been verified as authentic. And then if it's stored in custody, they can then leverage the value of that through lending protocols. And they can also allow people to purchase these luxury goods for the first time using cryptocurrency. So it serves as another off-ramp for this. And so it's all represented by NFTs, and it would be happening in like an online NFT marketplace. And then there's a third project that's more of a curated marketplace for NFTs. And I don't want to give too much details away because they haven't sort of announced anything yet, but they've joined us in our incubation hub and are very excited to be leading the space because they don't, some of them come from a more traditional like art and movie background, but less from the blockchain space. And so, as they're learning about blockchains and cryptocurrency and NFTs very like in a new way, I think there's a lot of value to, take the best experts from art or from the movie industry and really help them to like figure out how they can embrace these new NFTs.
Absolutely. I actually just got done interviewing a company doing luxury goods. And we also talked about how the future of NFTs is going to be like more curated or brand loyalty type stuff, because, you know, when I've tried to go, maybe I want to go buy an NFT on OpenSea or Rarible, and it's just like so much is there and you can get lost. So it is going to be the art world, I think, taking control of it and curating, and different celebrities and brands having these NFTs that people can understand their value and find things that they like. But yeah, so for anyone just tuning in to Reimagine 2020, this is State of the Artchain, and go check out our YouTube channel, hit subscribe, and you can watch that interview about NFTs and luxury goods if you are curious. Suku, Jonathan Lapchick. So check out that interview. But I'm here with James Anderson right now, the CEO of Rio DeFi. I think just to wrap it up, then ask you a fun question. Who is your favorite artist, living or dead? Sculpture, digital, music, even. Who's your favorite artist?
Well, for me, I do oftentimes find it difficult to pick a favorite, but let's go with, I'll take both. So in terms of a dead artist, Leonardo da Vinci, for me, just because he really helped to create new styles of art, but also was, you know, an inventor and definitely a polymath, and really just changed the nature of the world in a profound way, and sort of brought new concepts into art. And then in terms of living artists, I really do like Banksy's work. I think the ideas that he can help to, you know, put out there, like, you know, the sort of ultimately famous one of guy throwing, you know, it looks like he's going to throw a Molotov cocktail, but he's throwing some flowers, right? So this kind of thing about like, how do you bridge art with, you know, a cause, and art with, you know, changes in human behavior. So I think Banksy's done a great job at really putting that out there and helping people to understand that. And from music, I'm a big Beatles fan. So I really hope whoever, I forget who owns the rights, maybe it's like Michael Jackson's family or something, but the rights to some of the Beatles songs and stuff, it'd be cool to see NFTs coming out around their artwork, because I think they had some of the sort of most out there at the time album covers and sort of art, like they had some of the,
and so iconic now.
Exactly, they had all these music videos which were animated and stuff, so I think that would be ripe for NFTs.
Oh, I would buy a Beatles NFT. Well, thank you so much for joining us, James, on Reimagine 2020 version 8, State of the Artchain.
Thank you so much, Ashley. It's been a pleasure, and I hope everyone tunes into the rest of the conference, because there's a ton of amazing speakers.
Yar, ahoy there! It's be time for another crypto vocabulary lesson, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. ICO. ICO is an acronym for Initial Coin Offering, a popular and usually unregulated way to raise cash for new cryptocurrency ventures. A percentage of the new currency is sold to backers as blockchain tokens in return for more established cryptocurrencies. Of course, when ICO, I see only out of me.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Reimagine 2021 V8. This is our 8th conference event. My name is Roshan Marajkar. I'm one of your hosts for this event. Really excited to be here today with a returning guest. And our theme for this event is State of the Artchain. So we're exploring the impact of NFTs, content creators, and really the future of, I would say, monetary worth, whether that's social or other means that I'm excited to cover today. I'm excited to be joined here by a returning guest. With me, I have Andrew Levine, who's the CEO of the Coinus Group. Andrew, welcome back to the show. How has it been since the last time we spoke to you? And to get started off with, let's just go over a little bit of your background.
Sure. Yeah, it's been an exciting, wild year. Culminating actually today in a really important milestone, which is the release of the developer preview of the Coinus testnet. I'm sure we'll talk more about Coinus as the conversation unfolds, but it's the last many months of really challenging work to build the world's first blockchain with a microservice architecture, capable of powering the first blockchain with free accounts, free transfers, and free smart contracts. This is just the beginning. It's a little taste of the test net, and it will evolve into the main net. But yeah, so today's a really important day for us. My background is that I worked with my co-founders of the Koinos group at Steemit. That's where I got involved in the blockchain space, actually as a community manager. My teammates and co-founders at Koinos Group were the core developers of the Steem blockchain, which at one time was the most used blockchain in the world, had over $1 billion market cap, and was powering Steemit.com, which was like a Reddit clone, but powered by a blockchain. And so people could post content to that blockchain, vote on content, and then tokens would be distributed based on the voting behaviors of the users. And that blockchain is still operating. It's got a sizable market cap. And there's even a fork of that called Hive, which is also predominantly based on our work. And that is more of the spiritual successor of our work. That's a community-led fork of the Steem blockchain. And that's also doing pretty well, has a decent level of adoption. And we learned a lot over the course of 5 years working on that blockchain, taking it through 23 hard forks that were a nightmare, and wound up being a massive blocker on progress. And so once we left that project and we're trying to figure out what we would do next, we decided that what we wanted to do was to build a platform that applications like Steem could eventually migrate to, and that would enable them to be rapidly upgradable and fully scalable. And so that's what we've been building with Koinos. And if you were to go to the GitHub and download our developer preview of the testnet, you'd be able to see the beginnings of that platform in operation, and containing many of the most critical innovations that will enable next generation decentralized applications to not only scale, but also to actually get better and better and better over time, as opposed to stagnating, which is the norm in the space.
Yeah, that's really interesting for the people that don't know your background. Thanks for covering that, because before we dive deep into Koinos, I know you have a lot of interesting updates there, but just kind of zooming out first, what do you think what is the biggest change you've seen from when you were at Steemit to now? Because I would say that a lot of the work you were doing, maybe it was too early a bit, or you had some early adopters. It seems like now there's tons of demand for similar things. So do you think that the space in general has matured more, or would you say the interest is different from when it used to be years ago?
The interest is certainly the biggest change. As far as the types of products that people are delivering to market and stuff, honestly, it's in everything that's old is new again type thing. NFTs, social media powered by blockchain, none of this stuff is new, certainly to us. And the solutions that people are releasing at the moment are not innovative, and in fact are several years behind as far as we're concerned, 3 to 5 years behind what is already in Koinos. They're storing content in active blockchain state. That's a huge mistake. NFTs on existing platforms are not scalable because they add to blockchain state, which is incredibly expensive. And so you have people launching who don't understand the history, who haven't done the research into the protocols that have already been launched and are even operational, and are clearly making the exact same mistakes that we made. But yeah, certainly it's the interest, it's the amount of capital that's coming in, and that's great. But what's still missing is a platform that can deliver something new to the space that Ethereum can't.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of the different protocols or blockchains that you mentioned, they've been around for a really long time. But you might know even better, like as far as like from for the developers out there, or I would say a lot of people, watching this right now, they don't necessarily even understand, I guess, what do blockchain developers really do, or what are some of the important considerations? Not to get too technical, but like, what are you sort of thinking about while you're developing something brand new to kind of rival what's out there? Like, what's important to you? Some of the core philosophies that kind of bleed into your product.
Yeah, so our number one core value is what we call developer obsession. So everything we do, we ask, how is this going to make a developer's life better? And so, admittedly, sometimes we will be too technical for people because we are focused on developers. But in my experience, when developers come to the blockchain space, they're almost like an ordinary person because it's so foreign and so different to them that they might as well not be a developer anymore because they have to learn this whole new way of thinking about their application, and they kind of have to start from the basics. So what we're doing and where we think there's a big gap is delivering a platform that developers can just immediately understand and begin using to make their application better. We're not saying, hey, you want to build a decentralized application. Hey, you want to build a blockchain application. Hey, you're an Ethereum developer. Yes, they should be able to use Koinos, but what about the brilliant TypeScript developer who just has a good idea for an app that could benefit from having some of that code run on a decentralized network of computers? That code is called a smart contract, right? So, there's some code within a developer stack that could benefit from not having them run it, but having a diffuse network of people run it. In general, this is going to be stuff like money, fungible tokens, cryptocurrencies, non-fungible tokens. These are things that people want to own, that people want to have price discovery on. And in order to, and that's where blockchain really has superpowers, is it's one of the few technologies that can deliver those features. But those features are still very far outside of the grasp of just a regular developer. And so that's really where we're attacking, is we're saying, what do we need to build? How do we need to build this platform so that great developer can just get up and running ASAP? And so that's why developer obsession is it's really everything to us. Honestly, nothing else. I will always impose that discipline on the, not that I have to impose the discipline, but you know what I mean? Whenever I see us moving other things up towards, developer in terms of importance. Oh, centralized exchanges. Wouldn't it be great if we were on a centralized exchange? Wouldn't it be great if we were compatible with Ethereum? We're always there going, but is that what an average developer wants? That person with the great idea. Sorry, I just heard some kind of noise.
It's all good.
That's it. I'll stop ranting now about our developer obsession.
No, I think you made some good points. A lot of people think this space is like very, very technical, but what you're saying, I think, is kind of different, because you're saying that you want to bring the normal developers and try to get them to adopt some of the blockchain advantages or trends, which I think is really great. Because one thing that happens in the industry is a lot of people have like groupthink even among developers, and you're only thinking about the same constraint. So I think definitely welcoming in a new community would probably make our own industry better. And kind of going into that, like going into developers or how you see community, because obviously you've done your past projects at Steemit that was heavily community focused. What do you think is the current space of, I guess, blockchain participation? I want to say, do you think that as time goes on, like more people will try to actively participate in these networks? Maybe it's running a node, right? Like kind of like running like a little microservice. Or do you think like on the flip side, people will get exposed through like a blockchain as a service type of thing that maybe Libra and other like companies, CBDCs, like which one do you think, where are we right now in the current spectrum?
Yeah, I certainly hope that blockchain starts touching everybody's life. I think a big bet that we're making is that eliminating fees. We think that eliminating fees is critical to onboarding everyone. And once you eliminate fees, now developers, not only can developers build the decentralized applications that already exist in a way that has a much better user experience. So many more people can use the kind of existing decentralized applications that exist, like Uniswap. You eliminate fees from Uniswap, more people are going to use Uniswap. It's basic economics. But what's even more exciting is all of the apps that will come to market and leverage, that will be built natively for that feelessness that we can't even imagine. We couldn't really imagine Facebook or Amazon or Twitter until the internet delivered that capability. And what would have happened to the internet? What would the level of adoption have been if they had charged fees every time you liked somebody's, stupid Twitter post, or every time you did a Google search? So we think that, yeah, eliminating fees is the key to doing that. It'll open up an entirely new space for entirely different types of applications that will hopefully be able to deliver fantastic user experiences that people can't even imagine yet. We believe that it'll do that through ownership of data. The way that these apps will be able to deliver new features, right? Because that's how technology gets adopted. Do something for me better than the thing that I already have does it. Do it better, do it faster, do it cheaper. Give me something that I'm not getting. And ownership is really where blockchains can deliver fantastic value, because they can do that. And so it's really about enabling developers to play with that feature and inject it into their application however they want. And the more freedom they have, the more ability they have to experiment with features, the more likely it will become that 1 out of 100 of these apps will land and somebody will release something that will be tremendously popular for ordinary people.
Yeah, for sure. And that's like the end goal, I think, for even developers, even though they're dealing with more technical issues on like a day-to-day basis, but even their end goal is to continuously make a better user experience, or even I would say create better design standards in a way that educates more people so you can actually see what you're doing. I think sometimes that's missing in the space too. Like me personally, I wouldn't say we should hide everything, because some things are like important, but I want to kind of touch on something you just said about kind of like your development community and the importance of building for them. But you also touched a little bit on NFTs, so I want to dive into that a bit. Kind of like with your background and with everything that's happening with NFTs right now, do you think that NFTs are like the new decentralized social media in terms of how people are exchanging value, or are people just buying these things as collectibles? Because I've seen quite a social twist on these NFTs that are coming out like right now as we speak, right?
Yeah, so NFTs are interesting. They have a ton of potential use cases. At Steemit, we were working on something called smart media tokens, which was a fungible token protocol. But eventually, the goal was to have this fungible token protocol where any community could launch their own fast and feeless digital token, like the Steem token. And then after that, what I wanted us to do was to leverage NFTs to deliver like badges and the other types of user interface elements that gamify social applications. And now I'm even more bullish on the potential use cases for NFTs. They're incredibly powerful, and I think that digital collectibles are, in my mind, one of the least interesting use cases for NFTs. The only reason they're so popular is because NFTs are so expensive to create and transfer over existing platforms that only collectibles have the profit margins to justify, to satisfy the economics. So yeah, tremendously powerful, but as is usually the case, the real potential is only realized when the cost is reduced to the lowest possible level. So yeah, there are social implications, but one of my co-founders, Michael Vandenberg, he put it so well. He said, almost none of the things we deal with in the real world are fungible tokens. We basically deal with one fungible token, the US dollar. Almost everything else we deal with in the real world is a non-fungible token. It's something unique. You go to the store and you buy, a bundle of bananas, right? I mean, it's a commodity, we know the price, but each bundle is a little bit different, It might be old, it might be underripe, it might be overripe, it might have 6 bananas, it might have 4 bananas, right? Bonds, treasury bonds are non-fungible tokens, not fungible tokens, right? Receipts are more like non-fungible tokens, and so yeah, they're tremendously powerful, and we have several innovations in Koinos that really deliver the most value in terms of NFTs specifically. But yeah, so we certainly believe in the long-term value of NFTs, but you got to reduce the cost. And so feelessness is part of that. So enabling people to create and transfer NFTs without having to pay fees is step one. So you can make it so you can eliminate the friction. But if the cost is still super high, then you're not really going to be able to do it a lot, right? So there's two sides to it. You got to eliminate the fees, but you also have to eliminate the computational cost. And so that's where the real innovation is how do we eliminate the computational cost so that I can create NFTs and transfer NFTs whenever I want. And if you look at the price of doing that kind of stuff on Ethereum, no one's ever gonna, it's really years away from any kind of usable state.
Yeah, definitely. And I like to also keep things realistic on the show as well, because a lot of new people that are trying to learn, or even if you have some exposure in the space, like everything we're talking about today is heavily, I would say, usage based, where it's not really speculating on a certain protocol. Like we're just talking, infrastructure and participation. And those things certainly make it tough to participate, like a high barrier of entry, right? But if we put those things aside, like, there's been some interesting developments since you moved on from Steemit, in terms of like Reddit adopting, I think like the Reddit coin where you can earn some tokens, will upvoting stuff, and also like kind of going back to NFTs. If we take the cost out of NFTs, like, do you think that people will start to use this interchange in value for micropayments? Because that's one thing I really loved about Steemit, right? Micropayments, like for the first time, you could do these small actions and kind of actually see the result of it. So talk to me a little bit about, some of the features and maybe the Coinus group, or some things you'd like to see for micropayments to kind of make a comeback and maybe make some impact on these new people.
Yeah, so I mean, one thing I've never been able to understand is, and maybe this was just because Steem never really, the biggest challenge that Steem always faced, I think, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see it pretty clearly, is that if you don't have smart contracts, if developers can't run custom code on your blockchain, it's just not going to reach the level of interest and excitement needed for people to even just understand what you're doing. So as far as I understand, Steem had microtransactions. You get rid of fees, you have microtransactions. Now, maybe the other element of it was that because it was delegated proof of stake and you only have 21 witnesses, the centralization of it makes people feel like they're not real microtransactions. It's basically some kind of subsidized system. And there's actually kind of something to that. We are now of the opinion that delegated proof of stake is far too centralized. Coinos will not leverage delegated proof of stake. It will be a fully decentralized protocol, but it will also be feeless, and it will also have smart contracts. And so you'll have microtransactions on Coinos without NFTs being involved. I'll be able to send you a fraction of coin, any fraction of coin, and it will be the same in terms of cost. The blockchain doesn't care if I'm transferring you 1 million coin or 5 or 0.0001 coin. It does not care. It's a token transfer. It's very computationally inexpensive. And so you could send microtransactions to your heart's content on Coinos. NFTs, you'll also be able to send NFTs, but NFTs are indivisible. So I don't personally really see the connection. It would be like if I want to give you a badge, if I want to give you a crypto kitty because I have it and you want it, I'll send it to you. It won't cost me anything and it won't cost you anything. We're done. It's pretty easy. I think that might actually connect back into why people didn't understand that Steem had microtransactions, because when you actually have microtransactions, the system just looks like it's working. You're just like, this just works. This is just, we're not doing microtransactions. We're doing transactions. It's weird. And yeah, I'm personally still debating whether we want to emphasize the microtransactions component of Coinos, because I just don't know if anyone really cares. It's like either it has fees or it works, and it's just like, okay, it works. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. So, kind of having that viewpoint, do you think that obviously you're building infrastructure for the space? And I also want to actually first let's get into like this thing I've never heard about before. You touched on it a little bit, but I kind of want to know like the future of it. And what that is you're trying to build Coinos into a blockchain that's continues to evolve. And your theory is at a faster and more rapid pace than other blockchains. I think many people see blockchain as like this immutable ledger or like this storage device kind of, where you just store things and like refer back to them. So I feel like you're taking this really aggressive approach. So how are you so bullish, and like what do you think you need in order to accomplish that? Is it just like the open source community, or why do you think you can go faster and break things?
Yes. So the number one design constraint that we imposed while developing the Koinos blockchain framework was that it needed to be able to improve at a more rapid rate than any other blockchain. So there was an obsessive focus on a rate of improvement. And what that means is that if given the choice between a less performant blockchain that was capable of more rapid improvement, if the choice was between high performance at launch versus rapid improvement, we would always lean towards the implementation that allowed for more rapid improvement, as opposed to the one that allowed for higher performance at launch. So we designed Koinos from scratch. It's a totally new blockchain. It's a totally new architecture. And what that means is that as we're building the individual components, and not many teams are capable of doing this, but our team has launched multiple blockchains, has upgraded multiple blockchains, right? So this is one of our unique value propositions, is that we can do this. And so as we're assembling these components, what we're doing is we're asking ourselves, what are the long-term consequences of these decisions? What will this enable? What will that enable? And because we had to go through so many hard forks with Steam, what we were constantly saying to ourselves is, what if we want to change this? What if we want to change that? We know from our experience that you never know where the bugs are. You never know how users will interact with your platform, and you never know what piece of code you will want to upgrade. Everyone will want to upgrade. And so you have to build as if any piece of your code will need to be changed. And it's a total misconception and myth that immutability has anything to do with what we're talking about. Bitcoin can be changed. Ethereum can be changed. In fact, Ethereum is aggressively planning to make changes, and the changes are not endorsed by the majority of people using the platform. But the changes need to be made. Everybody smart knows it, and so they're pushing forward with those. Bitcoin integrated SegWit, these platforms change. The question is, what tools are you creating to make those changes fast and ensure that they're good changes? And so in fact, what you see is that because other platforms aren't architected around upgradability, the changes that do go through aren't good. It's actually worse. So to kind of answer your question, I think what that whole process led to was our decision to move all of the system logic into smart contracts. It's it's a good idea when it sounds simple and obvious. Smart contracts are great. One of the technologies that's emerged since the release of Ethereum is that you can upgrade smart contracts without a hard fork now. You can't do that on Ethereum, but on a number of other blockchains you can. And so what we said was, well, if you can upgrade smart contracts without a hard fork and eliminate this massive bottleneck in the development process, why not move all of the system logic, the consensus algorithm, the governance algorithm, into smart contracts, and then each one of those features, you can upgrade it without a hard fork. Now, it doesn't mean I can choose to upgrade it. there will still be a governance process in place. But in fact, by moving all of that system logic into smart contracts, what we create is an on-chain upgrade path where a system upgrade can be uploaded as an ordinary user smart contract, run in the virtual machine. Governance can look at it, analyze it, audit it, and then vote on it. And because it's just a simple, small change to the system, they can approve it and push it out to the network like an operating system patch. So all that governance has to decide is, do I want to make this one part of the system better? If I don't, I run it as a user contract, that's fine. And so this is what we call modular upgradability. This is what enables improvements to happen so much faster, especially when you consider some of our innovations in terms of multi-language support, something called Koinos types, which is a super innovative solution that nobody will care about. But that will enable people to work in the programming languages that they already know. So a TypeScript developer will be able to come in, see something they don't like about the system, write up a smart contract in TypeScript, and then if it makes the system objectively better, all governance has to do is say, yeah, that makes this better. And if they don't say that makes this better, it won't make it better and it doesn't get approved. So what it's really about is giving governance more options, making it easier for developers to contribute productively, and then give governance the tools to immediately convert those improvements into system logic.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the governance that we see today on many protocols, I wouldn't say there's too many options. You kind of can vote on the predetermined, I guess, polls that exist, or only within the network. I'm really excited to hear that you're building a brand new blockchain. It's very interesting in the sense that since 2017, most projects have come, whether it's Binance or Ethereum, and kind of just either forking existing chains or building upon them. And I haven't heard that many people talk about kind of maybe blockchain backlog, right? It's like in the traditional world, you have your AWSs, you have Oracle, whether people like it or not, powers different parts of the infrastructure. But me personally, I do feel that the crypto industry, we don't have that many chains marginally of what people use, or where a lot of the activity is happening, right? When some of these chains get congested, it's because literally too many people are using them at the current time. So tell us a little bit about, congrats on launching your testnet at Koinos literally today. So what can we expect in the next couple of months or even a year for Koinos? How can more developers get involved, or even everyday people? What's the best way for them to just learn more and at least be educated, right? If anything.
Yeah, so accessibility is another core value. Accessibility to developers, accessibility to end users. Running a Koinos node is going to be super accessible. So anybody will be able to run a node. In fact, you can run the developer preview today with one command. So that's well within the realm of capability for really any user. It is a developer preview, which means that it's not a fully featured testnet. In fact, the way you can think about it is that this is a testnet for our blockchain framework. And the reason why we had to build this from scratch, you talked about how most people are just copying other things. Even if they're building from scratch, what you'll see is that they're actually borrowing a lot from existing projects, even if it's just a mental model. And so, but we wanted to build basically the world's simplest blockchain. That's distinguishing feature was the ability to talk to a specific type of smart contract that would reprogram these kind of basic implementations of features that live in the blockchain And so that's why we had to build it from scratch. So, so if you look at the blockchain, right, it doesn't code for a consensus algorithm. Instead, it has a piece that's kind of allocated to things like consensus algorithms. And so you can design smart contracts that tie into that piece and modify the native behavior. And so that's why we had to build this from scratch, because we actually wanted to build like basically, if you took anything out of Koinos, it wouldn't be a blockchain anymore. There's only the stuff you need to be a blockchain, like the cryptography. You have blocks, you have signatures, but everything else is coded up in smart contracts. And so, oh, geez, what was the question?
I would, we can take some of this.
I got it. So,
okay,
so the testnet will need a consensus algorithm. It will need some kind of basic governance algorithm in order to really be what people expect from a testnet. I'm a developer. I want to start building my decentralized application. Give me what I need to know to build my decentralized application. Right now, what you can see as a developer is how the microservices work. You can start building your own microservice if you're going to need that for your application. You can start understanding how Koinos works, but you can't necessarily actually build your application. So as starting today, the next phase of our development will be adding smart contracts that will code for those types of behaviors. And actually, we will be demonstrating that unique feature of Koinos, what we call modular upgradability, as we move towards testnet and mainnet. So for example, one of the smart contracts we have to develop is a token contract, like the ERC20 protocol on Ethereum, right? We need, like I said, a consensus algorithm, right? So we'll develop smart contracts for these things, and then we'll add them to the testnet, which will be producing blocks, right? So you'll be able to run a node, you'll be able to see blocks go, and then we'll inject a smart contract into the testnet, into a block, and that smart contract will modify the system behavior, and the blockchain will gain that feature, the consensus algorithm, the token contract, and it won't skip a beat. It will keep producing blocks. You won't have to re-index, which if you're not really familiar with blockchain, don't really, that's going to be outside your realm, but that's a hard fork. Now with the testnet, hard forks aren't a big deal, but it's fun to demonstrate that capability will be there when the mainnet launches, and that's when upgrades become a much bigger headache. But say there's a bug in your consensus algorithm. That's really bad. What modular upgradability gives the community is the ability to immediately patch that bug, and no exchanges go down, no nodes go down. The system just gets fixed, and it gets fixed right away. And while we all like to pretend that we can build perfect code, it's just not how the world works, people. And so really modular upgradability in Koinos is really the first blockchain that actually, it conforms to the way that development really works in the real world.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to end things off. Thank you so much for explaining that. It's certainly a term I haven't heard yet, this concept of your blockchain getting better. I certainly love the idea.
What a weird idea, it's getting better.
Love it. Congrats again for launching your developer preview / early testnet. Excited to see more. Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us here today. And I'll let you all tune back into the show. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Great chatting.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't. Yeah, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. And my brother hit me up on the phone, sparked my interest. What up, bro? Told me to quit my job, I should invest. I'ma do it. Told my boss I ain't coming back, just to impress my co-workers. Did my brother just fuck me over? Is that incest? Weird. 1% daily I was getting back. Already lost all my ether on the parody hack. Now my girl's all stressed, so I told her relax. I'm just waiting on Mount Gox to mail me back. Still waiting. All these motherfucking scams got me saying damn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. Big neck promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I fucked that up with a bad investment. BitConnect put me in debt. Had full faith in what I spent. Had a sublease just to pay my rent. It's like a foreign language, how do I vent? Got me tapped out on what I spent. Might lose my crib and have to pitch a tent. I just hit a wall, caught a president. Thought crypto was heaven sent. Still holding on like James Bond, trying to moonshot Neil Armstrong. The market cap was right on track. Used to Uber, now I'm walking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I still hold her, no looking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. BitConnect promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Damn. BitConnect promised me 100 grand. Liar. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Sorry, then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. BitConnect promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Damn.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey there, I'm Kurt Broggett, and I'm the CTO of NFT Genius. I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. This conference is really to kind of educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand like crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all for tuning in right now to the Reimagine 2021. Feel free to check out our YouTube channel. We have over 300 interviews from many, teams and projects and leaders in the space. So feel free to check that out. But without further ado, I have an exciting guest, I think a first time kind of joining Reimagine. So I'm super stoked to kind of get some new blood. We've been having, some repeat offenders here, but super psyched to have Kurt here, Broggett, CTO from NFT Genius. How you doing today, Kurt?
Doing amazing. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to chat.
Awesome. So, I know, your team put you on the spot, within the last 24 hours. So we'll kind of have some fun here, chat about NFTs. That's the theme of this conference. And we've done DeFi, we've done kind of tales from the crypto during Halloween, everybody's horror stories, and kind of we're just moving through here. So, you're the first time, this is your first time joining. So I'd love to just kind of get your background prior to blockchain crypto and kind of what led you into the space.
Yeah, I think that, before I knew anything about crypto and blockchains, I have a background in sports and skateboarding was a big thing for me. And then, I started getting into other competitive stuff like chess playing and just kind of started getting more nerdy, and then I got into programming. And so I've been into software engineering now for a little over 15 years. And that kind of led me into cryptocurrencies and stuff. And, I was already into startups. So I was very into different kinds of technologies. And I think around 2011, that's when I got into cryptocurrencies. I got into Bitcoin.
Yeah, man, that's pretty early on. I came across it in 2013. There's a lot of people that you're probably one of the earliest that I've chatted with on here, 2010, 2011. But for the most part, everybody's, around 2013 and beyond. What were your thoughts actually like on cryptocurrency coming from the background, right, of, developer and kind of understanding the tech space? Did it make sense to you right away? Because everybody has their own rabbit story. They go down the rabbit hole, right? And then kind of like everybody takes their own journey. Like what were your thoughts originally around crypto?
Yeah, so there's just been these sort of defining moments in my life, even though I'm a very scientific person and pretty logical, I would say, but there's like a feeling that you get when you see something that is important. And I kind of got that feeling from skateboarding and comics when I was younger. And then when I first saw Bitcoin, I think it was Tim Draper that kind of introduced it to me because he was one of our early investors in a company that we built back in the day. And when I first saw it, it had that kind of magic feeling for me. It was something that I knew was totally different. And when I looked at it, it just had that kind of just magic vibe that it was something really just special. And I didn't fully understand it, but I wanted to. And I just got deep into it. I just started buying it, watching what happens with the prices, just like one of the craziest things I'd seen. I didn't really, at first it was just like some funny money that maybe it could be a thing. And then as I got deeper in, it wasn't but like a month or two of being into it where I was like, man, this could really take down the banks, or this could really be something huge someday, right?
Yeah.
So that was my first thought on it. It was just always, the second I saw it, it was like love at first sight for me. So
that's interesting. And what were your conversations, I guess. I mean, this is kind of cool because everybody says that, I was mining and or my buddy was telling me and I ditched it. You kind of like caught on pretty quick. So were you going to meetups? Like, what was your experience like? And we'll kind of fast forward later, but what was your experience at that time? Like buying, selling, holding, how did that turn out?
Yeah, the experience, man, I feel like I feel like I should write about it sometime because it sort of reminds me of like some kind of cypherpunk novel because, when I was buying it, you couldn't really buy it from like Coinbase or anything like that. Like Coinbase was barely getting started at that point in time. And so the way that you could buy it back in the day was through these blind deposits where you would deposit through your bank somewhere. And then you'd go and like refresh a web page until you saw it there. And then you'd have to like move it to a wallet or something, or you'd have to buy it off the street from somebody who had it. And there were guys, but I didn't really trust them and it felt kind of shady. And I mined. So at that point in time, I was like, where can I get free electricity from? And so I started running CPU mining, CPU mines on like to CPU mine Bitcoin. Back in the day when you could mine it on a CPU. And that was also very interesting. It's really hard to do. But for somebody who's always running computers and in the office a lot programming already, it just kind of makes sense to run a miner. So that was like my intro.
Nice. Yeah, no, I think that's pretty cool. I think there was some story I read where like this kid was in school and he was running rigs underneath his bed and he got kicked out. And like, I guess that was his destiny to like, I guess, stick with it, right? If you believed in it that much. But so how do you see kind of Bitcoin's role? Like, we're going to get into NFTs, we're going to get an NFT Genius, like what you're working on as a CTO. How do you view, I guess, and you could take it either way, like Bitcoin or blockchain, or you can dabble in both and kind of get your perspectives and really opinions, because we have like viewers right now that are tuning in from universities, students, investors, people just, maybe their experience too. And also, a wide range of to the degree of how they understand blockchain. But, a lot of our discussions here are just real world discussions, like almost like applying blockchain to applicable like use cases, right? Like we're trying to shed light, and you had a great intro, just kind of the way you got into it. How do you view Bitcoin or blockchain, and like, what's the impact? Like, how do you see the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Bitcoin is one of the, and blockchain and solving these, Byzantine generals problem. I think that it's huger than anybody really maybe understands. And I think that blockchains are a super innovative thing. I kind of liken it to something like the Gutenberg press, or something like a massive historical event that happened that people don't even really fully understand what the implications are. And I think that the main thing for me that I think about is how, governments are controlling currencies, like the governments, the fiat currencies are national currencies, and they're still very much a part of the world today. Like the US dollar is still a big deal, and the UN is still a big deal. And what I think that something like Bitcoin did is that it's like the beginning of the death of national currencies, and that I think eventually national currencies won't be a thing anymore. Just like there's not really a national computer company. I mean, you could argue maybe there is. There's not many things that are really super innovative that are like nationalized things. And currency is a really important thing for everybody. It's their livelihood. It's how they feed their families. It's how they earn. It's how they exchange. And it's how people relate to each other. And to have a government be in control of that is a really risky and dangerous thing. And so opening it up to where many people can interact with and build their own currencies in their own way that are more international, to me feels more safe. And that's the future. And I think that Bitcoin started it. Where Bitcoin fits into the future, it could go on forever. I don't know. It could become like a gold where it spans hundreds of years and is very valuable. But I think that, I'm not really as much of a Bitcoin maximalist as I used to be. And I think that I learned a hard lesson from being a Bitcoin maximalist, because that's one of the reasons why I kind of underestimated Ethereum, actually, was because I was like, fuck all these other chains, these shit coins. I don't care about them. Like, maybe Bitcoin is the thing. Like I used to get mad at Litecoin. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I was like, because in the beginning, that was kind of what the culture was.
Yeah,
it was
very like they call it like tribalist, right? They kind of like one sector of it.
Yeah, for sure. So like I think that going through my own kind of maximalist period where I was like, Bitcoin is everything, because it really was at first. There wasn't really anything that could really compare to it, and I kind of saw how QQ coins played out in China, because I went to school in China, and I saw virtual currencies really taking off. That's part of the reason why I missed Bitcoin earlier, was because I was in China right during the time that it was launched, and it wasn't really like a big deal there. But just seeing how people interacted with virtual currencies, I think kind of primed me for really understanding what something like a Bitcoin could do. But yeah, I really got clowned by maximalism, but then eventually I kind of came to, and now I really love to explore all kinds of different utility tokens and all different kinds of tokens now.
And to kind of like continue on this little path for another minute or so, we just talked about Bitcoin, right? And we have people, the media, when they think about blockchain, it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is blockchain, right? And once you get into the space, you're like, all right, that's one application of it. So what's your view now, or not your view, but let's talk about blockchain, like the technology, like, what excites you about it? And, motivates you to kind of, obviously you're in the space now. How was that transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0? And then also what's your view on kind of the technology itself?
Yeah, I think that, under the hood, blockchain is the thing that's powering all of these tokens and ecosystems. And I think that it's very innovative. I believe that it opens up a whole new world for the internet. Like, I'm a really big believer that Web3 could be the new internet. And I get really excited when I think about, building immortal applications that are deployed to blockchains, and that you never know who actually deployed them. They could be something that's just a great service to people, financial tools. I like the idea that anybody in the world can participate and deploy applications to a blockchain, because they're really expressive. Like, an example is that, like, at one point in time, only certain people could write and only certain people could publish. But what I think a blockchain does is it means anybody. You could be in the middle of some place, in some developing country, and build a really relevant financial service. And you could do so anonymously, and you could help people. And there's, when we talk about accessibility, because that's where a lot of the narrative, like equity and accessibility is an important thing to so many people. And if you want to look at a tool that enables that, a blockchain does. Anybody can really participate.
Where do you lie in terms of, and kind of going off of, your perspective and thoughts on a blockchain here is like, decentralization and centralization, like this peer-to-peer kind of network, which we're in, and obviously we believe in. To what degree, will the world be decentralized? We have maximalists like, I want to be completely off the grid, and then we have like your Coinbases where, you're halfway in, halfway out, which are, I feel like every kind of infrastructure or every kind of, evolution of products and projects, play its role. And how do you kind of view like decentralization and centralization in terms of like its, application? Like, should everything be decentralized? Is some of it, hybrid approach?
Yeah, I'm not so much a decentralization maximalist. Like, I tend to look at all angles and just try to see the truth in every angle that is out there. Like, if you look at a service like Coinbase, which started as a wallet and quickly realized that the wallet business is not good and got into exchange business, they have provided a central layer to blockchain. And in my opinion, they're a really influential force in pushing the industry forward, and they're, centralized, right? But it's, I really believe in products where there's a great customer demand, and a lot of people see the value in Bitcoin, but they don't understand decentralization and how to set up wallets. And so it's a great business. They provide a service that allows them access to these kind of decentralized things. and they charge a fee. So to me, that's a great business, and they're pushing the industry forward. Like there's so many people that have been able to use these kind of services, and now that they've IPO'd, it's really substantiated what blockchain and crypto-based businesses can do on like the traditional financial markets as well, and that is a big deal. So to me, centralization and centralized services that create bridges to those kind of decentralized services are running the game, and they're crucial for now. I do really love decentralization and truly decentral services. Sometimes I joke and I say that some people are suffering from premature decentralization because they try to build this system where it's so decentralized that they're not in control in any way, which is great. But then if something goes awry, like it's also not easy to fix. It's not easy to control, but it also means it's not easy to fix. And I think that that's the problem that's going on with Ethereum, because the fees are super high. And I think that, even you can see quotes from Vitalik saying that he thinks, $1 or less of a fee on Bitcoin is a joke, right? But now if I want to mint an NFT, I have to pay upwards of $200 just to get it on sale. And I'm not making any money. I'm losing money on that. And so to me, too decentralized or a system that doesn't have enough governance that can influence those kind of outcomes are just poorly designed, but I love decentralization. Full decentralization to me is the goal, where people are autonomous and they can participate in an equal way. But if somebody can game it too easily, or if something goes wrong, if there's an architectural problem, that is not a good kind of decentralization. That's like the downside to me, right?
Yeah. There's two aspects of that, one spectrum or the other. And you've kind of touched on it a little bit in terms of the challenges, right? And kind of the barriers. Like, how do you think, and we need some of these centralized parties to, like you said, get us on and off crypto and provide technical support, customer support. And I guess once you get to that point, then it's up to you if you want to, go completely, into the crypto world or you're half and half. But obviously there's opportunities kind of more on the decentralized side of managing your own funds, earning a little bit more interest, right? Taking money outside the traditional markets. How do you think we get crypto to the next billion people?
I really believe that collectibles and NFTs are going to take us there, because most people, I feel like, aren't going to be, daily interacting with, DeFi. I think it's going to be a part of their life eventually, just like banking is. But I'm not hopping in my Wells Fargo app every day because I'm super excited. I think that gaming and NFTs and digital assets are going to, that's where the market is. Collectibles is the largest industry in the world. Anybody can connect with that, like from a little kid to an adult can connect with that kind of stuff. So my belief is that NFTs are going to completely blow away the decentralized finance user base over time. I think, within the next probably like 3 to 5 years, that there will be way more collectibles users, and that games will kind of put us over the top there. I think that there's going to be millions and millions of games and digital asset holders.
And I think right now, although DeFi boomed kind of internally in this crypto bubble, NFTs are actually kind of, taking charge here, right? And for quite some time. And I just kind of learned that the first NFT, I believe, was like in 2014. Kind of interesting. So let's get into like NFT Genius. Like, let's tell the audience what you guys are working on. What's kind of the goal and mission? And we'll start there.
Yeah. So, first is like, we have pretty much like a dream team, like Jeremy Bourne, our CEO, he's a visionary thinker. He really knows how to think about where the puck is going. And that's one of the reasons why I follow him as a technologist. Like, as a technologist, I want to follow people who are ambitious and they're visionary and they have good leadership. We also have storytellers. We really have a production team. So we have Paul Jenkins. He's done a lot of great work at Marvel. And he was one of the original Ninja Turtles team and helped build Ninja Turtles. We have Carl Meyer, who's just like, he's also a visionary thinker, and him and Jay are like a really great team in coming up with ideating stuff on blockchains. And, you know, we just have great people. Joe Sikta, we have Mute, who's our illustrator, and he's incredible at what he does. And he's built, you know, he's illustrated the story that we created for Bitcoin Origins. And what we're really trying to do with NFT Genius is build a kind of storytelling company around digital assets. And right now we're very focused on NFTs. And we believe that these kind of assets, they have stories that are really important. And we build marketplaces around these kind of NFTs that have stories. And we're also going to like where we believe NFTs are going to be, like they have utility. You know, you can interact with them, you can nurture them. They're keys that unlock experiences. And we're trying to use them in a way that we really believe that they're going to be used in the future. So that's a lot of our focus, is just building next level kind of NFT or crypto asset experiences.
How long has NFT Genius, when did the project start?
So it started last year, a little bit before October. You know, we had been kind of ideating, you know, obviously there's a story behind every person who joined the team and their journey in NFTs, but, you know, we officially launched in October, and just in that short amount of time, we've pulled in, you know, millions in revenue in the NFT space. And, you know, we've hit all of the top charts. You know, we've been able to make, you know, we made $500,000 in a few seconds on one of our pre-sales. And so it's moved along pretty quick, and now we're moving into our venture round, which is led by Mark Cuban, and we've been working with Mark Cuban, and he's been an incredible help to us. And we have a lot of other really great investors that are really huge in the crypto industry. We're kind of private about that for now. It's not public information, but we're moving into music now. We have a few sets that are like this storytelling set, but we decided that another great opportunity for NFTs is storytelling and experiences in music. So that's kind of where my focus has been mostly, and some of the guys on our team are focused on that.
Did you think NFTs were going to come this quick?
No.
Right.
I didn't. The thing is I've been into it for a really long time. You know, I have a really great MLB collection that I had from 2018. I collected CryptoKitties the day that they came out. I thought it was kind of novel and sort of nerdy at first, and it's like felt very niche. But
Were you thinking like speculative, and we'll kind of get into this because I've had, you know, these NFT discussions, and there's a different degree of like why one would buy an NFT, right? Like you have this one way of like buying expensive art, right? And that's kind of like what's kind of in the mass media, or like you're buying a fraction of like this Lamborghini or whatever. But like there's these like normal areas, these gray areas, these middle areas, like yourself, or like you're just interested in either kind of, you know, the NFT itself, like being a part of it, like the experience. What is it for you that you, like you were just talking about it, kind of like the CryptoKitties, and you thought it was like kind of interesting, and were you thinking like, oh, I want to make money, or, you know, I don't know what's going to happen, but this is kind of cool?
Yeah, at first, no, I wasn't really thinking about money. I was just thinking that it was novel. I thought that, you know, maybe someday it would be worth something, and it was so new. And for me, it was really just, I was attracted to like new experiences. You know, I'd been into crypto for so long. And so seeing something like a pet with DNA that was also a crypto asset was super interesting to me, you know? So to me, it was about the experience. I just wanted to experience something fun, and it just felt kind of nerdy and niche in a way. And so, you know, but then eventually I kind of realized, like with MLB, I started thinking more about like these kind of collectible things are, you know, if physical collectibles go digital, of course they're going to be very valuable. And so getting in early and holding some of these things over time is really going to be a big deal. So I started changing my outlook, and then I just kept getting more and more interested in creating them. And so I started creating them myself and just wanted to understand, like, how do you create them? What can you do with them? And kind of started tinkering myself. And then it just kept, snowballing into where it is now.
And it's interesting. I think like all of, we've surpassed like the total value from 2020 just this year. We're not even like halfway through the year. So what does that kind of mean, I guess? I know we might be, in this bubble, or not bubble, but like this community. So like it makes sense. But like these numbers, kind of this data at its core, it just means like more people are interested. There's probably more people that are alike, that are, kind of show, so much more interest in terms of buying NFTs. There's a market.
Yeah, I feel like we're definitely in some kind of cycle. I don't often speculate too much. Like, I really don't know what's going to happen. I'm not like, if I really believe something, I'll say it, but I'm not that bold. It does feel a little high price. Like, even one of our NFTs sold for, I think at its peak in cryptocurrencies, like just one card from our set sold for 450,000 USD. And I was just blown away by that. Like, I would have never been able to guess that it would sell for that much. But so to me, the prices are a little bit high. It's kind of maybe a bubble in a way, but I feel like these kind of bubbles, they're more of like cycles, where like the ICO quote unquote bubble was a thing. It was a bubble, right? But what it did was it sort of opened the door for DeFi, to where it's like, well, hey, I'm not going to pay you up front, millions of dollars to invest in your token that has no technology. And then it kind of flipped it upside down, where people got burned on that. And then they kind of got tired of it. And then it kind of evolved, like from the ashes of that came DeFi, where it's like, there's great products that actually have financial services. And oh, by the way, we're not doing a wild token sale with a white paper, like just pick up the tokens and use them in the system. And so it kind of naturally corrected itself. And I think that we're going to have a similar thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you would consider trash even on the market right now. And I think it's going to evolve a lot. And I feel like NFTs is in its ICO period.
Yeah.
And then it's going to become more about utility and value and what it provides as a service, just like DeFi came after ICOs.
Do you see NFTs and DeFi, colliding, coming together?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that arguably they already are. I think that Wax built a pretty innovative system where profits from the percentages of market fees get put into a pool, and then governance tokens that you stake allow you to take yields from those pools of revenues. And, that allows people to be, the stakeholders to be vested in how well that NFT ecosystem does. I think Meme is a great example. There's so many great examples, like Alien Worlds is a great example of, tokens and NFTs. It's kind of, tokens and NFTs are kind of, and DeFi, it's kind of like peanut butter and jelly, really. Like they really fit together very well. I think that the thing that I think has the most legs right now is really that you become a shareholder in an NFT ecosystem, and you really believe in it. You also purchase those NFTs because you love to collect them and you like to move them on secondary markets. But then you also enjoy yields from all of the action that happens in those markets. And I think there's going to be a lot, like digital fashion, toys, games. They're all going to probably go in that direction, where they have DeFi models on them.
If possible, can you elaborate a little bit on kind of the NFT itself? Like, so we're talking about a digital representation, right? Kind of a receipt as well in the NFT. And then there's also like owning an NFT of a physical item. So are these two different worlds? And how would one view, like my grandpa, like he wants the physical card, right? We were collectors too. And how would you separate the two? Like, what does that even look like? Like, one you just buy online, and one you own like disclosure, right? Like they sold the right, or not the rights, actually, they sold the artwork of the group's, face, but like I realized that you didn't own the copyright or the physical item. So like, how do you distinguish like an NFT? And obviously there's going to be multiple worlds with NFTs.
Yeah, I'll just keep it real with you. I feel like binding the NFTs to physical goods, I think that there's some very interesting use cases, but I think that, the real deep insight about NFTs to me is that they're digital only items, and that they're digital first, they're digital only, they may only ever be digital. I love the idea of physical backed stuff, like you buy a Nike shoe that's an NFT. You see that a lot of other people are FOMOing on it. You flip it on the market. Nike makes money off of that secondary trade. So they sold the shoe, and every time that shoe sells in the digital world, they make money off of it. And then eventually, if somebody wants to, burn or redeem the NFT, they can get the shoes to them in the mail. The NFT disappears, right? Like that is really great. And I think that, fashion, shoes, all these different things can be sold like that. And it's really, if you're somebody who's creating physical goods, it's a dream come true to you, because it's kind of like a fractional reserve where that shoe may never be redeemed. It might only be digital. Like, why would you take an NFT that's of a rare Jordan that's sold for $15,000? Why would you ever redeem it for the physical item if you didn't believe that you could fetch 20K for it, right? So there's like a whole financial play and kind of a game in it. And then at the end of the day, you don't even have to manufacture that good if you don't want to, because nobody will ever redeem it. But to me, it's really about digital first. I think that that's really where it is. Like, there's no point of a gaming asset ever really being a physical good. So I really believe that all of these things and most of the market is going to be digital first. Like, if you just looked at the whole collectibles industry right now, my guess is it's not digital, and that digital is a small piece of it. Like, games are huge, right? You can't deny that. But I think that eventually it's going to flip to where the physical items aren't going to be important, because you might be in a metaverse where, the sword is only really valuable in the metaverse, and I can use all the functions that you would expect. I want to show it to my friend. I want to take a picture with it. You can do all that kind of stuff. Like, all of those functions in the physical world you can do them in metaverses. And so you're not going to want the physical good is going to be like a burden eventually. It's sort of like you don't want to have the CD anymore, right? You don't want to, some people want the vinyl. So it's kind of like, there's still something to it. But for the most part, I can experience music in every way that I want to digitally. I do not need the record or the CD to experience music the way that I want. And I think it's the same for a toy or any other thing.
Wow. That was those analogies are pretty legit though. Like, you're right. Like, I don't need a CD. I got my, my streaming, my digital version of all my music. Like, I don't need to lug stuff like that.
You don't.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. And I like the way you frame that, because I'm trying to understand too myself, right? Like, and it's also what are some of the barriers, I guess, to kind of advance NFTs? Like, is it psychological? Obviously, this is like native to the internet, so it's generational too, right? Like, some people, want the physical item. Some people maybe kind of moving forward, or the next, generation, or like you said, just want the digital. What are still some of the challenges, I guess, or risks involved? And we'll start there.
Yeah. So I think that some of the challenges is that, like, one thing is that NFTs are connected with blockchains and wallets and a lot of stuff that people don't understand. I think even this terminology, NFT, we probably want to call them nifties or something else, because NFT, it doesn't really roll off the tongue the way that it should, and it sounds complicated. It's an acronym. I feel like just when someone hears it, it doesn't register with them. You know what I mean? And then also that you have to interact with wallets in a technical way, like you do in crypto, is going to be a barrier for a while. And so that's it. And I think that the other barriers, just like how you said, generational, and how people perceive value. Like, a lot of people are looking at the NFTs and they're like, well, why don't I just take a screenshot of it or something? Like there's going to be like, people are going to kind of be forced in a way to accept the reality that digital items are good without really even understanding it. Just like, you know, if a dollar was introduced today, people will be like, what the fuck is this? Like, I don't want a dollar with some old dude's wig on his head from 200 years ago or whatever. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, a lot of people, I don't know if like you want to edit that, but like it's basically like if we introduced a dollar, which everybody accepts is like, I give you a dollar, like, you know what it is. Everybody knows, even a little kid knows what it is, right? But if you introduce that today, you'd have those same kind of skeptics. Like, I don't know if this shit is going to work, right? And that's how people are responding to NFTs. It's very new. And so people are like, well, why is that valuable? And it brings you into these dialogues about what is a currency, what is valuable, what is scarcity, and how do we perceive it? And my take on that is that every single thing that has value only has value in your mind, whether it's physical or digital, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, and like that, you know, being in this space now for you know, a few years now, that's kind of what I think about. It's like, it's made me think about just completely different, right? Like, I think the fiat's going to die tomorrow. It's not going to happen, but it makes you think, like, what is valuable? You know, people are valuing these digital items, and I get that too. You know, maybe because it hasn't, maybe I don't perceive it valuable, but like, yeah, there's value out there. How are you guys tackling, like, let's talk about NFT Genius though. Can you talk about just kind of the project itself? Like, you know, we're talking about NFTs, like what you said, you're working around communities and storytellers. What does that mean? Like, from the way I interpret that is like, you're trying to provide this environment that tailors to kind of the nifty market, right? Or the people involved, the parties involved, as opposed to just a platform where people do their own thing and then they come to exchange. It seems like you guys are tailoring the experience to the nifty kind of targeted market and adding value that way. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah, that's about right. So we have a very active community on Telegram, for example. I think we're at 6,000, or like, there's a lot of people that are really involved in our story. Like, we have, like, our story is about, it's Bitcoin origins. It's about the origins of Bitcoin and those special moments. So it's moment-based set. We create illustrations that kind of show the story of Bitcoin. And so, you know, like Satoshi and, you know, Hal Finney and all of these, you know, Bitcoin Pizza Day. So we illustrate it. It's kind of like a comic in a sense, and it tells the story, and there's hidden clues inside. And we, you know, I think it's every 3 moments now, we give out 1 Bitcoin to somebody who finds and follows the clues properly and can solve the puzzles. There's really deep puzzles inside of it. We hide all kinds of stuff everywhere. And so it's kind of like, in a way, we've kind of turned a NFT set into kind of like a Netflix series. And we really believe that, you know, connecting moments and having a cadence of like, this thing leads to another and there's hidden clues. And when you combine them together, there's a story. It kind of reminds me of like one of my favorite shows, Dark, if you've ever seen that on Netflix. It's like, you have to take pieces from different parts of the series and put them all together so you can solve the mystery. And that's a really important thing in entertainment right now, is like, how much does it make you think and talk about it offline? And so that's kind of what we're doing with our NFTs over there. And they're beautiful. They're illustrated. You look into it and they kind of evoke emotion behind it.
And we've talked about collectibles. How else do you see this NFT nifty market going in terms of DJs, right? Artists. It seems like there's a shift from like mass marketing to now like peer-to-peer marketing, like, you know, one-to-one, right? Like which is a whole thing about blockchain in general, crypto. It's peer-to-peer, right? Me to you, quick, efficient, no need for third parties. It seems like kind of in these other entertainment industries, it's amplifying, you know, going from your Instagram live, you know, Facebook lives to your profiles there to now, like, actually being able to give you something directly, one-to-one, right?
Yeah.
How do you view kind of this shift of, it's another use case, I guess, or application in terms of engagement and community?
Yeah, a huge thing that we're doing at NFT Genius right now is we launched Gaia. We launched the pre-sign up. So it's on Gaia.com. And what we are building right now is a way for musicians to interact with their fans directly. You could kind of think about it like a Nifty gateway in a sense, because we're doing drops and we're helping really huge, like we've talked to a lot of huge Billboard musicians, and we're launching with them to bring them to a place where they can release these kind of collectibles in like a music centric way, so that they can interact with their fans. And like exactly what you're saying is right. Like fans want to get a piece of the things that they love. And before NFTs, it's like not exactly easy to do that. And it's not easy for the artist to build these kind of products. Like just even making a shirt, like it's super hard to do it, you know, and like a lot of money that they make comes from merch, and you have to manufacture and ship, and there's all this BS involved. But like when you buy a digital collectible that has an experience, like it goes into your wallet immediately. You get it right now. They have proven rarity. It's not just something that anybody can get. And the idea is that the artist, like the musician or the artist, they're selling it directly to their fan base. So, you know, even artists on the small end, like just imagine trying to make money on Spotify. If you're like a relatively successful DJ, like you have to get a lot of streams to make $1 even, right? But I think that one of the reasons why these artists are getting so excited right now is because they realize even selling one NFT for $50, which is like actually pretty low priced in this market, is a huge deal to them. Like if you took any artist right now, if they sold one NFT today for $50, like it's going to change their whole perspective about how they interact with their fan base. And so what we're doing with Gaia is we're allowing these artists to create these kind of collectibles, and we're helping them to create really engaging collectibles that have experiences, so that they can sell them directly to their fans at scale too. Like we can sell millions of these to their fans, where you can't really do that on Ethereum or any of these other blockchains.
Yeah, it provides kind of that residual income, you know, for a lot of these musicians. And there's a lot of discussions right now around that too. Like a lot of them make money outside of their music, like, you know, not on their actual music. And so hopefully this kind of brings it back. We got couple more minutes here. We'll wrap it up. But what about technologically? So, you know, interoperability, right? Like what do you guys built on one? And then, you know, how do you see it like kind of, you know, with regards to, I mint on Ethereum and like it has to stay on Ethereum, or I mint on Tezos, like, you know, kind of opening those doors a little bit, which would probably add value. So you don't have to like make those decisions. You just mint an NFT and then you can, you know, freely, you know, transfer that however you wish. Like, how do you kind of see that from, and you're a developer, so your CTO, like, you know, what's going on. So how do you kind of see that landscape? You know, obviously it's going to get better, but, you know, what are some of the risks or like, you know, or the positives, like things, you know, are moving in a great direction. Like these things are happening already. What's your take on kind of, you know, NFT, like interoperability?
Yeah, I think it's important. I think that, you know, the reason why that dialogue started, I think, is because Ethereum was so expensive. So people started thinking about, well, if it's so expensive over here, maybe if I pop it into another network, like if it's a sword, for example, just imagine paying the gas fee to like sell a sword in like a store in a game. Like it's just, you can't do it, right? So you might think, well, how about I build my store over here on an L2 or Wax or some other place where there aren't fees, and now I can sell the sword around all the time, and I don't have to gouge the customer to do it. So it makes a lot of sense to move these assets around, but I don't feel like it's a huge burden for us right now, because what we want to do is make the experience and the stuff that's on that certain chain stay there for now. Like, and then a lot of people are building bridges, so I don't think that we're going to have to do it. I think that there's a few great sets who've kind of like done that with their tokens and the liquidity. Like Alien Worlds has a Wax token, but they also have an Ethereum token and a BSC token. And so you can swap it around to different places. And I think that that's going to be the future, where you can kind of freely swap it around to different chains. Just for now, that isn't really a thing. Like, I don't want to move my Wax stuff into Ethereum, actually, because there's no point behind it unless it's a token and I can, get liquidity somewhere to like move it. And so, for example, in music, we're building on the Flow blockchain, and there's a lot of reasons why we're doing that. And typically we build on Wax. Like, I've built probably 20 different sets over on Wax in the past, and there's low resources. It's like pros and cons of each one. And, I can imagine a world where you will swap it around, just like tokens. Like BSC is a perfect example, in my opinion. Eventually people might want to move. And I think that this is kind of like a little bit of a prediction, is that I think that BSC and NFTs are going to be a big deal. And so you might see people wanting to move their Ethereum-based NFTs over into BSC or these other EVM compatible places, because you can't use it there. It's sort of like just sitting there collecting dust, and you're scared to move it around. But when NFTs have more utility other than I bought it and it's high-priced item, like if I want to wield a sword or I want to use a ticket, I don't want to pay these gas fees. So I think that that's like the big benefit right now, moving the assets into places where the fees are lower so you can move them around.
Yeah, I mean, those play critical. Like, so are you bullish on Ethereum? Just a matter of time, or it doesn't even really matter? Like you said, I don't know if time will tell.
Cons. They have their pros and cons. Yeah. Like I'm bullish on Ethereum because it's an infinitely valuable network that's built the gold standard for NFTs. And to me, I really see long-term it being more of like a DeFi network, because I don't think that NFTs and maybe like highly collectible NFTs, like high-priced items, but I don't see the future of NFTs being on Ethereum. But I do see a lot of DeFi plays. Like, Ethereum isn't going away. I think BSC is starting to eat its lunch right now, and I think that there's some value behind what BSC does. I feel like all of them have pros and cons, and for me, I'm kind of more of a blockchain agnostic person, because I've learned from mistakes in the past where if you get too narrow-minded about certain chains, that all you really do is miss opportunity. That's kind of how it is for me.
No, that's important, to kind of, and you've been through the ringer, right? A few times here. And I think we all have, like, you get hooked on one thing and then somebody else kind of builds it better. And you teeter back and forth, but like, you can't deny certain aspects of whatever the chain is, right? Like you said, the pros and cons. And so what you're saying is you also believe that, like, there's just going to be, X amount of chains, right? Like niche chains for this kind of vertical, this kind of industry. You're going to have your general chains and other chains for specific like use cases. You see that happening?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like it's kind of just already happening, but who knows really where like maybe there'll be one chain to rule them all, but I feel like they all have their own purposes, sort of like big sites, like when .coms came out, it was sort of like everybody kind of believed that they would pan out in a certain way. And like, why would you need a .com, or that company's fraudulent for adding a .com? We're seeing the same thing right now. Like, that company added blockchain or a cryptocurrency. Do they really need it? And the way that .com panned out is that, like, Joe's coffee shop down the street has a .com now, and it's very helpful for them to do business. And so, I could see that, specialized private chains and public chains and multiple use cases, Chuck E. Cheese chain, Barbie chain, whatever you want, you'll have a different chain for all kinds of different reasons.
Awesome, man. No, this has been a great discussion, eye-opening. I'm pretty sure our audience here is going to take away a lot of, like, little nuggets, right, on kind of how to view the market, not get so tunnel vision, like understanding what blockchain does, and then knowing that these chains do this, that, and the other, and then the layer of kind of applications and use cases and figuring out, what works best. And we're kind of going through that. So appreciate you kind of taking your time out of your day to come join us. I know it's dinner time for the both of us, but where can people learn more about NFT Genius, get connected to the community and really kind of dive deeper?
Yeah, so you can check us out at ongaia.com and also btcorigins.com.
Awesome. We'll go ahead and conclude here. Thank you for providing, your opinions, thoughts, feedback, and kind of your journey through blockchain and kind of what you guys are, doing in the NFT kind of specific niche here within. But you guys have definitely a holistic view on just crypto in general and providing this service way ahead of the game. As we just mentioned earlier, like we didn't think this was going to come this quick, but obviously you guys have been, doing your research and really making a difference. So I wish you good luck, from here on out. And we hope to have you guys back. We do this every month. So, I look forward to, having you back at some point, or at least NFT Genius.
Yeah, for sure. Anytime. Thank you.
Awesome. So everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021, I just want to thank you for listening to us today. Hopefully, you learned about NFT Genius. Go ahead and check them out. This is Kurt Broggett, CTO at NFT Genius. So, we'll talk to you again and hope to see you. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up up to date with daily news segments, such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Well, howdy there! It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Gas fee. Gas fees are payments made by users to compensate for the computing energy required to process and validate transactions on a smart contract blockchain, originally referring to such fees on the Ethereum blockchain. Gas limit refers to the maximum amount of gas or energy that you're willing to spend on a particular transaction, and you can put that in your gas tank.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 8. We're back with another event. This time we're focused on NFTs, content creators, and really the concept of digital ownership. I'm Roshan Marachkar, one of your hosts for this event, and I'm super excited to be joined here with a returning guest. With me here today, I have Joshua Frank, who's the CEO at The Tie. Joshua, welcome back to the show. And yeah, I just want to kind of dive back in and ask you, like, how have the past 6 to 8 months been for you as far as like demand in business, I guess?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here. Never thought I'd be a speaker on NFTs. It's funny. I still remember back in 2018 or 2019, there was this event, NFT NYC. And I didn't get NFTs. Like I didn't understand it. I didn't get it. And, you know, somebody was telling me they were speaking at an NFT event. I'm like, you're speaking at an event for pictures that you have on your computer. And I was like, so confused. And, you know, then I remember I was actually at Gemini's office the day after they bought Nifty Gateway. And I was talking to one of the people on their acquisitions team. And I was, you know, I didn't say anything, but I was like, why would you spend $5 million on this thing? And now we've come full circle to the point where I'm talking about NFTs. So, you know, kind of funny to be here. How have the last 6 to 8 months been, though? I mean, the last 6 to 8 months for anybody in this space have been fantastic. They've been great. I mean, the growth that we're seeing is you know, I'm not talking about our business specifically, but I mean, as an industry is unbelievable. You know, as a business, you know, our business specifically, I mean, it's incredible the types of clients that we're doing business with. I mean, you know, we have clients now that weren't in crypto 6 months ago. We have clients that weren't in crypto last week and they're in crypto this week. I mean, it's gotten to the point that it's that ridiculous. You know, we're seeing massive asset managers, $40-50 billion hedge funds, pensions, endowments, multifamily offices, you name it, you know, all sorts of large institutions get into the game. And I think the coolest thing that I'm seeing is, you know, there was a lot of talk even 6 months ago that, you know, the institutions are here and they're just here for your Bitcoin. And I also said that, right, that the institutions were just coming for Bitcoin. They weren't here for other assets. But, you know, I could tell you from dealing with these clients directly, they are trading crypto now. They are trading more than just Bitcoin. They are trading more than just Ethereum. They're not buying your shitcoin bag number 384 down the list on CoinMarketCap, but they're definitely here, you know, in serious force. And so, I mean, it's a great time to be in crypto, whether, you know, you're looking at retail interest or institutional.
Yeah, it's great to hear that you're adding more clients. And I think that kind of matches the demand in the space, everyone kind of getting exposure in different ways. I think last time that I was talking to you here, we weren't even talking about the rise of DeFi. So let's kind of wind back and I want to ask you about that. Like, what have you seen, or what do you think is responsible for the rise of DeFi even in the last year? Is it just heavily sentiment based, or, is it just people actually interested in, I guess, making more money?
I mean, did you just hear your second question? Why is DeFi doing well? Is it because people want to make more money? People always want to make more money. I mean, I think people like to make crypto like this mysterious thing or whatever, but like in the pandemic, what has done well? It is sins, right? It is gambling, it is alcohol, it is sports betting, right? It is crypto, right? And with DeFi, what is DeFi? DeFi is kind of just gambling and betting. I mean, the crazy thing, I love DeFi. Don't get me wrong. I'm making so much money. I'm having the best time of my entire life. Like, it's great. I have, this asset and I'm staking it here and I'm farming it there and blah, 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 blah. And I'm earning yield in now like Pancake Bunny and this and all this dumb stuff. It's fantastic. It's great. But like, what is DeFi really? I mean, when you think about it, right? I'm taking an asset. Let's say, let's go to Binance Smart Chain off the bat, because I brought up Pancake Bunny, which is great, by the way. If you have Pancake Swap, it needs to be on Pancake Bunny. It's paying like 300% yield, 100% yield in Cake, and 200% in Bunny for staking Cake, which is just a great yield, and Cake is going up. But my point being is that we're talking about yield in something called Bunny. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we're staking Cake for bunnies. Like, we're talking about yield in these nonsensical things, right? Like, it's not 300% in US dollars, right? I mean, certainly you can convert it, but none of us are converting it. We're just taking it and we're putting it into more and more and more things. I mean, DeFi has become attractive to people because you can just make this exorbitant amounts of money, right? In crypto bull markets, right? Things are already going up so much, but Cake is up like 20x this year, and you can earn 300% interest on it just from staking it, not even from putting it in a yield in a farm where you have impermanent loss risk. So I think DeFi has done well because people are making a ton of money. And it's crazy. I mean, it's just like every day somebody, forks Uniswap again, or forks this or forks that, creates a new, thing. Everybody throws their money in for a week. The yields are incredible. Everybody makes a ton of money. Then they go on to the next thing, right? I mean, people are effectively just making money out of nothing, which is incredible. I mean, I'm having the greatest time ever, but it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, everyone's sort of trying to figure it out. And I think the rate of innovation, or the rate at which people are forking these things, is absolutely ridiculous at times.
Fork and innovation is maybe those are a little contrary, but there's definitely innovation and there are definitely forks, but not all forks are innovation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's arguable sometimes, I guess. People are tweaking different things here or there, but from your perspective, what are the metrics you look at when you're looking at the success of DeFi versus something like NFTs that's so new? Like, kind of walk me through that process. What do you actually think of?
I mean, in terms of like the metrics and things, I mean, I think adoption is a really good thing to look at. But also, and I don't think anybody's created this metric yet. And so, maybe we should, or I think an on-chain data company may be better suited, but I'm curious as to retention of a lot of these things, right? Because with a lot of these new DeFi things, they pop up and they're the hottest thing for like 3 weeks, and then nobody cares anymore, right? And so in terms of like, DeFi, I'm curious as to what has sustained value. Obviously Uniswap does. I don't think anybody will question that. And Sushi does. And, Curve and some of these other, ETH-based solutions seem to have some levels of sustainability. And, I think on, Solana, you have, Radium and Serum and a few others. So, there's certainly some protocols. So I think you can look at, transactional volume on some of these things, number of users, et cetera. But I think, there's difference between investing and trading. And I think in this this is a trader's market, right? And what we're kind of seeing in this market are these patterns, right? Where one type of asset will do really well and then everything else will follow. So for example, earlier this year, there was this layer 1 thing, right? Where, first ETH moved up to, $2,000 before, now it's over 3, but it moved up to $2,000. And then we saw Avalanche had this big move up above $50. And then we saw, some of these, we saw Polkadot have its big move, and then we saw Solana run almost up to $50, right? BNB has run up to almost $700, right? And, there are these patterns and like everybody aping into L1s, and like whichever L1 hasn't moved yet, let's go into the next one, right? And then it became, with NFTs, right? It was like, okay, Chili's had this giant movement. Okay, because Chili's has already moved, what is the second best NFT, collectible token that I can go into. And then people went into Theta, right? And then people went into, Flow when Flow launched because of Dapper Labs. And then everybody went into Rally, right? And, Rally listed on CoinList and a few other places, right? And everybody went crazy for that. And so I think what we're seeing in this market isn't so much like hey, this thing is actually valuable, let me invest in it. It's more like, hey, this is the next hot thing. Let me throw all my money at the second best version of it, which hasn't moved yet. And I feel like that's what we're seeing with NFTs and with DeFi and with a bunch of other things.
Yeah, for sure. And like kind of on that point, what I wanted to ask you was, kind of starting off, I think we talked about this last time as well, kind of like the grassroots movement, everyone being in a small knit crypto community and that, driving the whole industry. Why do you think NFTs were so unique in the sense of, I feel like it was driven a lot by the social sentiment? Like, what can you tell us from what you've seen? How has social media like influenced NFTs specifically?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I can actually share my screen. I can show you a couple things. Hold up. This is going to be in a Word doc, so I apologize. This is not the most formal people, but this is looking at DeFi versus NFT mentions in mainstream media. And you see DeFi, right? Obviously, DeFi within crypto has become a larger part of the conversation. But if you look outside of crypto, right? I mean, look at NFTs. They're surging to, 10 times or, 5 times the level of media attention that DeFi has, right? And I think NFTs, and I think also Dogecoin, we actually shared a chart on Twitter today, which is kind of similar of Dogecoin media mentions versus Ethereum. And Dogecoin now has more mainstream media mentions than Ethereum does. And I think NFTs have done the same thing, right? I think there are a couple things that have kind of escaped outside of the crypto bubble and kind of entered the mainstream. And I think NFTs are one of them. And I think Dogecoin is the other good example of that. And there are some other examples from, TikTok, like the Safe Moon thing, I'm sure you saw. And, but broadly speaking, I think NFTs have struck a chord with people outside of crypto. And, I think there's some platforms like NBA Top Shot, which have made it so that, NFTs are accessible to the average person without actually knowing they're interacting with a blockchain.
Yeah, there are some projects like that are coming out that are just less blockchain based and more, I would say, commercial based to get more people involved. But what do you personally think of NFTs? Like, are they like a social mechanism, or is it more of a store of value? Like, I guess the current state of things, how people are using them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it depends, right? I mean, I think the same thing with Top Shot, right? Are people using Top Shot because they think a virtual trading card is super cool or a virtual moment? Not really. Why was everybody talking about Top Shot? Because they're like, look at the price, 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 right? All this NFT news is people 69 million, right? It's the same thing as DeFi, right? It's people chasing money for the most part, right? And so, look, I certainly think, some of this virtual artwork things, potentially has legs. I think a lot of it is garbage. I think the problem is, when you have a lot of money come into something really, really quickly, it encourages bad behavior. And it encourages a lot of stuff to pop up, right? Like Lindsay Lohan launching NFTs and all sorts of other nonsense. And so, look, I think, this market is going to correct and, a lot of this stuff is going to be worthless. But I think there are some cool ideas and concepts that are going to come from this. Like, I don't think the NBA Top Shot idea is a bad idea. Like, I think it's a cool idea, and I think things will emerge from that. I mean, I know we were talking before about like Zed, which is this new virtual horse racing thing where you can, basically get an NFT of a horse that has different genetic makeups. You can breed that horse. You can breed it with different horses. You can train it. You can race it. You'll be able to gamble on those races. Like, I think that's a pretty cool idea. And so I think NFTs as an idea are, it's pretty broad, but I think there's different implementations of them that maybe make sense. And so I think it's like anything, like with 2017 with crypto, right? 95% of stuff got shaken out. I think it's the same thing. 95% of this market or more is going to get shaken out. But I think there will be some use cases for virtual collectibles that, seem to live on. I mean, I think it's, we've hit escape velocity on a lot of this stuff, but, we're already seeing the market correct a bit.
Yeah, we have seen multiple market corrections. I think it's also interesting that NFTs, some people think of them as an asset class, and then some people just think of them as collectibles, something that I guess you're not supposed to really use. To kind of wind back a bit, what can you tell me about, like, what do you think institutions are the most interested in right now? is it just still getting exposure to these assets, or have you seen any other type of inclination for them to be, I guess, more involved in some of the underlying technology and protocols?
Yeah, I mean it's really a mix, right? I mean, you have your your institutions that just want to buy Bitcoin, and then they just want to hold a Bitcoin position, right? Because they want it as this macro asset. You have institutions that are trading now. You have institutions that are exploiting market inefficiencies. We always did, right? You always had a lot of the biggest traditional Chicago prop shops that were in crypto. They've been here for years, even if they haven't said it, that were trading and taking advantage of inefficiencies. You have institutions that are now trading DeFi. I mean, I spoke to one of the biggest banks in the world. Everybody knows the name. Not going to publicly say who it is. It's public information that they're launching Bitcoin trading. It's not public information that they're also considering launching DeFi trading because they're hearing demand from institutional clients. This is one of the biggest banks in the world, talking about potentially allowing clients to trade DeFi. And so, I think that there's a lot of interest in a lot of different things, right? I think people see this market and they see how crazy it is. And, institution wants to, if there's money to be made, an institution's going to come and try to make money. And I think, there's lots of different things. I mean, in terms of the underlying technology, I mean, certainly we see people talking about things like tokenized bonds and tokenized real estates. I had a conversation with somebody the other day about bringing depository receipts to the blockchain. We're doing depository receipts for crypto assets. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it spans the spectrum, but it's definitely not just Bitcoin at this point. I mean, institutions are looking at everything. I mean, Andreessen Horowitz being a great example. They're raising $1 billion crypto fund, and they're not just buying Bitcoin.
Yeah, they are looking to get exposure into, I guess, a variety of assets as they get more educated and even learn the differences between these different assets. And I think that's what a lot of people have been doing in the space right now, still, I guess, learning about things like Ethereum or even alternatives that they can actually use. But kind of going back to NFTs, how would you personally, or even from the TIE, I know you guys look at a lot of data, how would you say people are evaluating the value of these NFTs right now? Because I would say compared to a coin or something like that, you can actually see the charts, but do you think that same type of numbers or charts exist for NFTs, or is it into each platform? Yeah.
With Top Shot, I mean, they've done a pretty cool job. There's some third-party companies. There's I think Slam Collectibles, NFT Slam or something. I could be wrong on the name. They've done a pretty good job at showing transactional values. There's different websites where you can track the value of Top Shot cards over time. I think it depends on the liquidity, right? Some of these things are completely illiquid, and so there's not really a way to value them or track them. With something like CryptoPunks, right? I mean, I think over time the value just has seemed to go up. The thing that, is a little bit concerning to me is how easy it is to wash trade these things and create fake value, right? I could launch an NFT, I could list it for 100K, I could sell it to myself, I could create a bunch of wallet addresses and hype up some type of NFT thing, sell it to myself a bunch of times, and then I could just sell the NFT to somebody else for 40% of the value and make it look like, they're getting the greatest discount in the world, but in reality, I'm just making that, that money myself, right? And so, I don't know. I'm a little skeptical on some of this stuff. I think there's, it's the same thing in the traditional art world where people are wash trading the value of assets and they're using it to launder money. Certainly, that's happening in NFTs at some level. I think it's very difficult to assess whether or not any of these things are valuable. I think with something like this Zed thing, with this virtual horse racing, where there's actually going to be money to be made by having these horses race each other, I think then you can start coming up with valuation mechanisms of at what multiple of horse races should this thing be valued at, right? And, when this thing actually accrues value. But it's the same thing with art. It's very difficult to value art, right? It's just subjective.
Yeah, when we talk about things like art, most of it is subjective, but it's also, I guess, tied to the creators, and a lot of the art right now is not really liquid. So I would say people are out there trying to create new markets, basically. And in new markets, you always have a lot of value that I would say is not real. But what effect do you think it will have on just our industry in general? Do you see the change of people wanting to participate in more of these protocols? Or do you think it's still like people just buying and testing out different coins?
I mean, I think that a good thing would be if these things were fiat on-ramps for people into crypto and it was their first exposure into the market. And then they then took their capital and they, if people, I don't know, I don't have the data. I mean, I'd be curious if other people do on looking at like number of OpenSea accounts or other and Nifty Gateway or whatever else of people that hadn't had crypto wallet addresses before. And obviously, I have a different wallet address for interacting with some of these platforms than I have for others, right? So you can create multiple wallet addresses. But I'd be curious as to like look into how many people were never interacting on a blockchain before and now are interacting directly on Ethereum, for example, because of NFTs. So I think that would be a really good way to gauge, how much new interest is in the space. I don't think it's like an exorbitant number of people though, right? I don't think there's millions of people around the world that are buying these things, right? I think you have a group of very high net worth people that are buying and selling these things back and forth from, between one another.
Yeah, that would be interesting to actually get the numbers to see if, maybe how many unique owners that there've been. I'm sure it definitely happens where you don't really have that many unique.
We have this is from a couple months ago, but we have, OpenSea had 85,000 users, for example. Top Shot had 272K, right? And then you get down the list, Rarible had 38K, and a few other, had, 3K, 4K, 5K. I mean, that's not very many people.
So what's the differences you think, like with regular retail users and how they think about the market versus institutions? Like when you're onboarding these institutional clients, are they actually learning about some of the new metrics in the industry, or do they still use their own like checklist of things they value?
And a lot of the new institutional clients that we're bringing on from traditional finance like us, because a lot of the stuff that we do is stuff that they understand, like news. Like we aggregate real-time news and information and the most important news for folks, right? And that's just something that they're used to, right? With sentiment, if we're just telling people, a lot of people are positive about this asset and a lot more people are talking about it, right? That's things that they, maybe understand, certainly a lot of them or some of them have dove deep and are now trying to understand on-chain activity and some of these unique, proprietary metrics or whatever else. Broadly speaking, a lot of these guys are just starting and they just want some basics to get their bearings on the industry. But, as they get deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, they eventually, end up looking at, a lot more interesting and complex metrics. I mean, it's really a mix. I mean, we have some clients that are just like complete degens that are yield farming and are, doing all sorts of nonsense. Then we have other clients that are just like, they're doing a cash and carry trade on Bitcoin.
Yeah, and actually I'm more interested in that first group because I think that's how we encourage more of these institutions to actually participate and support the network, like you were saying before. So I don't know if we covered this, but like, what was the first NFT you bought, and are you gonna buy more? Like, what interests you the most about NFTs right now?
So I did Top Shot since like December. At the beginning, I got out. I made like 50 times my money, but I didn't make like 5,000 times my money like some people made. I got out too early still, but I made enough money that I was okay with it. I think I put in 60 grand and made $60 and I made $3,000. Sorry. So it wasn't a big number. But I got my first actual NFT, I believe. I bought something really dumb the other day. I was super bored, called Neural Pepe. And it's basically an AI generated Pepe on Binance Smart Chain. It was literally an ad on some random website I was on. And it was like 0.2 BNB, which at the time was like $100. And now is like a lot more than $100, like $120 and, or more, $150, whatever the number is. And so I bought one, and it's really stupid and it serves no utility, but I'm earning this token called AI, which I can then use to rename my Neural Pepe. So I can't say that I did this as an investment. I just thought it was stupid and I should spend $100 on it, but it was, there's no investment thesis behind this. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, it's kind of the rise of, I guess, some of these social tokens, and then you have a lot of marketplaces where people are just uploading anything they can, right? So how do we make those marketplaces more sustainable? Is there any is there any data that you can actually see when you're actually looking at an NBA Top Shot or something like that, where maybe the supply doesn't meet the demand?
I mean, that's what we saw at the beginning with Top Shot, right? I mean, the supply clearly didn't meet the demand, or the price wouldn't have gone up as much as it did. But now, it still seems like there's a little bit of that, right? Every time they release a pack, there's still this giant wait. I mean, I know personally, this is not, this is just not quantitative. It's just my personal experience. I mean, I don't even look at the pack drops anymore because I'm just like, all right, I'm over this. I've had enough. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a specific metric. I mean, the metrics that we're looking at with social tokens are no different than any metrics we're looking at with other tokens for the most part, right? It's, are people using these things? Are people talking about these things? Have they grown over time? Are people increasingly more positive about these things? And where does sentiment and Twitter activity and news volume and all these different metrics on social tokens, rank, relative to other types of assets in the market? And certainly we saw a period probably a month or two ago where, there was this ridiculous outsized interest, especially in things like Chili's. It seems like it's come back to earth a little bit, but it's certainly there.
Yeah, and I promised myself I wouldn't ask this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Let's talk a little bit about Dogecoin, because I'm sure that you guys can actually see some interesting like sentiment and metrics around things like Dogecoin or a variety of these other coins. So what do you what do you tell your clients if they ask you the value of some of those things?
So none of our clients ask us for value. A lot of the clients that use us are using us more to stay on top of the market and to trade, not necessarily to invest. We don't have very many clients that are venture funds. They're mostly hedge funds. In terms of Doge, it comes up as a joke, but never in a serious context. People maybe want to see. I mean, look, some hedge funds are trading Doge. Like, don't get me wrong, there are definitely hedge funds in on this trade. If retail's in, hedge funds will follow, because what the best opportunity for a hedge fund is when dumb money is in on something, and there's an opportunity to capitalize on that if they can. Obviously there are hedge funds that are going to lose money on that trade as well. In terms of metrics that we're seeing on Dogecoin, a few interesting things. Dogecoin tweet volume today is higher than Bitcoin, which is pretty crazy. The highest tweet volume day we've ever seen for any asset is actually Dogecoin. Dogecoin on its highest day had double the tweet volume that Bitcoin ever had on its highest day. If you look at mainstream media mentions of Dogecoin, something that's very interesting is the nature of the conversation is very different. So I actually looked at that this morning. And if you look at the most frequently used words in Dogecoin tweets are Elon and Musk. And after that, it's cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and then it's Mark and Cuban. And then after that, it's like Reddit, and then it's like Snoop Dogg. Like, if you look in mainstream media, if you just go through all the headlines, those are the words that are reappearing. It's like Snoop Dogg, Mark Cuban, Elon Musk, Reddit, and it's like meme. And like, those are the things that are showing up. And if you look at Bitcoin, it's not the same. Maybe you'll see value, gold, price, all these different things. Whereas with Dogecoin, you're really seeing it kind of seep into that mainstream, and the nature of the conversation is very different.
Yeah, thanks for covering that. That's actually pretty interesting. Like the sentiment around the purchase of something. It's just very interesting that you don't really see this in other markets. And I kind of want to ask you about that. Like, I know we've had you here before and we kind of talked about it, but let's kind of revisit it. Do you think our whole industry will always have this core of being driven by sentiment? I mean, you guys put a lot of time and effort into that, but how come these other larger and more serious markets don't really have that element?
I mean, I think they certainly do. And look, I think sentiment is a factor in every market, and I think it's a factor in crypto. With Dogecoin, certainly it's entirely sentiment driven, right? I mean, there's no fundamental factors that are driving Dogecoin, but with a lot of these other assets, right? Bitcoin is sentiment driven. Certainly, there's also macro factors, like if interest rates change or anything like that, that's likely to have an impact. There's also on-chain activity, right? I mean, even in crypto, right? We think sentiment is one of the most important factors, but we don't think that sentiment should exist on its own as a way to necessarily value an asset, right? We think it should be part of a multi-factor, model where you're looking at a bunch of different data and making an informed decision. But I think in traditional markets, it's definitely a thing as well. I mean, if you look at, the rise of Reddit, right, and Wall Street bets, I mean, I think that showed sentiment, the power of sentiment expanding outside of just crypto. And we certainly see, all of the largest traditional quant funds have some levels, some strategies that are running using sentiment as models on equities as well. I think, we see it. I mean, with AMC and GameStop and all these other assets, right? It seeps into other asset classes, but certainly crypto is the most sentiment driven because, unlike traditional assets, crypto doesn't have any traditional fundamentals, right? And you can argue that some of these DeFi protocols are starting to have something that reflects fundamentals, but broadly speaking, I mean, there's no dividends, there's no earnings, there's no revenue, right? There's no PE ratio, right? You can try to back something out for crypto, but there's no widely accepted valuation mechanisms in this market yet.
Yeah, there's no like standardization of value, I guess. And some of these metrics are brand new, like they don't even exist outside our ecosystem. But I thought it was interesting what you just said, because it made me think of, with the rise of NFTs, people are talking about secondary markets and also the split of royalties as it gets more mainstream. So then do you think we can actually use fundamentals if we have a lot of these traditional models, I guess, of evaluating value?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out for 1 second.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, with NFTs, there's a lot of people talking about royalties and creating secondary markets. So although right now people are doing like funky things with NFTs, in the future, do you think that we can actually do fundamental analysis for that type of stuff?
Potentially. I mean, I think you can value if there's a token associated with a marketplace. I think that's something you can do. In terms of secondary sales of NFTs, potentially. I mean, it's not something I've really thought about too much, if I'm being honest. So, maybe, I think it depends, right? I mean, I think something that has like an ecosystem, like a Axie Infinity or an NBA Top Shot or anything else, where it's kind of this like ecosystem and this game and this something that goes around it, right? And there's a lot more liquidity. You can certainly do that. But for just general art pieces that are being resold in, secondary marketplaces, I think the less liquid the asset, the harder it is. I mean, I talked to, for example, one of the biggest lending companies today, and I actually was asking them about using NFTs as collateral for a loan, right? You'd think if you spent $5 million on a digital piece of artwork, you'd want to be able to use that as collateral to borrow money. The problem that they have is they're like, I don't know how to value this, right? Like, and I've talked to all these different lenders and they're like, we have no idea. And things can be manipulated, right? And so I think it's just difficult. I think it's difficult to find, proper valuation mechanisms for these things.
So what are some of your answers to like, what are some things we should fix? Is it the actual marketplaces themselves, or do we need more like more things to be verified?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily anything to be fixed. I don't think that any of these problems are unique to crypto art. It's the same in regular art, right? Where these things are illiquid and, there's not necessarily any fundamentals, right? I mean, I think, I look at NFTs mostly as art, or collectibles and things like that. And it's just the more liquid it is, the easier it is to value, right? Look at baseball cards, for example. Baseball cards are generally pretty easy to value because they get a grade, right? And you go on eBay and you go to sold items and you can see broadly what something has traded for before. And that's how you're able to kind of back out value, right? And so for anything that is, there's a lot of supply and there's a lot of demand and there's a lot of liquidity, it's going to be a lot easier to back out value. But for one-off pieces of art, it's just a lot harder to assess whether or not these things are actually valuable. And I think you need to have a history of data to actually back out any level of valuation.
Yeah, and people are trying to create some of those histories just from the start. There's no like previous starting point, and there's no standardization of like how much value that initial starting point would be. And I think even yesterday, an interesting project just launched from Dapper Labs. So how quickly are you able to see, I guess, the rise of these new projects? Like, and maybe tell us a little bit about like how much resources does the TAI personally contribute to something like NFTs?
Yeah, I mean, we're not super involved with NFTs. I mean, it's not like it's not a big focus of us or for our clients. I mean, we have clients that are trading NFT related tokens, but it's not something that's part of our day to day. I mean, we're monitoring the market. We think it's interesting. I don't see a way for us to play in it at this point.
Yeah, got it. It's not really maybe a established asset class yet. But I think since the time we've spoke, like what has been kind of getting more established is, again, a lot of these institutions joining in and each of them gaining exposure in their own way. Do you have any perspectives on like what is the goals of some of these institutions? I know everybody wants to make money, but are some of them more active than others? Like how active are they?
It really depends. It's a total mix. And institution is a big word, right? So you have an institution that could be a family office that's just investing in a crypto fund. You can have an endowment, which is doing the same. You could have a hedge fund, which is actively trading. It's a mix. We're seeing a really big mix. We're seeing large traditional funds setting up crypto trading desks and really getting involved. And we're seeing others that are just like, hey, I should take a $20 million position in this new crypto ETF in Canada or whatever else. So it really just, it depends on the client, but it's a mix from not active at all, not doing anything in crypto, to buying Bitcoin, to, in some cases, some of these guys are market making for DeFi tokens and yield farming and all sorts of other things. So it just depends on the asset manager.
Yeah, and a lot of traditional finance, it kind of depends who's at the top, and I think that's getting better, but it's still not the same as our crazy decentralized world. One thing I find interesting, going back to what you said about a couple of the sentiment and keywords around some of these trades, how much influence do you think some of these companies that do choose to come out and actually tweet about their Bitcoin purchases, people like Elon Musk, is that market always going to exist, or will some of the traditional finance, like maybe watchdogs, come in and not accept that?
I don't know in terms of what, from a regulatory point of view. I mean, I think certainly, this type of stuff has an impact on the market. I think it's a lessening impact, right? I think it was a lot bigger of an impact when Bitcoin was smaller. It's now more than $1 trillion asset class. If Bill Gates came out and said Microsoft was buying Bitcoin, that would probably have an impact. But I think if some small guys say that they bought $1 million worth of Bitcoin, it's not going to do anything. And so, it really depends. In terms of watchdogs, I'm not sure. I mean, these assets aren't securities. I think if they're securities, that opens up more regulatory challenges than them not being securities. But I think that people are having a massive impact on the market. And I think Bitcoin is obviously an asset. But if you look at YouTube and TikTok, if you look at the biggest influencers, I mean, some of these guys are moving the price by 30% for mentioning an asset one time. So it's not just big companies, but it's also influencers that are having a big impact.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. And I think you guys can see a lot of that in real time, which is super exciting. To kind of end things off, I want to give you a chance, where can people connect with you, learn more about the TIE and like some of the research reports?
Yeah, you can follow us on Twitter at the TIE.io, and you can also go. We have a new research website. Let me give you the name. Actually, I don't even think I know. I think it's actually just research.thetie.io. So research.thetie.io, where you can see some of the research our team is doing. We are an institutional data provider, right? That's our core business is providing data to funds and to enterprises, but we do a lot of research, which is available for free on our website. So definitely check it out. And you can also follow us on Twitter at the TIE.io as well.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely follow Joshua, read a lot of those reports. The market just moves way too fast for any human to like read everything. Joshua, thank you so much for joining us here again today. It's exciting to speak to you again, and look forward to the next couple of months, and we'll see what turns up in the industry.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
And I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2020 version 8.
it is I, Grey Tail the Old and wise, yes. I'm here to give you another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Hashing, the process by which you mine Bitcoin or similar cryptocurrency by trying to solve the mathematical problem within it using cryptographic hash functions. Sounds like magic to me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Reimagine 2020, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, head of education over at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. This time, we're bringing you version 8.0, state of the Artchain, bringing you all the latest updates about these crazy NFTs you've heard about, art on the blockchain, music on the blockchain, games on the blockchain, these things that are bringing in more people to the space and contributing to adoption. And today I'm really excited to have Chris Vavats. He's the CEO at v8.0 Gaming and a business strategist at KV1000. Welcome, Chris. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Ashley. Thanks.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for joining us. So you're the CEO of v8.0 Gaming. It's a blockchain gaming company from Sweden. It was created at the end of 2020 with a merger between the Swedish company PD Gaming Group AB and a Latvian company, VZ Games. Tell us more about v8.0 Gaming, why it was created, and what you do.
Yeah, so v8.0 Gaming is a Swedish-based company that was created, as you said, after a merger of two companies, and the one company was VZ Games, and it's a company that I founded back in 2017. It's a blockchain gaming studio based out of Riga, and we kind of merged together to take what we had built here in VZ Games and the kind of professional knowledge that PD Gaming Group had to create this immersive new blockchain gaming experience. Basically, right now we are working on a hub for blockchain-enabled play-to-earn games, and I'll probably tell more a bit after. But it's called v8.0 Network, and it's a place where players can easily trade their NFTs to other players against real money, and so kind of opening the economies up for games.
Excellent. Yeah, and I'll be asking you more questions about the games that you have and your plans for the future. But you've been in the blockchain space for a while. How did you get into blockchain, and what made you decide to go all into blockchain gaming?
Yeah, so I really started in blockchain back in 2013. I was studying computer science, and I found out about this cryptocurrency called Bitcoin, and I started mining it, and I kind of mined my first Bitcoin back then, and I sold it for $300-400, and that sparked my interest into DLT technology, and this interest grew into my main time job. And in 2017, as a passionate gamer and with the rise of Ethereum and smart contract capabilities, I saw a way that we could use this technology and allow gamers to withdraw value from their time in games through tokenized assets that previously wasn't possible. And yeah, I understood that this is going to be a game changer, and we were the first company out there to create this model that we called play to earn. So a game that not only doesn't take money from gamers as it currently exists, but this creates games and open economies where players can withdraw money out of the games and maybe even with a profit if they're skilled in time enough. And so we started this Easy Games, this gaming studio, and we started working on our first title called Hash Rush. And we received a lot of great feedback from the Web3 community as well as gaming community about our kind of play to earn model idea. And we even won the best innovation award back in Gamescom in 2018 with this idea. And so we knew that we have stumbled upon something, and now in the blockchain gaming space we see a lot of companies trying to bring these open economies to their communities as well. So it's been a great journey.
Yeah, so you originally got interested in blockchain, studying computer science, and started mining. It's a similar story that I hear from a lot of our students, Mousebelt University. For any students who are tuning in, if you're interested in learning more about blockchain, check out mousebelt.university. But we've engaged with students from 100 universities in over 24 countries. And a lot of them do say, you know, they're studying computer science and they first got started in blockchain mining. So just speaking to students who might be tuning in, what would you say to them about if they're considering pursuing blockchain as a career, or they're passionate about blockchain and gaming, or pursuing joining the gaming industry?
I would say go ahead. Blockchain is a really progressive technology, and it takes a lot of courage to get in. But if you're creative enough, the ideas that can spark out of it is really cool. And I think we're just at the beginning. And this, people that currently are coming in and even as users, this hasn't hit the mainstream adoption yet. And I think if you're creative enough, there's so much you can do here, and there's so much value you can provide to yourself as well as to your customers. Or I think it's just try out, and you will see that this is industry of a lot of future.
Absolutely. And how exciting is it to work in an industry where you're really upending kind of the traditional ways that people have done business? I know just myself as an educator, I got really excited about blockchain for its applications in educational technology. Are there ways that we can tokenize your learning experiences, micro-credentialing? How do I prove to my employer that I've had some sort of learning experience? How can I keep that with me and share it with anyone I want, anytime I want? And eventually, I think the big goal would be, how can we get paid to learn? And so this pay to earn model for gaming is very interesting to me. I play some, mobile games, and that's kind of the last really big innovation in gaming was mobile gaming and in-app purchases and free to play, so I have, a couple games that I play, and it's like, I can get more tokens if I watch an ad, and I end up spending a lot of time. It's like, how much money are they making off of me for watching that ad just so I can get some in-game assets? Wouldn't it be great if I was being paid for all the time I'm putting into this game? So talk a little bit more about how your platform works, how people can get paid to play.
Mm-hmm. So play to earn in a way is the base of it is that what we allow players to do is we basically legalize P2P trading for digital assets, game digital assets against real money. So previously, if you were a player, you for example, you purchase something through a micro transaction from your in-game store. It's a one-way street, so the money comes in. You receive this rare item, it just gets stored on your account, and that's it. But and then if, for example, you play the game, you show it off to your friends, and the game gets a bit boring to you. I've been in that position several times. This rare item just stays in your account, and that's it if you leave the game. But imagine if this item if this item would live on Wartail network, this item would be tokenized, and you as a player would have ownership of it, and you could sell this item before leaving the game to a second player against real money and receive some money back from your investment and your time you have put in. And at this point, you as a player feel appreciated and more in control. This other player who bought, receives an item that he could not receive if it would be a closed off economy. So that's a bit how it works. And what we're allowing to do with Wartail Network, we're allowing for players to seamlessly get these tokenized digital in-game items that are NFTs through gameplay, and then sell them to other players that, for example, want this item or need that item for their game or their journey in the immersive universe of Hash Rush, for example. And in our scenario, gamer is the market maker, not the developer anymore. And it's just I think it's something that has been missing. Myself, I've been in trying. I first heard about this real economy touching virtual economies in a game called RuneScape, where people were trading gold. And players know that this exists, but right now it's this really gray area, and a lot of players stay away from that. We want to change that. This is something really simple but revolutionary at the same time. And we're here to kind of democratize gaming. So yeah, that's a bit about our strategy and how it works.
Absolutely. So let's talk about gaming in general. This is not a small industry. How many people play a lot of games? How much time are they spending? And do you see that these customers are starting to want to receive, some return on their investment for the time that they're putting into games?
Yeah, so gaming is $160 billion industry. It's bigger than movies and music combined. And how many players play? It's like real players. It's around 2.7 billion of people worldwide. But we see gamification everywhere. So I think even if you're not a gamer, you don't go into a game that we would consider a game. But a lot of the apps we use, there is some gaming mechanics that we don't even know. So I think kind of gaming is even bigger than 2.7 billion people. I think it's probably around 4 billion with all the other things that we do, and we interact with different applications that are gamifying different areas. So the way that we look at it, we looked at blockchain gaming. It provides this technology and this value layer to these 2.7 billion players that people that love doing something that like playing games, and it's providing them this financial freedom that didn't exist before. And we have seen this already existing with games like Axie Infinity, where people in the third world countries are really earning income from participating in the game, and making more money than they could in their country. So it is happening, and it is slowly coming in, and I think it's definitely going to be the next free to play. And that's what we in Wartail Gaming, we believe.
Awesome. Yeah. So before we talk more about your other project you're working on, it appears that Wartail Gaming has plans to join go have an IPO on the Swedish stock exchange. Tell us about your plans for that, and what else is coming next for Wartail Gaming.
Yeah. So right now we are looking to do a public listing in Stockholm this June in the Stockholm stock market, and that is the kind of first step of our growth strategy. We have already, currently we're working on the Wartail Network MVP, that's going to allow players to start interacting with blockchain in seamless manner. That's our kind of first key thing to, what we believe is currently missing in the blockchain gaming space is a smooth onboarding process for users. And we want to provide that with v8.0 network. And the second thing is content. Content is the king in gaming, and that's what's going to bring in users. So with this IPO, and in the future, we're looking to bring in new games. We're already talking with several studios. Two of those are, for example, based in Sweden, and one is an MMORPG game, and the other one is a sport manager game. These are well-known studios that want to get into this immersive blockchain world. So we hope to bring them in, and yeah, this year hopefully we can start announcing other games as well.
Absolutely. And just for any of the blockchain nerds out there tuning in, or people who may be a little more familiar with blockchain, can you talk about how your wallet's going to work, how this marketplace is going to work, and why you chose to build on the Near protocol?
As I mentioned, our kind of key priority was to create this seamless experience when interacting with blockchain. When we started in 2017, we saw that it was a problem to how do you get mainstream gamers into this new technology, and it just, the kind of architecture, the infrastructure wasn't there yet. With Near, we decided to build. We saw that this opportunity of using Near could provide this this fast, dynamic experience that gamers are used to. It's scalable. We can build a lot of maybe more custodial applications on top of it, and this would provide a really seamless experience for the user. So with v8.0 network, for example, when you create an account, you log into a v8.0 network game, you play a game, you receive digital items. Some of these digital items are tradable. The tradable items are NFTs, and you as a user, you automatically receive them in real time to your v8.0 network account. So you don't have to pay any gas. You don't have any underlying costs that you don't know of, or you don't have to hold any cryptocurrency to participate. So v8.0 network in a way is changing the game, where we are we're building this kind of door for mainstream gamers that they can come through and get into that blockchain space. Because right now it seems like a lot of the blockchain gaming projects, it's a really hard process for new users to come in, and there's a lot of churns in that. So we want to change that, and I think that is slowing down a bit the progress of the industry as well.
Absolutely. So for anyone who's just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021 version 8.0 state of the Artchain, where we're talking about all of the exciting creative people working in the blockchain space, NFTs, art, gaming, music. Head on over to our YouTube channel, Reimagine 2020. Smash that subscribe button. Check out all the great creators and infrastructure that is being built to allow for easier ways of interacting with the blockchain, ways to earn income as a gamer, ways to earn money, and as artists, and new artists are always jumping into the space lately with this NFT boom. And I'm here with Chris. He's the CEO at v8.0 Gaming, but you also are working on a really exciting art NFT project. What is that?
It's kind of a side project that I'm helping out a friend, and it's called Kiwi 1001. Basically, it's a concept that brings ownership to street art through NFTs. That's kind of the main idea.
Yeah, and so you're working with a Latvian street artist, correct?
that is right. It's one of the most, or even I would say the most famous street artist out there, named Kiwi. He draws these kind of fat monsters. Has been around from, I think, from 2006. So I think he's even made a name for himself in the world arena as well. And a friend of mine, a close friend, childhood friend, introduced me to him, and we sat down and we thought about how could you make these street art, these pieces that he draws on the street for free. First thing is, how can you make them live forever? Because, you know, street art gets destroyed a lot, it gets damaged and so on, you know. And then the second thing is, how can somebody maybe own an art that is non-movable and can be moved to your house without destroying you know, the wall that it lays on. So yeah, and that's how the Kiwi 1001 project was born. And yeah, it's a really cool idea, and we heard a lot of good feedback from the community on it, and it's awesome to help these guys out.
Yeah, it's so exciting to think about a new innovation in street art when it's probably one of the oldest. I mean, graffiti, writing things on walls, has been around since humans have been around. So to see new ways of interacting with a piece of street art is really exciting. Can you talk a little more about what the ways that someone could interact with the street art, either with what you're already building or maybe even in the future?
Yeah, so I will tell maybe a bit about how the kind of concept goes and what is the flow of it. So so the idea is that everything starts with the real art in the physical space, where Kiwi draws his fat monster. Then we take this real art and we design a 3D piece of it, and at that point we put that 3D model onto blockchain, and we create an NFT out of it, and we add the geo tag to this NFT as well, so the real life location where it is based. And then if somebody ever, you know, goes and destroys it, this Kiwi 1001 NFT, it changes to a ghost version of that fat monster. And so
that's
yeah, that's where we are right now, and that's currently what we have done. Of course, none of the Kiwis that we have dropped yet have been changed, but yeah, if it does, then we have everything in place to change it to a ghost one. But in future, we're looking to do to create some cool things around it with augmented reality. Where people could interact with it, maybe, you know, provide some kind of, maybe even gamify this as well, you know, create some Pokemon Go stuff out of these Kiwis. So and again, it's so cool that we're building on this open technology that is blockchain, and these NFTs live on Ethereum. So anybody, to be honest, could come in, you know, and create an app out of this Kiwi if they would love to, right? So yeah, we want to see if maybe some community members come up with some cool ideas what we could do.
Yeah, I was totally thinking about AR would be cool because, you know, as you said, street art often maybe it's illegal, so it gets painted over quickly. Maybe, you know, someone else comes and tags it up, or, you know, the business owner decides many years later they want to do a different mural, whatever it is, to be able to, if you like had a geotag on this NFT, you could go see where it should have been and what it would have looked like if it was still there, right? Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah. And the other thing is this being able to have kind of ownership of street art, and for the artists themselves to be able to monetize a piece of street art.
Yeah, that is a situation. I wouldn't know if it's a problem. I would love Kiwi to tell his opinion on it. But as much as I have talked to him, you know, there is the situation where, you know, you provide art to people for free, right? It's street art. Nobody probably is paying for you, for you to draw it, but it creates this culture in a lot of urban areas, and you know, it's culture, and you have to appreciate it, but nobody's paying for that. But now there's an option for you as an artist to to finally monetize, you know, your work and your creative input. So yeah, I think it's I think we have stumbled upon something cool, and hopefully some other street artists will adopt it, and we will see more of it. Yeah.
And he was able to sell some NFTs recently, correct?
That is right. We did the first drop in the beginning of April, mid-April, and we used Rarible platform as our official launch partners, and two of the pieces were bought by the biggest Latvian private collector, and these are called Zuzeum. And these are the first NFTs in their collection. So it's a really cool step forward to kind of combining the classical kind of art idea, you know, that lives in museums, to getting these NFTs in there as well, and again showing people that there's this digital art that's here to stay.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of, you know, collectors, traditional private collectors jumping into the NFT space, buying $69 million pieces, and all of this hype around the NFT boom, what has been your most favorite, like, celebrity who's talked about NFTs recently, or the latest development? What was your favorite piece of news that has come out in like the last month?
So there's so many people doing NFTs now. Like I follow many artists in Instagram, and you know, I think everybody's trying to do something related to NFTs. I know that Steve Aoki did something. I know that there's Snoop Dogg did something, but artists that are building that are coming from real world into digitalized form. Neil Adams, I know that is doing something, and he's a legend in the comic industry. I just heard that he's dropping pieces as well that are linked to his original Batman comics. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. There's so many out there, so it's hard to identify one. So
well, what do you think about the recent boom, and what do you see as like the future of adoption, or just specifically NFTs?
I think that I've been in this blockchain space for some time, and I've seen several ups and downs and winters. I could maybe see some patterns here that happened in 2018 regarding fungible tokens. Anyways, you know, I think NFTs are here to stay. The technology of bringing ownership and providing value to creators, you know, it just can't be suppressed and just can't disappear, right? Finally, we have this option finally for creators to be paid what they're entitled to. So that can't change. So I think NFTs are here to stay. And the NFT landscape in general, it's just going to progress more. Like what really got in, what allowed NFTs to receive mainstream kind of media attention, you know, these are the artists, these huge names coming in each day and bringing their fans into the technology, and kind of make them understand what is maybe blockchain and how it can provide ownership to them. But the next, I think, big switch is going to be like and we can already see that as well with v8.0 Gaming and v8.0 Network or Kiwi 1001 or so many other projects where it's like a multi-layer NFT experience, right? It's not only a beautiful art piece, but it provides something unlockable in the digital space, or I don't know, you can bring it out and you can do something in the virtual space and make it stand out in a virtual gallery, or you can I don't know, use it in a game. I think that's the next step, where these NFTs start collecting different layers and different experiences. And that's why I'm really, maybe it's biased, but I'm really positive in gaming, that gaming is going to bring the NFTs to mainstream adoption, because gamers understand digital things, digital items, digital trading. We have been around that from the beginning, and just this basically gaming in a way. Each piece, that 3D piece that we create that you see in the game, it starts out as art. It starts out as concept art, and then it gets created into 3D design and so on. And this is a multi-layer art, and it not only provides beautiful vision, beautiful imaginary, but it gives you fun and enjoyable experience as well while you're doing it. So while you're enjoying this art piece. So I'm really bullish on gaming, and but I'm really thankful for all the artists as well that are coming in and just getting so much attention to the technology. In 2018, I didn't see that many people talking about blockchain, and than I see now, and all these big names are coming in. It's just crazy. So really exciting times.
Very exciting times. But yeah, I think you're so right. I've had this conversation with a few other people on this series about NFTs and art and gaming. Anyone just tuning in, it's Reimagine 2021 version 8.0 state of the Artchain. You can head over to our YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, check out some of the other interviews. But it's this idea that consumers nowadays want more than just to buy an object. Even if we're talking about turning luxury goods into an NFT where you can track who owned them before and has some sort of story, a piece of art that also unlocks something in the digital world, or comes with some other, a story and an experience, I think is becoming more and more important to consumers. And blockchain and all of these innovations just enables us to put so much more into, especially now that our lives are becoming so digital, kind of just opens up these digital worlds and so many different possibilities of things we can do.
Yeah, I wanted to add one thing here that, for example, with the gaming as well, and we have these really big influencers like, that are streaming, and all the FaZe crew and FaZe Clan, and we have Ninja, and these people basically have following, right? And if they play Fortnite and they play this and they win this incredible tournament with this one, I don't know, skin or whatever it is that they wear, and blockchain could kind of hold this information and kind of archive it on the NFT that says that, okay, this skin was used by this huge influencer in this winning game, right? And that automatically boosts that value of that NFT. So there's so many options we could use this open ledger technology, not only for value but for storing, historical data on these NFTs. As you said, creating stories, I'm just looking forward to what creative minds come up with.
Absolutely. Well, to wrap it up, going to ask you a fun question. Who is your favorite artist, living or dead?
My favorite artist is Mark Rothko, because first things first, one of the most valuable artists out there, but he's born in Latvia in a city called Daugavpils, And here in Latvia, we can see his original pieces if we go down to the city he was born in, and we have a pretty good collection of his artworks. And I've been there several times, and yeah, it's just cool to see that he has come from here and has inspired so many artists in his life. So I would say Mark Rothko.
Love it. He's one of my favorites also. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us, and stay tuned, everyone, for more from Reimagine 2021.
Thanks, Ashley, for having me. Thanks.